Introduction. During the Zheng period of the Ming Dynasty, the eunuch faction known as the Eight Tigers, an eastern branch of the Knights Templar, enjoyed the emperor's favor. The Eight Tigers thrived through sycophancy and intimidation, wielding power with draconian laws and ruthless officials. Zhang Yong, the current leader, seized the opportunity amidst the imperial succession and the debate over grand ceremonies, delivering a fatal blow to their archenemies, the Central Plains Brotherhood. In the wake of this catastrophe, the Central Plains Brotherhood faced obliteration, their millennia-long legacy teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong cunningly orchestrated a conspiracy to seize the realm. Amidst this turmoil, the assassin Shao Yun miraculously evaded disaster, bearing a clandestine mission that led her to the continent of Europa, where she trained under the legendary assassin Master Ezio, dedicating herself to her craft and biding her time. The tale commences as Shao Yun embarks on her quest for vengeance. Who truly leads the Central Plains Brotherhood? Can Shao Yun single-handedly hunt down the Eight Tigers? What fate awaits the Ming Dynasty? This grand chess game, with the world as its board, is already revealing its claws, and the ancient grievances between the Brotherhood and the Knights Templar shall reverberate at the pinnacle of the Ming Dynasty. As a sea breeze swept through, gentle waves danced upon the surface of the ocean, reminiscent of countless azure lotuses blooming in an instant. The Buddhist scriptures liken the blue lotus to the eye of Buddha, perhaps inspired by such a scene upon the sea. Takashi Nagamsu perched upon a great stone by the shore, gazing out at the water, and could not help but recall this metaphor from the scriptures, a memory from his days as a young acolyte. After becoming a pirate, he had nearly forgotten his childhood experiences at the Huitian Temple. After all, as a sea bandit, Takashi could no longer afford to harbor compassion. He became an acolyte at the tender age of 5, broke from the order at 15, and subsequently served as a retainer, then as a pirate, and now had been at sea for several years. It was quite challenging to conjure memories from such a distant past, yet today, for reasons unknown, those bygone days resurfaced in his mind. Lost in thought, a flash of white sails suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Startled, he focused intently and called out, "Little Dagger, little Dagger." A youth, still unceremoniously dressed, hurriedly traversed the rocky shore, coming to a halt behind Takashi and declaring, "Father." This boy was, in fact, an orphan whom Takashi had rescued during his early piratical days. At that time, Takashi's crew consisted of merely 5 men, their influence feeble, and they could only plunder solitary merchant vessels. Once, he spotted a large ship adrift upon the sea, hoping to test his luck. Upon boarding, he was met with the stench of death. The ship had suffered a grim fate, its crew slaughtered upon the deck. While rummaging through the vessel for any valuables that might remain, he discovered this hungry, thirsty child, who could barely speak and stumbled as he walked. The boy, having somehow acquired a small dagger, brandished it clumsily. Upon seeing Takashi approach, he observed the decaying corpses aboard the ship, which had met with misfortune no less than 5 or 6 days prior. It seemed that the band of pirates, seeing the child so small and vulnerable, had cast him onto the vessel. To his astonishment, this diminutive child had managed to survive alone amidst the dead for so long. Moved by compassion, Takatsuji decided to take him in, albeit without the inclination to bestow a name upon him, instead choosing to refer to him by the small dagger that lay beside him. This small dagger, now 16 years old, had grown up on the sea since birth, displaying remarkable swimming abilities that were unparalleled. Coupled with a ruthless disposition forged from a childhood spent in a life of plunder, even Takatsuji's seasoned companions who had ventured into the sea with him were taken aback by the child's tenacity. Rising to his feet, Takatsuji pointed towards a distant sail on the horizon and declared, "Little Dagger, that must surely be the envoy sent by Mr. Sunday. Call the others over." Little Dagger shielded his eyes from the sun and peered into the distance, inquiring, could it be Mr. Wong and his men? "Mr. Wong's ship has gray sails, not this hue," replied Takatsuji. His group comprised desperate ronin, each a fugitive in their own right. Takatsuji, possessing a modicum of literary knowledge, had learned that, in the perilous life of a pirate along the coast of Ming, one must balance the act of plunder with caution, otherwise, relentless raiding would inevitably lead to disaster. Hence, he had surreptitiously engaged in dealings with several local gentry, receiving monthly tributes of rice and goods in exchange for sparing their villages from his raids. In this manner, Takatsuji established a base on a small island with fresh water. Mr. Sun was the leading gentry among the coastal villages, and the timing coincided with their customary tribute. Despite this, Takachuji remained vigilant, even if it were indeed Mr. Sun delivering goods. He exercised the utmost caution. He had occupied the island for nearly a decade, constructing not only a stronghold, but also expending effort to create a small dock, allowing vessels to approach directly and facilitating easier travel. Though this also necessitated heightened vigilance against potential assaults by officials under the guise of Mr. Sun. As for the Mr. Wong mentioned by Little Dagger, he led a different faction of marauders trading between Japan and Ming, operating somewhat apart from Takachuji's group. Mr. Wong commanded a fleet that straddled the line between commerce and piracy, leading to some conflicts with Takachuji's operations. Fortunately, their mutual understanding allowed them to coexist peacefully, each respecting the other's territory. Recently, Takachuji's band had conducted a lucrative venture, piquing Mr. Wong's interest, which raised Takachuji's suspicions of potential treachery. Upon realizing that the approaching vessel was not Mr. Wong's, Takachuji felt a wave of relief. His crew, now numbering over 20, consisted largely of ronin who had lost their lords amidst the chaos of war, possessing formidable swordsmanship. When not engaged in plundering, they spent their time on the island drinking and gambling. The sight of an approaching ship delighted them, for Mr. Sun's monthly shipments included rice, flour, livestock, and even a few barrels of wine at their request. Once the cargo was unloaded, they could indulge in a hearty feast, leaving no room for thoughts of gambling, as they gathered eagerly at the shore to await the arrival. As the vessel drew nearer, the young swordsman softly exclaimed, "Ah, father, is that not Mr. Sun?" Takachuji, unable to discern clearly, inquired, "Who is that?" "It is an elderly gentleman with a pale face and no beard," replied the young swordsman. Takachuji let out a sigh of relief. Since it was merely an old man, it was likely not a matter of great concern. Perhaps Mr. Sun found it too arduous and perilous to deliver the goods himself, and had sent a steward instead. Having spent many years at sea, he could estimate the cargo weight merely by observing the ship's draft. Noting that the vessel was not heavily laden, he surmised that it carried no more than a dozen individuals, and if they were soldiers, there would surely be more than just a handful. He instructed, "Young swordsman, wait a moment, accompany me aboard to take a look." By this time, the ship had already docked. As the gangway was lowered, before anyone could disembark, Takachuji, accompanied by his deputy and the young swordsman, ascended the vessel. Although he had seldom set foot on Ming soil in recent years, he had remained by the coast and had acquired a fluent command of the official language. Upon boarding, he greeted with a formal bow, "May I inquire, esteemed sir, the purpose of your visit?" The elderly gentleman with the pale face and no beard stood at the bow of the ship. Upon hearing Takachuji's inquiry, the elder approached and returned the bow, saying, "I am Zhang, sent by Mr. Sun Zui to deliver gifts to you all. Might I ask if you are Mr. Takachuji?" The demeanor of this Zhang was quite dignified and graceful, his hair already turned white, though his voice bore a somewhat high pitch. Takachuji, not taking offense, promptly replied, "Indeed, that is I." "Thank you. Venerable sir, please convey my gratitude to Mr. Sunday." Without further ado, Zhang gestured, and soon several sailors emerged from the cabin, pushing a large wooden chest. The chest was tall enough for one person and wide enough for two, equipped with wheels at the bottom. In the past, Mr. Sun had sent bags of rice and livestock, but never a large wooden chest. Takachuji was taken aback and asked, "What has Mr. Sun sent this year? Is there nothing alive?" Zhang maintained a cheerful demeanor and replied, "Mr. Takachuji, I beg your understanding. Due to the recent outbreak of avian flu, it has been challenging to transport live poultry. So this month we have only brought some cured goods. Rest assured, we will make it up to you next month." Although the wooden chest was sizable, it did not seem heavy, as the sailors pushed it without visible strain. Takachuji felt a twinge of displeasure and remarked, "What Mr. Sun had previously promised was 400 pounds of rice and flour and 100 pounds of meat and eggs. Does this single chest suffice?" Zhang produced a brass key from his pocket and declared, "It is indeed sufficient. I invite you to verify the contents." Had Zhang uttered words of misfortune or requested understanding, Takachuji would have drawn his sword in anger. However, Zhang's forthrightness left him little room for ire. He took the brass key and handed it to his deputy, instructing, "Go and weigh it, then return to inform me." Turning back to Zhang, he added, "Venerable sir, I shall remain here for a while. May I?" Takagawa-chai felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he disembarked, prompting the elderly man to flee in haste. Though the sum may not have been significant, he anticipated that they would refuse to acknowledge their debt, leaving him with no choice but to swallow this bitter pill rather than jeopardize his standing. It became clear to him why Mr. Sun had refrained from appearing this time. It was evident that he intended to place the blame squarely on the shoulders of the elderly figure. Thus, he resolved to be less accommodating should the amount be insufficient. He would retain the old man as collateral, compelling them to fulfill their obligations. Yet the elderly gentleman maintained a serene smile, readily acquiescing. Indeed, Mr. Takagawa speaks most wisely, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. Although the wooden crate was not particularly small, it rested upon wheels, allowing it to be easily lowered from the ship using ropes. Once on the island, Takagawa's subordinates rushed to push the crate into the stronghold. The pirates, possessing greater strength and numbers than the sailors, found the task remarkably effortless. Observing the rapid progress, Takagawa's suspicions deepened with such a modest weight. If they could indeed meet the full amount, it would suggest something nefarious was afoot. Yet, the old man's composed demeanor left him feeling perplexed. At that moment, another figure emerged from the hold of a foreign man with blue eyes and golden hair. Takagawa had encountered numerous such foreigners and felt no particular surprise. Musing to himself, it seems the number of foreigners is increasing. This man ascended to the deck and approached the elderly gentleman, saying, "Duke, everything proceeds smoothly." The old man merely inclined his head slightly, remaining silent. Takagawa pondered, didn't this elder claim his surname was Zhang? Why is he now referred to as Du? However, titles are often matters of personal preference, and it was likely that the foreigner had a specific reason for addressing the old man in such a manner. Concerned that these two might engage in some underhanded dealings, he instinctively reached for his waist. Just as his fingers brushed the hilt of his blade, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. The sound was imbued with incredulity and terror. Takagawa knew that his faction consisted of ruthless men accustomed to violence. They would not succumb to fear even when confronted with a blade. Uncertain of what had transpired within the stronghold, he turned to look, only to witness an explosive crash as a shadow burst through the thatched roof. Soaring into the sky, it appeared to be a person. The stronghold, constructed on a small island, had walls made of wood, but the roof was far from sturdy, merely providing shelter from the elements. The sight of a person breaking through the roof was astonishing. The distance from the dock to the stronghold was minimal, yet, after breaking through, the figure flew several paces before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless, with blood pooling beneath them, clearly lifeless. Upon recognizing the figure, Takagawa gasped in horror. The individual who had emerged was none other than his subordinate, Fukuyama Yusaku. Fukuyama, originally a retainer of the Urashima village, had fallen into obscurity after the village's failed rebellion, subsequently becoming a pirate alongside Takagawa. He had claimed to practice a unique swordsmanship, distinct from any other style. Known for its swiftness and ferocity, however, he lacked the ability to burst through a roof in such a manner. Moreover, the situation was such that he had already perished before he had even taken flight, undoubtedly cast forth by someone. Yet, although Fukuyama Wuzwa was not overweight, he still weighed around 100 jin. The astonishing feat of such a heavy individual soaring high and then crashing down with great force is indeed hard to believe, unless propelled by a contraption akin to a trebuchet. Takatsuji felt a chill grip his heart. He instinctively stepped back with his left foot, his right hand grasping the hilt of his sword, and declared, "Who are you, exactly?" Before Takatsuji's words had fully escaped his lips, his katana had already been unsheathed, slicing diagonally towards the westerner. His strikes were characteristically ruthless, and taking a life was merely a trivial matter to him. Sensing the tension, he resolved to strike first. With this move, known as the Kasa Slash, he aimed to eliminate the westerner, who spoke in a tongue he could not comprehend. When strange sounds emanated from the village, the westerner, for reasons unknown, placed his right hand upon his left wrist's pulse point. It was better to deliver a decisive blow and establish dominance, for surely the elder would not dare to conceal anything further. Takatsuji's swordsmanship stemmed from the Urao family's sword technique. Yet after years of making a living at sea, he had incorporated numerous variations. The Kasa Slash involved cutting diagonally from both sides, and with Takatsuji's immense strength, this move was executed with ferocity. During one instance of piracy at sea, he had encountered a bodyguard aboard a ship with this very technique. He had cleaved the man from left shoulder to right hip, astonishingly severing a living being in half. At this moment, he held nothing back, his movements becoming even swifter. Just as he raised his blade above his head, before he could exert force, Takatsuji perceived a flash before his eyes. A cold star aimed directly at his throat. The westerner had drawn his sword in response. The Westerner's right hand, initially resting on his left wrist, had remarkably drawn his sword with incredible speed. This sword was exceedingly slender, its blade barely the width of a finger. Takatsuji had not anticipated such capability from a Westerner. This type of sword lacked a sharp edge and was suited solely for thrusting. Yet it was capable of striking faster than Takatsuji himself, proving to be a formidable opponent. At this moment, with his left foot forward, Takatsuji pushed off with his foot, unexpectedly retreating rather than advancing, quickly gaining half a foot of distance, while his katana descended straight down. This maneuver was executed with cunning. The Westerner had believed his thrust would surely create a transparent hole in Takatsuji's throat, but he had not anticipated the sudden increase in distance. At this juncture, the Westerner's technique had grown stale. Should he exert more force in his thrust, a pause would be inevitable. However, any slight hesitation would allow Takatsuji's katana to sever his head in twain. The Westerner had also not foreseen the sophistication of Takatsuji's martial prowess, and his countenance turned ashen. Yet, before Takatsuji's katana could descend, a sword unexpectedly extended to rest against the blade's edge. This sword was also slender, but entirely different in design from that of the Westerner, conforming instead to the central plane style. Such a delicate sword, under the might of Takatsuji's formidable blade, would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. This was also Takatsuji's assumption. However, the moment the katana made contact with the slender sword, Takatsuji felt as though he had struck a mass of exceedingly viscous glue. The force behind his katana vanished without a trace. The one who intervened was none other than the elder. The Westerner's remarkable swordsmanship had already taken Takatsuji by surprise, and the elder, who appeared to stand idly by, seemingly devoid of any strength, possessed such extraordinary skill that Takatsuji could scarcely have imagined it in his wildest dreams. His long saber seemed to be ensnared by the slender sword of the elder Zhang, rendering him unable to advance or retreat. Just as he found himself in this dilemma, a sharp reprimand pierced the air, and a figure leapt into action, descending upon the elder's head. It was none other than the young short-saber wielder. Having stood by anxiously as Long Zhaoji made his move, he felt a surge of urgency as he witnessed his companion being restrained. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, the very short saber he had once wielded. While the long saber measured over 3 feet, his short saber was merely 2 feet, and this one was even shorter at a mere 1.5 feet, barely exceeding the length of a dagger. Long Zhaoji commanded a group of over 20 skilled swordsmen, each proficient in their art. The young short saber wielder had grown up among them, absorbing fragments of various techniques without ever mastering a single style. Despite this lack of formal training, his swordsmanship had been honed through real combat. Though still youthful, he had already claimed 6 lives, and his nimbleness allowed him to outpace even Long Zhaoji. At this moment, the elder Zhang found his slender sword entangled with Long Zhaoji's long saber. Observing the young one's remarkable skill, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Aware that the elder's right hand was preoccupied, the young short saber wielder seized the opportunity to attack without mercy, charging directly at the elder. Just as the tip of his short saber was poised to strike the elder's face, Zhang's left hand suddenly swept out, deflecting the blade with a flick. The young one felt a tingling in his arm, and before he could react, the elder's left hand deftly maneuvered, pinching the short saber between 2 fingers. With a swift motion, he transformed his hand into a palm strike, pressing it against the young one's chest. Though this strike appeared to be a casual gesture, the young short saber wielder found himself utterly unable to retaliate, as the elder's grip on his key pressure point rendered him powerless, threatening his very life with a mere exertion of force. In that moment of distraction, the elder's right hand could no longer restrain Long Zhaoji's saber. Seizing the chance, Long Zhaoji pulled back with great effort, stumbling 2 steps as the long saber broke free from the slender sword's grasp. Although he managed to escape, upon seeing the young one's dire predicament, a sense of urgency gripped him, and he shouted, "Old man, show mercy." The elder, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the young short saber wielder, was taken aback by the unexpected concession of this formidable pirate. Turning his head slightly, he inquired, "What do you mean?" His tone was surprisingly gentle, yet his left hand remained firmly gripping the young one's chest, ready to unleash power at any moment. The young one, immobilized by the pressure on his vital point, was still able to speak. Having always held a high opinion of his abilities, he was taken aback to find himself unable to even launch a single strike against this unassuming elder. Torn between fear and defiance, upon hearing his father's plea, he immediately exclaimed, "Father, do not worry about me, kill him quickly." Long Zhaodi's face drained of color. He was a ruthless figure, known for his mercilessness, and had never entertained thoughts of yielding to anyone. After exchanging a blow with the elder, he realized he was no match for him. Even if he himself were in the same predicament, he would never utter a word of submission. Yet, witnessing the young one ensnared by the elder's grip, he found his hand trembling involuntarily. To the end, Long Changji lamented, "Esteemed elder, I implore you to show mercy. We shall depart immediately and never trespass again." He paused momentarily and continued, "If you have come for the shipment, I am willing to reveal the location of the hidden goods, untouched thus far." Since Long Changji had turned to piracy, he had plundered countless merchant ships over the years. Always unyielding in his ruthlessness, it was others who sought his favor, never the other way around. He had never needed to plead in his life until now, feeling compelled to utter soft words as he sensed his son's life was precariously hanging by a thread. His nature was merciless and cruel, never sparing a soul, and no plea for mercy had ever swayed him except for this adopted son, whom he could never bear to abandon. Ultimately, he found himself uttering words of supplication. He could not fathom why this old man had targeted him with such lethal intent, likely due to the previous dealings he had engaged in. Even Mr. Wong had shown interest in that transaction, suggesting the old man had come for the same reason. The elder glanced at him and suddenly whispered to the foreigner, "Is this man suitable?" The foreigner, who had narrowly escaped being slain by Long Changji's blade, was still shaken. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, he scrutinized Long Changji and nodded, "Very robust, quite suitable." Long Changji was perplexed by the foreigner's cryptic remarks, feeling uneasy under the scrutiny of his piercing blue eyes. The elder, however, smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Long, I presume this is your son? Surrender your weapon, and I shall spare both your lives." Long Changji's countenance, turned ashen. To relinquish his weapon felt tantamount to forfeiting his life. Yet, if he did not comply, it was evident that his son's life would be forfeit. He glanced at the blade in his hand, gritted his teeth, and was about to lay it down when he suddenly heard his son let out a fierce roar and leap back up. Seeing his father genuinely inclined to surrender, the young lad, fiery and tempestuous in nature, had been raised among pirates, where he had only heard his father speak of unwavering defiance. During their plundering escapades, it was customary for them to eliminate witnesses even after subduing their foes. The concept of surrender was entirely foreign to him. Moreover, being young and naive, he did not grasp the gravity of the elder's maneuver, believing he had merely stumbled into a trap by chance, not because of any inferiority. Seizing the moment while the elder was engaged in conversation with his father, he inhaled deeply, feeling he had escaped the elder's grasp, and sprang into action once more. In the young lad's mind, evading this strike would turn the tide in their favor. However, he was utterly unprepared for the elder's formidable prowess. As his feet lifted off the ground, he felt as if a massive iron hammer had struck him squarely in the chest. He had intended to strike the elder, but his efforts were thwarted. Blood surged in his throat, and he spewed a mouthful as he was sent flying. At that moment, Long Changji had been poised to surrender his blade when he heard his son's anguished roar. He looked up just in time to see his son, bloodied and propelled through the air, and his heart sank, realizing, "It is over." The young swordsman, unaware of the gravity of the situation, felt a heavy blow to his chest, realizing that his chances of survival were slim. Though he was a heartless killer, he possessed a commendable trait, was fiercely protective of his comrades. As a result, over the years of engaging in these unprofitable ventures at sea, his following had only grown. To his ordinary subordinates, Takahara Nagatatsu remained unwaveringly loyal, and even more so to this adopted son. In a moment of heated impulse, he spun around fiercely, his blade slicing through the air with great speed. This technique, known as the windmill slash, was inherently forceful, and now it surged forth with unrelenting vigor. Just as the blade was poised to strike the elder Zhang, a flicker caught his eye, and the elder's figure vanished from sight. Before Takaharu could regain his composure, darkness enveloped him. A sharp pain pierced his chest as the elder Zhang had miraculously closed the distance between them in an instant. The two now stood almost face to face, a slender sword thrust directly into Takahara's heart. This maneuver was ghostly in its execution, leaving Takahara's blade no time to defend, and he had already succumbed to the blow. As he gazed at the elder, a mix of astonishment and despair washed over him. The elder's previously affable demeanor had vanished, replaced by an icy gravitas. The slender blade had indeed pierced Takahara's heart, but remained lodged, sealing the wound and temporarily sparing him from death. With his final reserves of strength, he managed to utter, "Who are you?" The elder furrowed his brow and shook his head, murmuring, "What a pity, what a pity," though the reason for his lamentation remained unclear. In a sudden motion, the sword retracted into the elder's sleeve. As the tip withdrew from Takahara's wound, a torrent of blood erupted forth, and he was soon engulfed in a deluge of crimson, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yong, commander of the 12th Regiment, the elder's voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Takaru. Upon hearing that name, a flicker of consciousness ignited within him, and he opened his eyes wide with disbelief. The regiment referred to the Imperial Guard, and here stood the elder, a powerful eunuch, Zhang Yong, who wielded immense influence. Takahara yearned to question why such a significant figure would expend such effort to eradicate a mere band of pirates like himself, but that question would remain forever unanswered. As the blade fully withdrew, Takahara's life ebbed away. Zhang Yong gazed upon his lifeless form and murmured, "Mr. Pyrrhus, how regrettable that this material has gone to waste." The Western man, having witnessed his nearly fatal encounter with such an opponent fall so effortlessly to Zhang Yong, felt a profound admiration. He intended to downplay the situation, believing that the young man who had been thrown back was merely incapacitated, still alive, and equally valuable as a resource. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a resounding crash echoed from behind him as the village gate was forcefully swung open. Before it was fully ajar, a throng of individuals surged forth, clamoring to escape. These were the pirates from the island, each wielding sharp blades, but appearing quite disheveled in their flight. As the wolves and boars rushed through the grand entrance, the few who followed swiftly turned to close the door behind them. Unbeknownst to one of them, who was unaware that Takashi Nagamori had perished, he braced himself against the door, frantically exclaiming, "Brother, there is someone inside." However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding thud echoed, and a bloodied fist suddenly emerged from the door, striking with ferocity. Although the village's rooftops were not particularly sturdy, the door itself was well crafted from stout logs and ship planks, making it no easy task to push open. Yet, the person within delivered a single, devastating blow that shattered the wooden barrier, landing squarely on the back of the pirate. Without the protection of ribs, the force of the punch was unimaginable, piercing through him completely. Initially, several pirates had been assisting him in holding the door, hoping to contain the monstrous entity within. However, upon witnessing this extraordinarily bizarre occurrence, their courage evaporated, and they fled in terror. As they dashed away, another crash resounded. The door was flung open, and a shadow surged forth like a tempest. The figure that emerged was not particularly tall, clad in tattered clothing and drenched in blood, resembling someone who had just emerged from a gruesome slaughter. His face was devoid of color, and his eyes were vacant, emanating an eerie aura. Moving with the swiftness of the wind, he threw a punch at a pirate attempting to escape. Though this strike lacked the earlier's astonishing force, it still sent the pirate tumbling forward with a scream, leaving him gravely injured, if not dead. Earlier, when the wooden box had been opened in the village, this ghastly figure had erupted forth, mercilessly slaying 8 or 9 of their comrades. Even when wounded in vital areas, the creature seemed unfazed, and now, having broken free, it had already harmed 2 more pirates, sending them into a state of sheer terror. They had barely managed to escape the village, but the relentless monster pursued them with a desire to eradicate them entirely. In the midst of their panic, one pirate suddenly shouted, "To advance is death, to retreat is also death. Let's face it, heathen." The island was small, with nowhere to flee except the dock. This pirate, having sensed something amiss with Takashi Nagamori, resolved that it was better to take a desperate gamble, eliminate the monster first, than devise a plan to deal with the crew on the ship, perhaps even carving out a path for survival. Demonstrating a knack for leadership, he swiftly organized the remaining 10 or so pirates into a semicircle and turned to confront the beast. The Japanese were known for their fervent disposition. Once they set their minds to something, they would pursue it relentlessly, even at the risk of grievous injury. Though they had been paralyzed by fear, they now cast aside their own lives and united their efforts to retaliate. On the ship's bow, Zhang Yong observed the pirates mounting a coordinated counterattack and suddenly sighed. "Mr. Pylus, do you believe Yusiao can prevail?" The Westerner, engrossed in the scene, was still calculating, and upon hearing Zhang Yong's inquiry, replied hastily, "Duke, I fear. It may not be possible, only 2 may remain." As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling scream erupted from the battlefield. A pirate had struck the monstrous figure with his blade, only to be seized by the creature, which ruthlessly wrenched off his leg. Despite the knife embedded in its shoulder, the creature tore the pirate's limb away with the ease of ripping apart a cooked chicken. Witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, the remaining pirates felt a surge of ferocity and, rather than retreating, charged forward in unison. Observing this turn of events, Zhang Yong shook his head and remarked, "Mr. Pilos, I fear your estimations may be overly optimistic. Perhaps only 5 or 6 will remain." At that moment, 8 pirates still stood, each a formidable fighter who had persevered thus far and were now more ferocious than ever. In this small expanse before the gate, chaos reigned, drenched in blood and tumult. The monstrous assailant, beset by the pirates' desperate counterattacks, sustained multiple wounds. However, after claiming another victim, one pirate suddenly leapt forward, delivering a decisive strike. Though this pirate's skill was not particularly high, he recognized his impending doom and fought with reckless abandon. In a flash, his blade severed the creature's head. Though the monster was extraordinarily resilient, once decapitated, it finally collapsed. The remaining 6 pirates exhaled deeply, turning towards the white-sailed vessel. Even Chang Ji had fallen to this elder, likely presenting an even greater challenge than the monster itself, yet, having survived this brutal confrontation, they now felt invincible. On board, apart from the elder and the foreign men, there were merely a dozen sailors. One pirate shouted fiercely, "Kill!" This pirate was the same one who had previously commanded the counterattack. With a sharp command, several pirates surged forward, but at that moment, Zhang Yong suddenly declared in a deep voice, "Kill!" The sailors on the ship had already gathered on the deck. Upon hearing Zhang Yong's command, they simultaneously produced firearms from behind them. As the pirates prepared to storm the ship, a thunderous sound erupted as the firearms were discharged in unison. To the untrained eye, these appeared to be ordinary sailors, yet their coordinated movements drawing, aiming, and firing were executed with impeccable precision, resulting in a single deafening shot. In the wake of the gunfire, 4 pirates fell to the ground, though 2 remained standing. One of the surviving pirates had been struck in the left shoulder, while the other emerged unscathed. Although the firearms held immense power, they required reloading before they could be fired again, rendering them momentarily useless. However, the sailors had no intention of utilizing their firearms further after discharging a round. They cast the weapons aside on the deck, unsheathed their swords, and leapt down to encircle the 2 remaining pirates. Their movements were swift and decisive, revealing their considerable martial prowess. Despite the high skills of the 2 pirates, they found themselves overwhelmed, struggling to maintain their ground against the relentless sailors. To the bow of the ship, Zhang Yong gazed expressionlessly at the carnage below. The lifeless body of Long Changji lay at his feet, blood pooling on the deck. Yet Zhang Yong remained indifferent, regarding the corpse as no different from the anchor and ropes aboard. His eyes bore no trace of joy, only a hint of despondency. "Mr. Pilos, the strength of the Yuxiao is even less formidable than before, is it not?" It was only when the creature was decapitated by a pirate's blade that the Westerner Pilos finally lowered his left wrist. Upon hearing Zhang Yong's inquiry, he nodded and replied, "By my pulse count, the power of Balasiki is significantly inferior to that displayed during His Majesty's encounter." After a brief pause, he sighed and continued, "Clearly, we have failed once more. Of the 21 pirates, only about 12 had fallen to the Yuxiao, or Balasiki as the Westerner referred to it, yet the remaining pirates had dealt with the creature. Though not weak, its prowess was hardly worthy of such a name." Zhang Yong remarked, "Indeed, during the last encounter with the late emperor, over 30 skilled men perished before triumphing. It seems that without that box, further progress will remain elusive." They had conducted several trials, yet none had yielded the anticipated power. The Westerner, named Pilos, fell silent for a moment before asking, "Director, shall we continue?" "Naturally. We cannot afford to abandon our pursuit." A peculiar smile crept upon Zhang Yong's lips. "If our calculations are correct, that box will soon be within our grasp." Pilos looked taken aback, exclaiming, "Hasn't that box always been in Ezio's possession?" Zhang Yong cast his gaze downward. At that moment, only one pirate remained. This individual was exceptionally skilled, wielding a long sword to guard himself, yet he was merely fighting a desperate battle for survival. Just as he repelled 2 attackers, a sailor darted in from behind, delivering a lethal strike. The pirate could not evade this blow. The blade pierced through his back, nearly embedding itself within. With a frantic cry, He attempted to resist, but the fatal wound left him too weakened to retaliate, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed from his back. Observing the last pirate's demise, Zhang Yong stated coolly, "I have just received word that the box is no longer in Ezio's possession." No longer? Hylas was taken aback. That box was a treasure of immeasurable value to them, and Ezio was a target they had long sought to eliminate. Yet he had not anticipated that this seemingly distant object could come so close to them. Zhang Yong continued, "The last person Ezio encountered was Lady Hui." Hylas was again taken aback. Although he hailed from Europa, this elder appeared to possess a deeper understanding of the distant continent's current affairs than he did. Furrowing his brow, he said, "After enduring countless hardships to reach Europa, could she possibly return?" At this moment, the sailors had dragged the lifeless bodies one by one to a heap, those already devoid of breath piled together, while those still clinging to life were set aside. Zhang Yong cast a sweeping glance at the scene below. Soon, the disordered corpses would be consumed by flames, and this small island, which had languished under the yoke of pirates for a decade, would soon be reduced to ruins, leaving no trace behind. Thus, no one would ever know of the massacre that had transpired on this isle. Observing the grim tableau before him, Zhang Yong murmured, "Those who escape from hell shall surely return to it." Shao Yun would undoubtedly return. She might be the last remnant of the Central Plains Brotherhood, and thus would return with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. The enigmatic smile upon Zhang Yong's lips deepened. It was for this day that he had persuaded the current emperor to enact maritime prohibitions, declaring the construction of large vessels illegal, and ceasing even the issuance of trading permits with Japan. If Shao Yun wished to return, she could only do so aboard tribute ships from the vassal states of Annam, Ryukyu, or Malacca. At every port, he had already laid his traps. No matter where Shao Yun disembarked, he would assuredly be informed without delay. To kill her and seize that box would render the world akin to a mere plaything in his hands. At an unknown moment, Zhang Yong revealed a jade pendant in his grasp. Though modest in size, the jade was lustrous and smooth. Intricately carved, one side bore elaborate aquatic patterns, while the other displayed the seal character Dao. The natural way is called the Dao. Silently reciting this phrase he had encountered in his youth, even as an elderly man nearing the end of his days, a flame seemed to ignite once more in his eyes. The ambitions of his youth became increasingly vivid in his mind, while the paradise of his dreams appeared ever closer. Was this the former home of A Chong? Gazing at the desolate alley before her, as a chilling sea breeze swept through, Shao Yun seemed to hear A Chong's voice once more. Though she recognized this as mere illusion, she instinctively tightened her grip on the parcel in her hands and surveyed her surroundings. The walls on either side were on the brink of collapse, overrun with withered grass and wild weeds, trembling in the breeze, despite the day's weather being rather mild. Chuanzhou, once renowned and heralded as an unparalleled port, had been the seat of the maritime customs since the Song and Yuan dynasties. However, since the maritime customs were relocated to Fuzhou in the 8th year of the Qinghua reign, this place had fallen into decline. With the maritime prohibitions tightening, the number of ships entering the port dwindled day by day. In a few years, it was likely that scarcely a handful would dock throughout the year, a far cry from the former scene of bustling vessels and billowing sails. Even the lively memories that A Chong held had all but vanished. Much like the state of this nation, a sudden bitterness welled up within her, though she could not articulate the nature of that taste. Shao Yun recalled the years she had spent within the palace. At that time, A Chong had only recently entered the palace, a timid young girl. In the solitude of the deep palace, Shao Yun was her only friend, and in turn, she was the sole confidant for Shao Yun at that time. They all harbored dreams of winning the favor of His Majesty, aspiring to stand out among the countless women of the imperial harem, even though such aspirations seemed so elusive. During that period, A Chong shared with her many tales of her homeland, the sea breeze, the shimmering Carpe Lake, the city adorned with flamboyant bougainvillea, and the temples imbued with foreign architectural styles captivating the imagination of Shao Yun, who had never ventured beyond the confines of the harem. For this distant city of bougainvillea, also known as Chuanzhou, became a place of longing for her. It was for this reason that Shao Yun chose this locale as her first stop on the journey home, to fulfill the promise she had made to A Chong, to one day visit her hometown. Yet now that she had arrived, there was little here to evoke cherished memories. A Chong, you have already become a consort of His Majesty and likely no longer wish to see a rebel like me. As Shao Yun pondered this, the world before her suddenly dimmed, and she heard a low voice ahead say, "Brother, do us a favor." A sinking feeling gripped her heart as she looked up to see a figure emerging from the far end of the alley. This man brandished a short dagger, brazenly blocking the passage. Shao Yun recalled the words of Mr. Zhang Yun, who had once advised her that there is no retreat in a desperate situation. Such a narrow space was indeed a deadlock, and when paths crossed in such confines, only life and death remained. This terrain offered no escape for the enemy, just as it had severed her own avenues of retreat. Thus, unless one possessed absolute certainty of victory, one must never strike in such a place. Yet this individual dared to obstruct her path. Could he be one of the 8 tigers? However, his coarse voice did not resemble that of a eunuch, leaving her utterly perplexed as to his identity. Nonetheless, it was clear that he was a hired assassin sent by the 8 tigers. They had relentlessly pursued her even to Florence, where Mr. Zhu had fallen at their hands. Now, having just set foot on land, she found herself under their watchful gaze, truly a troublesome predicament. Shao Yun replied coolly, "What is it that you seek, sir?" The man sneered, saying, "Brother, you've just disembarked from the ship, and your burden is heavy. Our Sea Tiger gang has long set its sights on you. If you know what's good for you, leave your belongings behind, and I shall spare your life otherwise." He punctuated his threat with a flourish of the dagger, demonstrating a surprising skill in wielding it even in such a confined space. Yet, his demand for her to abandon her belongings revealed his murderous intent. Shao Yun retorted, in broad daylight, "You dare to commit murder and robbery? Do you not fear the law?" The man, unprepared for her righteous defiance, was filled with rage and shouted, "What law? I'm a law." As he spoke, he lunged forward with a swift step. Although he boasted of the Sea Tiger gang, in truth, he was a solitary figure. Trained in martial arts from a young age, he was known for his ruthlessness. In Xuanzhou, no one dared to provoke him. He typically preyed upon solitary travelers, knowing that if they perished, no one would come to their aid, allowing him to act with impunity. Seeing Shao Yun's slender frame, he assumed she would be an easy target, unaware that she had no intention of yielding, which ignited his ferocity. In the narrow alley, the individual displayed a unique skill honed through practice. Although the passage was confined, his mastery of the coiling serpent blade ensured that the weapon remained within half a foot of his side. Originally developed by fishermen for self-defense in the constrained and unstable confines of a boat, this style of knife fighting was tailored for close combat. Despite his nefarious occupation as a highwayman, he understood the principle that expertise arises from diligence rather than indulgence, dedicating himself to rigorous daily training with the serpent blade, yielding impressive results. His disposition was fierce, and emboldened by the support of his associates, he was incensed when the diminutive figure before him refused to yield. He struck with a blow as swift as lightning, impossible to evade in such a narrow space. Yet, as the blade descended, his vision blurred, and the figure vanished from sight. Was it sorcery? He was momentarily taken aback, causing his hand to falter. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a searing pain shot through the back of his neck, propelling him forward uncontrollably. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his short blade slipping from his grasp. The young man had proven to be a formidable opponent. A chill coursed through him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. In his usual confrontations, he left no survivors, fully prepared for the consequences of his actions. Recognizing his failure, he understood that his demise was imminent. Yet, after lying on the ground for a moment, he felt no additional pain. Tentatively, he reached to examine the back of his neck and found no wounds or blood, emboldening him to rise cautiously. The alley, typically devoid of pedestrians, was now eerily silent. As he looked around, he found the space empty, devoid of any presence. Had the individual fled? He retrieved his short blade and touched the back of his neck. In that instant, the agile youth had leapt up and struck the back of his neck with his heel. Though it was a critical area, the young man had not used the edge of his boot, so the pain was fleeting and soon subsided. This cold-hearted killer, known for his merciless nature, found himself perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Relieved yet baffled, he was grateful that the influential figure was likely unaware of his failure. He hastily exited the alley, peering cautiously around the corner. Noticing nothing amiss, he prepared to proceed when a low voice called out from behind him, "Chen Shilong, halt." Chen Shilong froze instantly. The voice, though soft, with sharp and unmistakable light, belonged to the influential figure. He stretched his neck, swallowed hard, and slowly turned, "My lord. Have you encountered the individual I mentioned?" A weight settled in Chen Kailang's heart, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, "Yes, my lord." Chen Shilong was a notorious one-legged thief in Xuanzhou, known for his ruthless demeanor. Last spring, while engaged in a similar act of highway robbery, he crossed paths with this very figure. His attempts to wield the serpent blade had been thwarted before he could even execute a single move. Expecting his demise and wishing for a swift end, he was unexpectedly spared by the influential figure, who instructed him to keep watch for a specific person and, upon discovery, to eliminate them for great reward. Chen Shilong was originally a notorious thief for whom murder and plunder were mere trifles. The prospect of earning merit through killing was, naturally, an enticing one. However, Shao Yun was not the meek victim he had envisioned. Rather, she nearly cost him his own life. Escaping with his life was already a blessing bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Mother, and he cared little for others. As he heard the voice of the man grow increasingly cold, a deep-seated fear took root in his heart. He uttered a few words, but realizing that they might suggest his indifference, he quickly added, "My lord, this fellow possesses formidable martial skills." Just as he intended to further commend himself, the man interrupted, saying, "I have already witnessed your efforts. You have done your utmost." A sense of relief washed over Chen Shilong as he thought, "The Lord is indeed magnanimous." Yet, before this thought could linger, a sudden and excruciating pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he was met with the sight of the man drawing a slender, needle-like dagger from his own heart. This was, however, Chen Kailang's final glimpse of the world. The sharp blade pierced his heart, and though he lingered on the precipice of death, his body grew rigid, rendering him immobile. The man's speed of action surpassed that of Chen Kailang's serpentine blade by more than double. As Chen Kailang's lifeless form crumpled to the ground at the alley's entrance, the man maintained an expression devoid of emotion. He stepped over Chen Kailang's corpse and continued onward, as if the fallen body were nothing more than a piece of wood or a fragment of stone. "Hui Fei, I never imagined you would escape the pursuit and return." A chill swept through the man's heart. Hui Fei's prowess had always been commendable, and since her return from the West, she had evidently ascended to even greater heights of skill. Fortuitously, the inspector's astute calculations had led him to patrol various ports, where he fortuitously encountered her. Now was the moment to trace the roots of her support and uproot her adversary. A faint smile flickered at the corners of his mouth as he turned to a companion, saying, "Pang Chun, let us proceed." Pang Chun, who had silently observed Chen Kailang's demise, finally responded, "Yes." After a brief pause, he added, "Gao Gonggong, should we inform Gu Gonggong?" Without a moment's hesitation, the man replied, "What purpose would that serve?" Pang Chun understood intuitively that his master intended to claim this achievement for himself. Although the inspector had instructed that this task should be a joint effort between his master and Gu Gonggong, the two had never been on amicable terms. With such a divine opportunity presented before him, his master was even less inclined to share the glory with another. He dared not voice his thoughts further, merely nodding in agreement and saying, "Indeed." Chapter 1. The Scheme. Shaoxing Prefecture, formerly known as Kuaiji, is said to be the site where Liu convened the lords of the realm to deliberate during his efforts to tame the waters. The records of the grand historian states, "Some say you met the lords in the south of the Yangtze River, calculated merits, and passed away, thus being buried here, hence the name Kuaiji." Kuaiji signifies the reckoning of merits. This place has long been a prominent hub of the nation, a land rich in talent and spirit, where the literary culture flourishes. On the western slope of Wulong Mountain within the prefecture lies Qishan Academy, founded by the esteemed statesman Fan Zhongyun during his tenure as the governor of Yuezhou, attracting numerous scholars from afar. Later, Zhu Xi also came here to impart his teachings, further enhancing the reputation of Qishan Academy far and wide. However, during the Yuan dynasty, it fell into decline. Yet, just 2 years ago, the governor of Shaoxing, Nindaji, along with the magistrate of Shanin, Wu Ying, undertook the restoration of the academy, expanding it with the construction of Mingda Hall and a Zunjing Pavilion. They extended invitations to renowned scholars, and students from all directions flocked to seek knowledge, making Qishan Academy surpass its former glory. Today, the academy is bustling with scholars, not only from nearby regions, but also from as far south as Huguang and northward to Jili. The number of scholars attending lectures throughout the year often exceeds 300 or 400. The steward of Qishan Academy, a man named Wu, is a lean old gentleman in his 60s. While stewards elsewhere merely attend to opening and closing doors and responding to calls, Wu, imbued with the scholarly ambience of what has subtly become the foremost academy in the realm, is also a lover of literature. Nonetheless, while the students immerse themselves in the 4 books and 5 classics, old Wu finds solace in leisurely narratives. At that moment, he was engrossed in the 10th chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, particularly the section on Zhuge Liang's stratagem against Zhou Yu. This book had been printed only a few years prior, and its pages remained pristine. As Wu delved into the narrative, he was suddenly interrupted by the faint sound of footsteps at the door, indicating that a student had arrived to seek knowledge. Qishan Academy adheres to the venerable teaching of the sage Confucius, embodying the principle of inclusivity in education, welcoming all seekers of knowledge without exception, provided they sign the register. Absorbed in his reading, Wu did not lift his gaze but casually pushed the register forward and said, "Please sign your name." He heard the faint rustle of someone signing. When the register was returned to him, he reluctantly placed his finger on the page recounting the borrowing of arrows with straw boats, raising his eyes to inquire, "Whom are you looking for?" Yet upon raising his head, he was startled to find no one before him. Convinced he had misheard, he looked down to see that someone had inscribed a few elegant characters in the last column of the register, reading "Seeking a friend." However, instead of a name, it bore an elaborate seal. A seal can indeed serve as a signature, typically found on ledgers and documents, as it is exceedingly intricate and difficult to forge without knowledge of its true significance. However, as the Academy's register did not involve any financial transactions, Wu wondered why this person chose to sign with a seal and why they did not specify whom they were seeking, nor did they even enter. Wu mused to himself that it was likely a mischievous student attempting to play a prank on him, muttering a curse under his breath, and returning to his reading of the clever exchanges between the Master of the Hidden Dragon and Duke Zhou. Unbeknownst to Wu, he did not recognize the seal as a coded message from the Assassin Society. In ancient times, Wei Yu, who attempted to assassinate Emperor Qin Shi Huang, gathered like-minded individuals to form a society, which has been passed down through generations. To obscure their activities, different names were adopted across eras, currently referred to as the Assassin Society. Due to the numerous members who often operated in secrecy, they frequently belonged to the same society without knowing each other. To communicate discreetly without drawing attention, a master innovatively devised this style of coded seal. Though she was met with skepticism, it was believed that the seemingly casual phrases in the text held profound significance, unaware that the intricate web of lines forming the seal was the true cipher. The first task for every new member of the Heart Society was to learn this cryptic script. It was Shao Yun who left this seal at the Qishan Academy. On this particular night, she stood upon a branch of a great tree on the northern slope of Wulong Mountain, gazing towards the distant southwest where the Qishan Academy lay. Would the last master of the Heart Society truly come to find me as promised? She pondered silently. Following the dying words of Mr. Zhu Jiyuan, she had left the seal on the roster during the day and now ventured here under the cover of night. However, Shao Yun harbored little confidence that the last master of the Heart Society could escape the pursuit of the 8 tigers. Though Mr. Zhu and she had sought refuge in the West, he had still been caught up with them in Venice. In Florence, without the assistance of Mr. Ezio, she too might not have evaded the final wave of pursuit. After 2 years away from her homeland, she genuinely feared that the master might no longer be among the living. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings pierced the night, and a bird darted swiftly past. Yet in the dim twilight, she could scarcely discern what kind of bird it was. Where should she go? Supporting herself against the tree, Shao Yun remained silent in the darkness. Draped in her cloak, her figure seemed to meld into the shadows. It was not Mr. Zhu Jiyuan who had drawn her into the Heart Society, but rather this master. Shao Yun recalled her days in the inner palace that fateful late spring when the emperor unexpectedly passed, plunging the palace into chaos. Even as she had been elevated to the position of Hui Fei, she felt utterly lost. Although the emperor had conferred upon her the title of consort, he had always regarded her as a playmate, encouraging her nimble nature to mock the ministers and eunuchs for amusement. It was during that tumultuous time she uncovered the conspiracy of eunuch Zhang. Had she not been rescued by the master, she would have been silenced then and there. After guiding her into the Heart Society and passing on the blade, the master vanished without a trace. Yet, she remained oblivious to the true identity of this master and even doubted his existence, considering the overwhelming power of eunuch Zhang, who now wielded unchallenged authority. Mr. Zhu had taken her to Italy to escape disaster, but Zhang's minions seemed relentless in their pursuit. The members of the Heart Society had nearly been eradicated by Zhang, except for that master. When Mr. Zhu informed her on his deathbed that the master was still alive, it felt as though, After a long and arduous journey through darkness, she had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Rebuilding the Heart Society would be exceedingly difficult alone, but with the Master, the prospects were significantly brighter. After all, to reignite the ashes, a mere spark was woefully inadequate. As she contemplated this, a faint sound emerged from the grass to her left. Though it was barely audible in the stillness of the night, she heard it distinctly. She spoke softly. "Master, is that you?" Her right hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword at her back. Since the demise of the late emperor, her life has teetered precariously on the edge of a blade, cultivating in her an unwavering vigilance. The moment her hand brushed against the hilt of her sword, a cold glimmer flashed before her eyes, akin to a swift silver ribbon surging forth. The sword energy. In an instant, Shao Yun unsheathed her long sword. She was oblivious to how the individual emerging from the underbrush had arrived unnoticed, indicating that this person was no ordinary foe. Judging by the grace of their strike, even if they were not one of the 8 tigers, they were undoubtedly a formidable underling of Lord Zhang. As she drew her sword, a bone-chilling cold enveloped her feet. The speed of her adversary's attack was indeed astonishing. As the sword energy swept past, a sharp crack resonated, and the branch she had just been standing upon, thick as her arm, splintered like rotting wood. Had she remained on that branch, she would have surely lost her footing and plummeted. However, with her right hand gripping the long sword, her left hand swiftly grasped a branch above her head. Though her fingers merely clutched the branch, Shao Yun's body was as light as a wisp of wind, and she deftly leaped onto it. Though her evasion was swift, the sword light that had sprung from the underbrush was swifter yet. After severing the branch she had been standing on, its momentum remained unyielding, ascending directly towards her, aiming to slice through the branch she now precariously perched upon. With 2 branches severed in quick succession, the sword energy finally began to wane. Yet, the blade suddenly slashed horizontally, sweeping across. This strike, though diminished, was insidiously lethal. Should the second branch break, Shao Yun would certainly fall, and the trajectory of the sword would strike her leg, potentially inflicting grievous injury or even severing her calf like the branches. The assailant, sensing victory within grasp, could not suppress a cruel smirk. This individual was merciless by nature, often striking with brutality in confrontations, aiming to dismember. Though tasked with tracking Shao Yun and temporarily restrained from killing her, they held no compunction about inflicting harm. Had Shao Yun remained oblivious to their presence, they would have continued to conceal themselves. But now that they were revealed, they would strike without hesitation. As for whether Shao Yun would bleed excessively and perish from her injuries, that concern was far from their mind. This sword, akin to a white rainbow traversing the heavens, radiated an extraordinary brilliance even amidst the surrounding darkness. However, contrary to what one might anticipate, the blade did not penetrate human flesh, but instead struck the sturdy trunk of a tree. With a resounding crack, splinters flew as the man's long sword swept past Xiaoyun's feet, cleaving into the great tree. The sword was remarkably sharp, and the force behind the strike was immense thus. Once embedded in the tree, it seemed as if the cut had ensnared the blade, rendering it momentarily immovable. Having faltered with his strike, Shao Yun seized the opportunity to thrust her sword downward, aimed directly at the man's brow. Unable to extricate his longsword, he acted swiftly, relinquishing the hilt and retracting his right hand's index and middle fingers. His fingers moved with such dexterity that they appeared capable of turning in any direction. With a gentle flick from his sleeve, a short sword sprang forth, leaping into his grasp like a living creature. Just at that critical moment, the clash of metal rang out as he parried Xiaoyun's blade. Though this lethal strike was thwarted, he found himself suspended in midair, relying solely on the upward momentum he had generated. With the force now spent, he began to descend directly. This man was indeed formidable. As his body sank, the speed of his fall doubled. Missing what should have been a decisive blow felt akin to making a grave error in a crucial chess match, leading to inevitable defeat. This individual's skills were exceptional, and his mind was astutely quick. He realized that engaging in aerial combat, with Shao Yun above and himself below, without a long sword, would leave him at a distinct disadvantage. In that fleeting moment, he resolved to gain the ground advantage, knowing that even a brief moment of solid footing would allow him to reclaim the upper hand, despite Shao Yun being airborne. With remarkable calculation and agility, he landed firmly on the ground. As he steadied himself, his mind cleared. Protecting his head with his right hand, he reached into his sleeve with his left hand's index and middle fingers, retrieving yet another short sword. Aware that his opponent wielded a long sword and could not defend adequately against the force of Shao Yun's strike, he understood that he merely needed to deflect her thunderous blow once he parried her attack. His left-hand short sword would deliver a truly lethal counter. With a resounding clash, Shao Yun's long sword met the man's right-hand short sword. He sensed that Shao Yun's sword was surprisingly light, but there was no time to ponder. Instead of retreating, he advanced, angling his left-hand sword upward in a reverse grip. At this moment, his defenses were wide open, yet Shao Yun remained suspended, unable to shift her position, rendering her incapable of launching another attack. Perish, he nearly uttered. Shao Yun's swordsmanship had surpassed his expectations, yet he understood that human strength is ultimately finite. Now firmly grounded, despite his unsteady stance, Shao Yun was still airborne, unable to adjust her form. His left sword was poised to pierce Shao Yun's shoulder. A sharp pain suddenly shot through his left shoulder, revealing that Shao Yun's blade had embedded itself beneath his scapula. Though this wound was not fatal, it rendered his entire arm powerless. He had not anticipated the swiftness of Shao Yun's strike, and his own short sword could no longer be thrust forth. Gritting his teeth, he advanced rather than retreating, relinquishing the protection of his heart to thrust his right-hand sword forward. This move was one of mutual destruction, a gamble in which both parties would suffer grievously. Shao Yun's speed had surpassed his expectations. With his left shoulder injured, half of his body was effectively incapacitated. Continuing the fight would yield only defeat. Thus, the only recourse was to launch a reckless offensive. An ancient adage states that when two strong opponents meet, the courageous prevails. This man, perceiving life as trifling, was resolute in his determination, caring little for the wounds he might sustain, fixated solely on vanquishing the adversary before him. He had calculated that even though Shao Yun was airborne, a single strike would inflict injury upon him, sacrificing his left arm to ensure that his right-hand sword would find its mark in Shao Yun's heart. However, his opponent's speed was astonishing. As he struck, she evaded, remaining aloft. Impossible! He nearly cried out in disbelief. How could a person suspend themselves in midair, unless they were divine? Yet, having missed both strikes, he found himself devoid of any chance of recovery. With a swift motion, Shao Yun's sword lightly grazed his right shoulder. With both shoulders wounded, his arms were rendered useless. Stumbling back 2 steps, he stood dazed, a mixture of unwillingness and fury etched across his face. It was then that Shao Yun gracefully descended to the ground. Her ability to hover was not due to any supernatural prowess, but rather the rope dart in her left hand. Measuring several feet, the slender cord was crafted from a blend of silkworm silk and deer tendons, exhibiting remarkable resilience. This was an item she had acquired when summoned by the late emperor to serve in the leopard chamber. It could easily support her weight of over 70 kilograms, and even a 200-kilogram man could rely on its strength. Due to her nimbleness, Shao Yun wielded the rope dart with such skill that it had nearly become an extension of her arm. When the man had lunged from the grass, she had already secured the dart to an overhead branch. Thus, even though a second branch fell victim to his sword, it posed no real hindrance to her. The man, having made the initial move, had assumed Shao Yun would inevitably fall, but in a moment of miscalculation, he lost everything. Despite his formidable swordsmanship, he had been rendered powerless by Shao Yun, now akin to an invalid. To kill him? Shao Yun hesitated. She had taken lives before, yet prior to the death of Mr. Zhu Jiyuan, she had never slain another. His untimely demise had shattered her moral restraint. Yet now, faced with an opponent who could no longer defend himself, she found it difficult to strike the final blow. Just as her resolve wavered, the man, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled. Though his arms were incapacitated, his legs remained unharmed, allowing him to sprint swiftly, disappearing within mere moments. Shao Yun understood that if she allowed him to escape, it would spell endless trouble for her. With a swift stride, she pursued him, her long sword aimed at his back. However, her strike landed on his right shoulder. Even at this moment, Shao Yun hesitated to deliver a fatal blow. By now, the man had reached the shade of a towering camphor tree. Just as her sword was about to pierce his body, a flash of sword light suddenly erupted from the other side of the tree. This man had previously remained hidden, even when his companion narrowly escaped death at Shao Yun's hands. He chose to act only now, sensing that Shao Yun's momentum had waned and that she was on the opposite side of the tree. In this moment of surprise, he seized the opportunity to strike. Shao Yun had not anticipated the presence of another person lurking behind the tree, and her heart sank. She had no time to pursue the fleeing man. Now, even if she wished to evade this ambush, she felt utterly uncertain. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to attempt it. At this moment, it was impossible to raise her sword in defense, but her agility surpassed that of an average person. When the man's long sword lunged toward her, she abruptly twisted her body, akin to a willow branch, evading the blade with an almost superhuman grace. Though she narrowly escaped the strike, a chilling sensation coursed through her. She was not unfamiliar with the assassins under the 8 Tigers. The most perilous encounter had been in Florence. Master Zhu had also fallen to that man, who relentlessly pursued her from Venice to Florence. Had it not been for Ezio's guidance, she feared she would not have stood a chance against him. At that time, she had believed that man to be the foremost assassin among the 8 Tigers, yet the individual before her now seemed even more formidable. Though she had evaded one strike, should her opponent transition from thrusting to slashing, a deep wound would surely mar her body. Aware of this grim possibility, Shao Yun had no alternative but to choose the lesser of two evils, hoping that the forthcoming blow would not be too severe, allowing her a chance to escape. As anticipated, the man's sword arced, aiming directly for Shao Yun's waist. With no means to evade, time appeared to slow. The wind flowed languidly, a leaf suspended in midair, descending at the pace of an ant. Within this thick, sluggish moment, a glimmering light suddenly shot forth from the side, inexplicably inserting itself beneath the man's blade. It was too swift. Shao Yun could not even hear the clash of swords, only witnessing the sparks that erupted as the two blades crossed. The lethal strike was thwarted by this unexpected intervention, granting Shao Yun a moment to retreat several feet, from which she exhaled a long sigh of relief. In that fleeting instant, two shadows converged, the sound of clashing swords abruptly silenced, leaving the figures motionless. Shao Yun held her breath, astonished to see the man who had earlier sustained her sword wound at his shoulders, now standing by the tree, seemingly forgetting to flee, observing the two shadows. In the darkness, their features were obscured. She sensed that the one emerging from behind the tree was slightly shorter, while the one who had come to her aid stood taller. The assailant had become a phantom, while the rescuer possessed an uncanny, almost divine presence, leaving even Shao Yun bewildered as to how he had arrived. With a resounding crack, the shorter man collapsed to the ground. Just as Shao Yun exhaled in relief, a flash of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at the individual beneath the tree. Witnessing his companion's fall, the man was initially stunned as he prepared to flee. He realized it was too late. He uttered a low gasp before collapsing himself. At the moment he fell, a spark suddenly shot up from his hand, piercing the heavens and exploding with a resounding pop. It was fireworks. A wave of dread washed over Shao Yun. At this juncture, her savior had already advanced to the tree, withdrawing a long sword from the lifeless body, wiping it clean before turning to whisper, "Your Highness, the escort from Gaofeng will arrive shortly. Please follow me." One of those slain was actually Gaofeng, one of the 8 Tigers? Countless questions swirled in Shao Yun's mind, but upon seeing a cascade of fiery lights illuminate the mountainside, she understood that someone had seen the signal and was approaching. Thus, she hurriedly followed the man in the opposite direction. Mount Wulong was not particularly high, yet it was seldom traversed by people, the trees growing densely around it, devoid of any path. The man moved swiftly, with Shao Yun trailing behind him, her steps light but her heart tumultuous. It was that esteemed teacher, the very one who had introduced her to the Heart Society. Upon hearing that slightly aged yet steadfast voice, Shao Yun felt a surge of excitement. Hui Fei was the title bestowed upon Shao Yun by the late emperor. However, with the emperor's demise, that title had faded into oblivion, and she had no desire to cling to that identity. She was far more intrigued by the teacher before her, who had guided her into the Heart Society many years prior, when she was merely a 14-year-old girl. Yet, the teacher had never allowed her to glimpse his true visage, nor revealed his identity. Afterward, she had never encountered him again. Even during the day, when she left coded messages at the academy, she had harbored doubts about his existence, feeling lost and bewildered. But now, the teacher had finally appeared, and she felt as if she had regained her footing. After walking a distance, they reached a small clearing dominated by an ancient pine tree. This tree, having stood the test of time, bore a crown like a colossal umbrella, its foliage immensely dense. Upon reaching the pine, the teacher halted and softly said, "Your Highness, here we need not worry about being pursued." Shao Yun stepped forward. The pine tree was so lush that standing beneath it felt akin to entering a cavern, with even the light of stars and moon unable to penetrate, allowing only a vague outline of a figure to be discerned. She approached, knelt on one leg, her left hand curving over her chest, and bowed gently, saying, "Teacher, please continue to call me little sister as you did before." This was the formal greeting bestowed by juniors upon elders in the Heart Society. When the teacher had rescued her from the pursuit of the 8 tigers, she had still been a young girl. With a soft flicker, a light ignited in the darkness. It was the teacher lighting a fire stick. Illuminated by the faint glow, a lean face adorned with a few wisps of beard emerged. Gazing at Shao Yun, the teacher smiled gently and said, "Still calling you little sister? Very well, within the Heart Society, there is no need to regard your status in the palace. You may call me Mr. Yongming instead." Xiaoyun's body quivered slightly. Master Yongming? These 4 characters, when separated, seemed utterly ordinary, yet when combined, they possessed the power to astonish the world. Even within the depths of the imperial palace, Shao Yun had heard this name. However, she could not fathom how this name could be linked to the Heart Society. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence of names? Master Yongming appeared to discern the confusion within Xiaoyun's heart and gently remarked, "I am Wang Shoren. Dear sister, you have truly endured much these past 2 years." When Shao Yun first encountered Master Yongming, she was merely 14 years old. 2 years later, the previous emperor passed away, plunging the palace into chaos, and her esteemed teacher vanished without a trace, leaving her in the tutelage of Mr. Zhu Jiyuan. It had been 5 years since then. Over these 5 years, Shao Yun had traversed distant lands, experiencing countless trials and tribulations, and was vastly altered from the 16-year-old girl who had departed. Especially after Mr. Zhu was assassinated by the 8 tigers, she seemed to have aged a decade overnight, her youthful innocence almost entirely obliterated. After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Master, how did you come to join the Heart Society?" Though she had been introduced by Master Yongming himself, she found it hard to believe that someone of his renown could become a member of the Heart Society. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would not have believed such a thing possible. Although she knew she ought not to be overly curious about her teacher's past, she was eager to unravel the intricacies of the matter. The firebrand extinguished. In the darkness, Master Yongming paused momentarily and softly replied, "This matter shall be discussed when the time is right. For now, let us seek a safe place to rest." He glanced at the sky and added, "Sister, as soon as you returned, Eunuch Zhang has set his sights on you. What do you wish to do next?" Xiaoyun responded, "Eunuch Zhang will undoubtedly continue to send people after me. I believe it would be best to leave here as soon as possible." She paused before continuing, "I wish to visit the capital once more." Chapter 2. The little point. As he gazed upon the lifeless body on the table, Nanjing's Gong de Yong felt a tremor of unease. The deceased was no ordinary individual. He was the deputy supervisor of the inner palace, the esteemed Gao Feng, who had only reached the age of 34. His elevated position among the inner officials was largely due to his connection with the powerful Zhang Gong. Compared to de Yong, the notorious Gao Feng was favored by Zhang Gong. Yet now, Gao Feng lay cold and lifeless, leaving de Yong uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The sorrow stemmed from their shared status as one of the 8 tigers. The death of a companion invariably evoked a sense of shared grief. However, with the elimination of a rival for Zhang Gong as favor, de Yong could not help but feel a tinge of schadenfreude. Although he had been ordered to act alongside Gao Feng, it was evident that Gao Feng had embarked on this mission alone, unbeknownst to de Yong. Clearly, Gao Feng had uncovered something significant and sought to claim the credit for himself, but his underestimation of the situation had led to his own demise. "Master Gong," spoke My Bing, de Yong's personal eunuch. Having served de Yong for many years, My Bing was astute and adept at navigating the whims of his master, who found great utility in his presence. Hearing My Bing's voice from outside the door, de Yong inquired, "What is it, Bing?" My Bing swallowed nervously and replied in a hushed tone, "Zhang Gong has arrived." For a moment, de Yong was taken aback, asking, "Which Zhang Gong?" But he quickly realized that only one Zhang Gong could elicit such trepidation from My Bing. Without a second thought, he flung open the door. Upon opening the door, he beheld a grand sedan chair carried by 24 bearers. De Yong, disregarding everything else, rushed forward and bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Your subordinate, Gong de Yong, humbly welcomes the esteemed presence of the supervisor." While it was not without precedent for eunuchs to lead troops, the formidable Zhang Yong, commanding the 12 regiments and 100,000 troops guarding the capital, was undoubtedly the most powerful figure of the present day. Typically, officials utilized sedan chairs borne by 8 bearers at most, yet Zhang Yong arrived in an opulent sedan chair carried by 24 men. Inside this lavish conveyance were tables, chairs, and couches, making it the most splendid of its kind. Upon sighting the chair, onlookers recognized the arrival of Zhang Yong. It was also rumored that as the Grand Commander, Zhang Yong was the finest swordsman in the capital. This reputation was founded on an incident during the reign of Emperor Zheng, when a Tatar prince had dispatched a mighty warrior to assassinate him. The warrior, immensely strong, was met with no resistance from the emperor's guards. Yet Zhang Yong managed to thwart the attack with a single long sword. In the ensuing struggle, the warrior fought fiercely but ultimately fell victim to Zhang Yong's prowess, his limbs severed, leaving behind only bones. Although De Yong had not witnessed this battle firsthand, he had seen the iron staff wielded by that warrior upon the emperor's return to the capital, weighing 70 pounds. It was a burden that would be beyond the strength of an ordinary person to lift. Contemplating how Zhang Yong had withstood such a formidable adversary with merely a sword sent a chill through De Yong's heart, even one as fearless as he. Furthermore, following Zhang Yong's removal of Lu Jin, the former leader of the Eight Tigers, De Yong had become increasingly subservient, no longer daring to exhibit any negligence. As the sedan curtain was lifted, the first to emerge was Qiu Ju, Zhang Yong's personal eunuch and guard. Stepping down from the sedan, Qiu Ju positioned himself at the entrance as Zhang Yong gracefully descended from within. As a eunuch endowed with considerable authority, Zhang Yong possessed an unexpectedly handsome appearance, starkly contrasting with the corpulent visage of Gu Deong. Were it not for the absence of 3 wisps of a pristine beard, one might mistake him for a venerable scholar well-versed in the classics. Observing Gu Deong's nearly obsequious demeanor, Zhang Yong remained unfazed and inquired, "Has the little demon been slain?" "Indeed, my lord," Gu Deong replied, his voice involuntarily lowering. "It must be the handiwork of Consort Hui." Zhang Yong emitted a faint grunt through his nose. Gu Deong had always placed immense value on official titles. Even though Shao Yun had become a rebel, he still referred to her by her original title. Zhang Yong remarked, "Does this woman possess such skill?" "Reporting to you, my lord. Lord Gao has always acted independently without consulting me. This time he must be intent on tracking down Consort Hui alone. I dare not claim the credit," Gu Deong continued. Although his words seemed to deflect responsibility, they were not entirely unfounded. Apart from himself, of the remaining 5 of the 8 tigers, only Qiu Ju had remained consistently by his side, while Gao Feng, his most trusted disciple, garnered Zhang Yong's favor. Gu Deong, who harbored considerable ambition, was not on particularly good terms with Gao Feng, a fact he was acutely aware of, while Zhang Yong found some comfort in this dynamic. Recognizing it as a means to maintain control, he knew that such circumstances could ultimately lead to mutual obstruction. Had Wei Bin, who maintained a cordial relationship with Gao Feng, accompanied them instead of Gu Deong, perhaps Shao Yun's head would already be presented before him. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Is the body of the little demon inside?" "Yes, it was discovered alongside the attendant Pang Chun at the northern foot of Wulong Mountain, but the perpetrator remains at large." Gu Deong paused before adding, "At that time, it was the dead of night, making it impossible to pursue in the mountains." "Wulong Mountain?" Zhang Yong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly asserted, "Take me inside." Gu Deong opened the door, allowing Zhang Yong and Qiu Ju to enter, and he hastily followed, shutting the door behind him. Zhang Yong gazed at the 2 corpses laid upon the table and said in a low voice, "Qiu Ju." Aside from their garments, Gao Feng was known as the demon, while Qiu Ju bore the moniker of the devil. These 2, as Zhang Yong's trusted aides, shared complementary titles. Yet Qiu Ju exhibited no semblance of reverence for his deceased colleague on the table. He approached the table and suddenly drew a dagger, striking at the corpse with a savage motion. His actions were rather crude, yet the body sustained no new damage. The dagger moved with the finesse of a butcher's knife, swiftly stripping the corpse of its clothing. In mere moments, the table was adorned with 2 completely nude corpses. Zhang Yong scrutinized the bodies with great attention, as if appraising exquisite jade artifacts. Gu Deong dared not utter a sound, pondering, what is there to admire about a corpse? Is the Lord mourning for his disciple? Yet, regardless of his thoughts, Zhang Yong did not seem a man prone to such sentimentality. As he pondered, he observed Zhang Yong retrieving a bamboo tube from his robe. This tube bore the marks of time, its exterior polished to a chestnut hue by countless hands. The lid, adorned with spiral engravings, was twisted off to reveal an array of neatly arranged small knives and forks, along with a pair of gloves crafted from sheep intestines. These utensils shimmered with a cold light under the candle-esque glow, revealing their sharpness, and despite their age, they bore no trace of rust. The gloves were exquisitely crafted, as delicate as gossamer and remarkably supple. Zhang Yong donned the lambskin gloves, allowing him to extract a small silver fork from the bamboo tube. He then probed the wound on Gao Feng's corpse and measured it with a small silver ruler, murmuring, "A piercing heart strike." Gu Deong had already examined the scene. Gao Feng's fatal injury was indeed to the front of his chest, a sword thrust that had undoubtedly caused his immediate demise. Despite their lack of compatibility, Gu Daong held a measure of admiration for Gao Feng's swordsmanship. The manner in which Gao Feng was slain by concubine Hui genuinely astonished him, as he had not anticipated that her journey to the west would have significantly enhanced her martial prowess. Upon hearing Zhang Yong's remark, he eagerly interjected, "Indeed, supervisor. The wound on the esteemed eunuch Gao is flat, with a slightly widened center, precisely matching the form of the swift sword wielded by concubine Hui." Zhang Yong said nothing further, turning his attention to another corpse. This deceased individual was Pang Chun, Gao Feng's subordinate. Although Pang Chun was a low-ranking eunuch, his skills were commendable. It was said he was not much inferior to Gao Feng. Gu Daong had also scrutinized the wounds on Pang Chun's body, noting he bore 3 injuries, one on each shoulder and a fatal one to his back. It was evident that after inflicting wounds to his shoulders, concubine Hui had intended to leave him alive to extract information, but Pang Chun's desperate attempt to flee compelled her to eliminate him. This reasoning seemed logical, for despite her enhanced abilities, concubine Hui was still a woman. Engaging in battle with Gao Feng was no trivial matter. With injuries to both shoulders rendering him unable to wield a weapon, Pang Chun's unscathed legs could have facilitated his escape. Thus, it was imperative for concubine Hui to dispose of him as well. Just as Gu Daong was about to speak again, Zhang Yong's voice resonated ominously, "Jia Gong. That woman Shao Yun surely has accomplices." This statement struck Gu Daong like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. The Central Plains Brotherhood, to which concubine Hui belonged, had long been their sworn adversary. The previous year, during the grand ceremony discussions, the 5 of them had united to help Zhang Yong eradicate these foes completely. The only remnants of that organization were the elusive Zhou Yun, who had fled to the west, and concubine Hui. Zhou Yun had perished in Venice. While although Shao Yun had escaped pursuit, she had returned to the Central Plains, fully aware that she was one of the last survivors, foolishly aspiring to resurrect that organization. If she truly had allies, did that imply the Central Plains Brotherhood had not been entirely destroyed? Gu Daong found this notion utterly incredulous. Zhang Yong continued without raising his gaze, stating, "The wound on the little demon's chest is 2 inches and 3/10 deep, inflicted at an upward angle of 5 degrees. The little demon stands at 5 feet 3 inches and 2/10. When the attack was made, the wound was approximately 3 feet 1 inch from the ground. A typical sword measures about 2 feet 7 inches. Thus, it can be deduced that the assailant's sword hand was about 3 feet 3 inches above the ground at the time of the strike. Unless the assailant possessed extraordinary attributes, a common person would typically hold a sword about 1 to 2 inches above the navel. This individual must have adopted a bow stance to exert such force, suggesting their navel height should be around 3 feet 5 inches. Generally, navel height accounts for 60 to 63% of total height. Therefore, the swordsman must stand at least 5 feet 5 inches tall, possibly even 5 feet 8 inches, to achieve such an upward thrust. 3 years ago, the disappearance of Shao Yun was recorded in the archives of the Imperial Wardrobe Bureau, noting her height as 5 feet 1 inch, which is notably shorter than the lesser demon by 2 inches. Thus, she could not possibly be the one capable of inflicting fatal harm upon him. At this point, Zhang Yong paused momentarily before continuing. The wound on Pang Chun's back, inflicted by a sword, bears a striking resemblance to the injury on the front of the lesser demon. Therefore, you might think it was the work of a single individual. However, the injuries on Pang Chun's shoulders were inflicted at a steep angle of 70 degrees from above. Such an angle indicates a downward thrust, not one that could be achieved from a horizontal position. While the sword wounds on both shoulders, although similar in shape to those on the lesser demon, are merely 5/10 of an inch deep. When the lesser demon suffered her fatal injury, 2 of her ribs were shattered, indicating an extraordinary force behind the attack. In contrast, the wounds on Pang Chun's shoulders are shallow, suggesting that the assailant relied on their weight to strike downwards, yet the depth remains minimal. This implies that the individual who injured Pang Chun must weigh less than him, and thus, the one who delivered the lethal blow to his back cannot be the same person. Zhang Yong lifted his head, cleaning the small silver fork that had been probing the wound on the corpse with a silk handkerchief, and declared, there were indeed 2 assailants. One stood around 5 feet tall, weighing no more than 80 pounds, most likely the demoness Shao Yun. The other, however, was approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighed at least 100 pounds. He paused and continued, "It should be a man." Gu Daong felt as though his breath had momentarily ceased. He noticed the striking similarity in the fatal wounds suffered by Pang Chun and Gao Feng, leading him to suspect that it was indeed the handiwork of concubine Hui. Yet, in Zhang Yong's eyes, so much could be discerned merely from the injuries on the 2 men. Although 5 feet 7 inches is considered tall, it is not excessively so, and one cannot deduce much from height alone. He hesitated, saying, Supervisor. Before Gu Daong could finish his thought, Zhang Yong interjected. Gu, there is no need for your concern in this matter. You should proceed to Macau to properly handle the affairs concerning Mr. Pelos. That will be your remarkable achievement. Each of the 8 tigers bore a nickname. Besides the high demon Xiao Mo, who was beside Zhang Yong, there was Wei Bin, known as the Serpent. Wei Bin had once commanded the 3,000 camps and was particularly skilled in the art of tracking. During the Great Rites, it was Wei Bin who uncovered the secret meeting place of the Central Plains Brotherhood in the capital, allowing for its eradication. Aside from Zhang Yong and Gu Daong, there was also Ma Yongsheng, nicknamed the Butcher. Ma Yongsheng was known for his extreme cruelty, while the 8 tigers were all merciless killers. Others took no delight in their deeds, whereas Ma Yongsheng derived pleasure from it. For him, the act of killing was a source of enjoyment. The members of the Central Plains Brotherhood captured during the Great Rites ultimately met their end at his hands, and for those who fell into his grasp, a swift beheading became their ultimate aspiration. Gu Daong's own nickname is Jie. This moniker, named after the tyrannical last emperor of the Xia dynasty, does not imply any disloyalty on his part, but rather carries a different connotation. Emperor Jie considered himself akin to the sun and the moon, viewing the common people as mere grass. This led to the creation of a song during that time. When will the sun and moon perish? I shall perish alongside you. While Gu Daong's power is far from that of Jie, his cruelty is sufficient to earn him the name. Nonetheless, in the presence of Zhang Yong, Gu Daong appeared as pliable as soft clay, bowing and saying, I shall faithfully obey the supervisor's command. Although the notion of being replaced by another discomforted Gu Daong, his expression remained unperturbed. At this moment, Zhang Yong removed his gloves and returned them to the bamboo tube, suddenly saying, Jie Gong, before you depart, ensure that the small demon and the remains of Pang Chun are properly interred. It is a sorrowful fate for one to leave this world without a proper end. They must be granted a dignified death. Zhang Yong's tone had always been chilling, yet in this final statement, there was a hint of sentimentality. Gu Daong pondered, the small demon has already met his demise, and he has no family. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? However, Gu Daong had always refrained from voicing dissent in front of Zhang Yong, simply bowing and replying, Yes, yes. Zhang Yong said nothing further and turned to exit. Xiao Ju, who had remained silent, moved swiftly, opening the door before Zhang Yong reached it. Only after Zhang Yong had crossed the threshold did he follow suit. Gu Daong hurried to bid farewell, but the 2 men paid him no heed and ascended the carriage. The twilight had deepened, and the stars and moon cast a silvery glow upon the ground. Inside the carriage, the 2 men felt as if they were in an entirely different realm. Xiao Ju stood attentively by Zhang Yong's side, not daring to take a seat, while Zhang Yong sat in contemplation. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yong suddenly inquired, Xiao Ju, do you believe Shao Yun still resides in Shanin City? Xiao Ju had kept his head bowed and had not raised it until now. At last, he replied, reporting to the governor, Shao Yun must have returned with the intent of re-establishing their brotherhood. Having already made contact with his accomplices, he likely will not remain in Shanin. Zhang Yong nodded thoughtfully. Logically, after achieving his objectives, Shao Yun would not linger here. Yet, after a brief pause, he coldly smiled and added, there remains another possibility. Shao Yun might be hiding in Shanin, even in the vicinity of Wulong Mountain. Xiao Ju was taken aback, exclaiming, near Wulong Mountain? That could only be the Qishan Academy. It is improbable that Shao Yun would stay there. The Qishan Academy, a gathering place for scholars, was under the leadership of Mr. Yang Ming, who had past affiliations with Zhang Yong. In the past, Mr. Yang Ming quelled the rebellion of Prince Pingming within a month, capturing the rebel leader, Prince Ning, Chenhao. At that time, Emperor Zhengde had intended to lead an expedition himself, appointing Zhang Yong as the vanguard. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yang Ming swiftly quelled the turmoil, to the extent that Emperor Zhengde had yet to set out. Thereafter, slanderous courtiers insinuated that Mr. Yang Ming must have colluded with Prince Ning, claiming that he turned against him upon sensing danger, which allowed him to capture Prince Ning so quickly. However, Zhang Yong vehemently defended Mr. Yang Ming before Emperor Zhengde, who ultimately believed that Mr. Yang Ming had not conspired with Prince Ning. Although their encounters had been few thereafter, they maintained a strong bond. Owing to this connection, and considering that Qishan Academy was significantly expanded and renovated under the auspices of the then prefect of Shaoxing, Nandaji, Gu Daong refrained from disturbing the academy even after discovering the corpses of Gao Feng and Pang Chun at the northern foot of Wulong Mountain. Thus, hearing Zhang Yong's suspicion towards Qishan Academy, Xiao Ju couldn't help but be astonished. The 24 bearers of the palanquin were elite soldiers handpicked by Zhang Yong from his own regiment, renowned as the Flower Legs. During the Southern Song Dynasty, The extravagant General Zhang Yun selected tall and robust soldiers with handsome features from the military to form a unit, marking their lower bodies with tattoos, thus earning the moniker Flower Legs. Zhang Yong, though a eunuch, claimed descent from the ancient lineage of Qinghe, and thus he meticulously assembled a small contingent. Despite their limited numbers, these agile warriors were each exceptionally skilled, forming indeed a formidable elite. However, the principal task of this elite was merely to serve as bearers for Zhang Yong. In the deep of night, a vast palanquin moved swiftly and steadily, with only the soft rustling of the bearer's footsteps echoing against the cobblestone path, rendering the journey within nearly imperceptible. Suddenly, Zhang Yong whispered, "To truly comprehend this matter, one must engage in practice." Qiuju, having read little and unaware that this was a line from Lu Fengwen's poetry, grasped the essence, contemplating that the supervisor did not trust anyone. A lack of trust among individuals was likely a shared sentiment among the 8 tigers. They referred to themselves as the ZUI group. Despite ZUI being a benevolent creature that consumes no living being, the initial 8 were dubbed the 8 tigers, signifying that even though they proclaimed themselves virtuous, they were, in truth, as ferocious as wicked tigers. Among them, Lu Jin rode ahead, his power far exceeding that of others, indeed capable of overshadowing the sky. At that time, Zhang Yong served under Lu Jin, faithfully attending to him with unwavering loyalty. In Qiuju's eyes, Zhang Yong was the most devoted to Lu Gonggong. Unexpectedly, during the rebellion of Wang Anhua, Zhang Yong seized the opportunity to denounce Lu Jin, resulting in Lu Jin's ultimate punishment by dismemberment. Enduring in silence, he struck with lethal precision. Such was the supervisor's style. Reflecting on this, Qiuju dared not meet Zhang Yong's gaze any longer. The following morning, Zhang Yong and Qiuju arrived at Qishan Academy. Although both were among the most powerful figures of the current dynasty, they donned simple attire, leaving even their grand palanquin waiting at the mountain gate. Zhang Yong ascended the mountain alone with Qiuju, while the gatekeeper, Old Wu, required them to sign the visitor's log. Observing the names, Old Wu thought to himself that this Zhang Yong penned an exquisite hand. He inquired, "Might I ask if Mr. Zhang has come to seek knowledge or to discuss philosophy?" Visitors to the academy typically fell into 2 categories: those drawn by the renown of a particular instructor seeking enlightenment, and those who, confident in their own talents, sought to enhance their reputation. Judging by appearances, one of these 2 men, robust and nearing 40, and the other, smaller and more refined, had already surpassed 60, suggesting they were rather advanced in age for scholars. If they were to discuss philosophy, neither seemed to embody the scholarly demeanor. Though Old Wu himself was not particularly learned, he could recognize characters and peruse leisurely texts like the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Given his long tenure at Qishan Academy, which was subtly acknowledged as the foremost academy in the realm, he could often discern a person's essence at a glance. Yet, these 2 individuals evoked an impression of inscrutable profundity. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Yong replied, "Please inform Mr. Yang Ming that an old friend, Zhang Yong, has come to visit." The mention of Yang Ming startled Old Wu, compelling him to rise and exclaim, "Ah, Mr. Zhang is an old acquaintance of Mr. Yang Ming. My apologies. Please, Mr. Zhang, wait a moment while I convey your message." The esteemed reputation of Qishan Academy chiefly stemmed from Mr. Yang Ming's presence. Without his support, even the governor of Nan's efforts could not have allowed Qishan Academy to rise above the multitude and emerge as a leader among the scholarly institutions. The scholar who approached Mr. Yang Ming was well known to Old Wu, though visits from old acquaintances were few and far between. Old Wu, no longer daring to be negligent, abandoned his post in the gatehouse where he had been observing the formidable Zhang Wenyuan at Zaijin and hurriedly made his way outside. Just a few steps into his journey, he spotted a young scholar engrossed in his reading, reciting verses softly while occasionally glancing at the scroll in his hands, evidently revising his studies. Old Wu recognized him as Wang Ji, a favored disciple of Mr. Yang Ming, and called out, "Mr. Wang." At 28 years of age, Wang Ji hailed from Shanin. 3 years prior, he had failed the imperial examination for the Ministry of Rites, and upon hearing of Mr. Yang Ming's return to his hometown to lecture, he resolved to return and study under him. Currently, he was diligently preparing for this year's imperial examination, and as he walked while memorizing, he suddenly heard Old Wu's call. Raising his head, he responded, "Old Wu, what is it?" Old Wu hastened to his side and whispered, "Mr. Wang, could you please inform Mr. Yang Ming that his old friend, Zhang Yong, has come to visit him?" The name Zhang Yong was, to Old Wu, merely an ordinary name, yet for Wang Ji, a gentleman of letters, it struck him with surprise. He looked up, feeling a buzzing in his head as he pondered, "Is it the esteemed Zhang Gonggong? How could he possibly be here? Is it true that he and our master are old friends?" Zhang Yong, a eunuch, was also the most powerful figure in the realm, making it highly improbable for such a person to seek education at Qishan Academy. Could he truly be an old acquaintance, here to pay a visit? Wang Ji quickly replied. Certainly, old Wu. I shall escort them. Mr. Yangming's lectures were held at the Mingda Hall of Qishan Academy. The principle of the grand learning lies in the illumination of moral virtue, with the term Mingda derived from the opening sentence of the Great Learning. In front of Mingda Hall stood the Deshang Hall, dedicated to Confucius, while behind it lay the Zunjing Pavilion, a repository of books. Originally named the Shanshu Pavilion, it was renamed after the reconstruction of Qishan Academy by the Southern Great Luck. Once in a state of disrepair, the academy now stood resplendently, with soaring eaves and intricately designed angles. Wang Ji led Zhang Yong and Qiu past the Deshang Hall and paused before Mingda Hall, saying, "Gentlemen, please wait here while I report to the master." Left outside the hall by this young scholar, Qiu felt a surge of irritation. Not one to possess a gentle disposition, he would have likely expressed his displeasure had Zhang Yong not been present. Now, suppressing his anger, he muttered under his breath, "These pretentious scholars certainly carry themselves with great airs." Zhang Yong smiled faintly and replied, "Individuals of the academy are, by nature, not of our ilk." Qiu, do not lose your decorum. To this, Qiu responded, "Yes, sir," though he could not shake off his frustration. He silently surveyed his surroundings. The Mingda Hall was impressively spacious, its eaves lofty. Glancing upward, he noticed a hawk-like bird perched at the eaves, its small form standing proudly at the pinnacle, its eyes glinting with the cold light. For reasons unknown, the sight of the bird unsettled Qiu, and he inwardly cursed, "This wretched creature, like those pretentious scholars, looks down upon others." As he contemplated this, a figure hurriedly emerged from Mingda Hall, and from a distance of about 15 or 16 paces, called out, "Zhang Gong. Having traveled from afar, Ruin has failed to welcome you properly. I am truly at fault." The figure who welcomed them was none other than Mr. Yangming himself. Mr. Yangming, now 54 years old, though not in his youth, possesses a tall and handsome stature, exuding an aura that naturally endears him to those who encounter him. Even someone as impatient as Qiu finds himself calmed by Mr. Yangming's presence, feeling as if a gentle spring breeze has washed over him, rendering any prior anger completely forgotten. Zhang Yong approaches, saying, "Brother Yangming, it has been several years since we last met, yet you remain as graceful as ever. Truly a cause for celebration." Were one unaware of Zhang Yong's true identity, they would surely assume him to be merely a scholar reconnecting with an old acquaintance, unaware that he is, in fact, a figure of immense political power. The two ascend the steps and enter the Mingda Hall, a place for lectures that typically fills with eager students whenever Mr. Yangming takes the stage, even spilling over onto the stone steps outside. However, at this moment, due to the absence of classes, only a few students are present, diligently reviewing their lessons. Upon Mr. Yangming's arrival, these students, adhering to the principles of respect for their teacher, rise to bow in deference before returning to their studies. Mr. Yangming leads Zhang Yong and Qiu upstairs. Once the attendant brings in tea, Zhang Yong sighs, "Brother Yangming, your return to your homeland to cultivate talent truly commands respect." Mr. Yangming smiles modestly, replying, "I dare not claim such merit. My talents are shallow. I merely hope not to misguide my students. This alone suffices for my lifelong ambition." Zhang Yong smiles gently, adding, "It seems you have not seen Brother Yangming in these past years either?" Mr. Yangming responds, "Brother Yangming continues to grow in vigor. The capable are ever busy. It has indeed been several years since I last encountered him. Have you not crossed paths with him in the capital, Lord Zhang?" Zhang Yong sighs. Although Brother Yangming has surpassed 70, he remains as spirited as ever, tirelessly active. His recent appointment as the overall commander of the three borders makes it unlikely we shall see him in the near future. Qiu had anticipated that Zhang Yong would mention the discovery of the corpse of Gao Feng near Qishan Academy, but instead, Zhang Yong engages in nostalgic discourse, leaving Qiu perplexed about the true intentions of the supervisor, suspecting he is merely hinting at something. Ultimately, Zhang Yong discusses little beyond reminiscing and recent happenings in the capital, neglecting to address other matters. Feeling somewhat impatient, Qiu suddenly hears Zhang Yong inquire, "Brother Yangming, are these the renowned four teachings attributed to you?" In the guest room of the Mingda Hall, four vertical scrolls adorn the walls, inscribed with the following phrases: "The mind, devoid of good and evil, is the essence. The mind, possessing good and evil, is the intent. Knowing good and evil is the inherent knowledge. Pursuing good and avoiding evil is the rectification of things." These four sentences encapsulate the essence of Mr. Yangming's lifelong scholarly pursuits, known as the School of Mind. The disciples of the Wang family must first memorize these teachings. Upon hearing Zhang Yong's question, Mr. Yangming affirms, "Indeed, you honor me with your attention." Zhang Yong examines the four scrolls closely, saying, "Brother Yangming, if the essence of the mind is devoid of good and evil, then the universe is my mind. and my mind is the universe. Therefore, intention, knowledge, and things are nothing outside of the universe, all of which should be devoid of good and evil. Why then do we have such distinctions? Mr. Yangming replies, what you say is indeed correct. The essence itself is without good and evil, yet, when it moves, distinctions arise. Thus, there must be the capacity to cultivate inherent knowledge. Knowledge is the beginning of action, and action is the manifestation of knowledge. The rectification of things leads to knowledge, which is fundamentally about pursuing good and avoiding evil. On one side, Qiu felt dizzy, pondering, what is this old scholar rambling about? Zhang Yong, however, wore a cheerful demeanor as he replied, Indeed, I am enlightened by your teachings. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhang Yong remarked, the hour is late. We must take our leave. Brother Yangming, your knowledge transcends the heavens. Alas, had I not been bound by my position as a Yellow Gate official, I would have surely resided in the academy longer to absorb your wisdom. In truth, Zhang Yong was several years older than Wang Yaming, yet he spoke with such deference. Naturally, Mr. Yangming reciprocated with a few courteous words before serving tea and seeing his guests off, instructing Wang Ji, who stood behind him, to escort Zhang Yong and Qiu out. Having listened to the exchange between Zhang Yong and the esteemed scholar, Wang Ji felt a profound admiration for the official, reflecting, I have long heard of Zhang Gong's considerable influence, yet he is indeed so erudite and well-informed. One cannot judge a person by appearances. As a senior disciple under Yaming, he revered the scholar as a towering figure. He had memorized the 4 lines of instruction to perfection, never realizing that the first line contradicted the latter 3. Yet Zhang Yong's ability to engage in a debate with the scholar on such intricate meanings left him utterly astonished. Once outside Qishan Academy and having descended the mountain, the 2 men boarded their sedan chair. After a brief journey beyond the mountain gate, Zhang Yong suddenly spoke in a low voice, Qiu, you must immediately instruct capable individuals to filter through everyone in Qishan Academy who stands taller than 5 feet 5 inches. Anyone whose whereabouts cannot be ascertained within the past 3 days must be subjected to stringent investigation. Qiu, having not comprehended Zhang Yong's earlier dialogue with Mr. Yangming, was taken aback. Among the 7 members of their Zoru group, there were indeed learned individuals like Zhang Yong and Wei Bin, but others, like Qiu, could barely recognize a few characters. Standing behind Zhang Yong and witnessing his animated conversation with Mr. Yangming, he was oblivious to the official's intentions, surprised that he still found time to engage in light banter with an old friend. Upon hearing Zhang Yong's sudden directive, he promptly bowed his head and replied, understood. In Qishan Academy, counting both students and instructors, including those who came for short-term study and discussions, there were likely close to 1,000 individuals. Those exceeding 5 feet 5 inches would number around 1 or 200. Sifting through such a crowd truly felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, under Zhang Yong's command of the eastern and western factories, conducting such a search would not pose a significant challenge. Yet Qiu hesitated and asked, but sir, should Mr. Yangming also be included in this inquiry? Mr. Yangming, too, surpassed the height of 5 feet 5 inches, and Qiu thought perhaps the official had overlooked this detail. Mr. Yangming was a close confidant of the official, and their earlier conversation had revolved solely around camaraderie, with no mention of other matters. It seemed Zhang Yong was reluctant to act against the academy out of concern for appearances, including Mr. Yangming in the stringent investigation might provoke the official's ire and make Qiu appear unwise for suggesting it. Zhang Yong did not offer further commentary, but unconsciously tapped a finger lightly on the table. The earlier debate with Mr. Yangming had been utterly perplexing to Qiu, yet Zhang Yong began to sense a subtle dissonance. If their past collaboration had been driven by a shared objective, he now increasingly felt that he and Mr. Yangming were ultimately traversing divergent paths. While Mr. Yangming believed that a heart devoid of good and evil was crucial, and that the sole means to reach the other shore was through discerning good from evil and choosing virtue over vice, Zhang Yong considered that as long as the goal was achieved, the concepts of good and evil held little significance for him. If these 2 paths could run parallel without conflict, each might find its rightful place. However, should they intersect, Zhang Yong's fingers involuntarily struck the table with greater force. It is no trivial matter to resolve upon such a determination, yet once that resolution is made, there is no turning back. He spoke coldly, it is the same. Qiu felt a jolt in her heart and whispered, Duke, do you believe that Mr. Yangming is not without suspicion? Though unlikely, it remains essential to treat all equally. The pursuit of knowledge necessitates rigorous examination. Without such scrutiny, how can one attain understanding? Zhang Yong spoke slowly, pausing to reflect before continuing. The next move of that woman, Shao Yun, is most likely to target either Ma Yongqing or Gu Daong. They are currently situated in opposing directions, forcing her to choose one. Whomever she selects will undoubtedly be at the behest of her accomplice. Should she head south? Zhang Yong's words, though directed at Qiu, were spoken with the understanding that this subordinate, despite her formidable martial prowess, lacked mental acuity and would likely not grasp his intent, thus he refrained from elaborating. Yet, he perceived the situation with clarity. Warfare has always been akin to a game of chess, and the current board has been set. True confrontation is imminent. Although Shao Yun secured the initial move, neither she nor her enigmatic ally seemed to realize they had merely advanced closer to their own trap. Gu Dayong's journey south was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and addressing him would prove less challenging than dealing with Ma Yongqing. If Shao Yun indeed turned southward, Zhang Yong could ascertain the identity of her orchestrator. Should this be the case, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed a cold smile. Qiu, inherently a man of dark temperament, felt a shiver at the sight of Zhang Yong's faint smile and replied solemnly, "As you command." Yet, his thoughts lingered. If that woman chooses Daong, what implications does that hold? The Duke's words remain unspoken. Unbeknownst to Qiu, Zhang Yong harbored a twinge of hidden anguish. His brief exchange with Mr. Yangming, though yielding no immediate results, had made it painfully evident that this friend was drifting further away from him. Though destined for the same destination, their paths now diverged. Despite the instructions given to Qiu, Zhang Yong inwardly hoped that the concealed adversary would not be Mr. Yangming. Chapter 3. The initiative. Upon entering the gates of Changyang Palace, Consort Zhang Shun could not help but cast her gaze towards the western Kuan-Ning Palace. A setting sun hung magnificently above the glazed tiles of Kuan-Ning Palace, casting a radiant glow across the surface. She sighed lightly and instructed her attending maid. "Let us proceed inside." As the sixth rank among the 8 levels of consorts, virtuous, gracious, solemn, respectful, benevolent, compliant, peaceful, and tranquil, Consort Zhang Shun's status was modest, relegating her to the cold and desolate Changyang Palace within the eastern 6 palaces. This expansive residence, largely unoccupied by other consorts, felt even more forlorn. Once inside, after attending to her ablutions, the maid lit the candles, offered her respects, and quietly withdrew, leaving Consort Zhang Shun alone in the chamber. She seated herself at the table, observing the flickering candlelight and reflecting on the harsh reprimand she had received from Empress Chen earlier that day. She could not suppress another sigh. Although the rank of Consort Zhang was not particularly high, her favored status in the eyes of His Majesty rendered her a thorn in the side of Empress Chen. Reflecting on her initial timidness upon entering the palace, she could hardly recall how she had envied Yun after her elevation to the rank of consort. It felt like a distant memory. If only Yun were here, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Yet, at that moment, Consort Zhang rose abruptly, as if that whispered invocation resonated with her innermost feelings, sending a shiver through her heart. Was her prolonged stay in the Changyang Palace driving her to madness? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a figure suddenly materialized before her, as if conjured by magic. The scene was utterly surreal. Consort Zhang nearly gasped. But before she could utter a sound, the figure had lowered her hood, revealing a familiar visage. "Yun." Consort Zhang breathed out in a low moan. She could scarcely believe her eyes. The person before her was indeed her sole friend in the palace, Yun, draped in a dark cloak. Yun seemed to vanish into the shadows when she pulled the garment around her. When she unveiled herself, it was as though she had emerged from thin air. Just as Consort Zhang moved to embrace her, her steps faltered. Such a gesture was commonplace for most, yet for Consort Zhang, who was accustomed to being supported by a maid due to her bound feet, it was an arduous task. As her body swayed, she teetered on the brink of falling. But just as she began to lean, a hand grasped her arm. It was Shao Yun, whose warmth confirmed to Consort Zhang that this was neither a phantom nor a ghost, but her dear companion who had shared many solitary moments within the palace walls. She murmured, "Yun, it truly is you." "It is I," Shao Yun replied, her appearance little changed from years prior, save for a hint of weariness. She glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Chang, how long have you been in Changyang Palace?" 3 years, Consort Zhang hesitated, seemingly reluctant, before adding, "Not long after you left." Her voice trembled slightly, though Shao Yun took no notice. Consort Zhang regarded Shao Yun with a hint of suspicion and, before she could inquire further, lowered her voice even more. "Yun, how did you manage to enter the palace?" Shao Yun smiled faintly. Unlike Consort Zhang, who had bound feet, Shao Yun had never undergone such a constraint. After being bestowed the title of Hui Fei by the late emperor, her tasks had involved discreetly gathering intelligence on officials and eunuchs. Naturally agile, she had grown familiar with the grounds of the Forbidden City. Having visited Changyang Palace several times before, she likely knew the layout better than Consort Zhang, who had resided there for 3 years. Yet, Her successful infiltration of the palace was not solely due to her own prowess. It was facilitated by the arrangements of Mr. Yongming. Although the Heart Society had been nearly eradicated, Mr. Yongming still maintained numerous connections in the capital. Once she arrived in the city, accommodations and travel were arranged seamlessly for Shao Yun, including her entry into the Forbidden City itself. Entering this heavily guarded imperial city is undoubtedly no simple feat. However, it is not as inconceivable as Lady Zhang Shun perceives. Shao Yun whispered, "Rest assured, no one will see us. I have come solely to see you, and I will depart shortly." Lady Zhang Shun's complexion was remarkably pale, nearly devoid of color. She stared blankly at Shao Yun for a moment before softly inquiring, "Yun, you were here for that thing, aren't you?" Lady Zhang Shun had always been articulate and graceful, captivating the current emperor with her singing and dancing, which earned her the title of consort. Yet now, her words were hesitant. An ominous premonition stirred within Shao Yun, and she cautiously asked, "What has happened to that thing?" After a moment of hesitation, Lady Zhang Shun seemed to gather her resolve and confessed, "Yun, I have wronged you. That thing has been lost." Shao Yun's brows furrowed slightly as she stepped closer to Lady Zhang Shun, placing her right hand on her shoulder. "Chong, do you remember where you misplaced it?" Realizing that Shao Yun was not blaming her, Lady Zhang Shun continued, "The moment you left, I was performing the Ji dance for the Empress Dowager in the Rinshou Palace, and I entrusted that thing to the palace." Lady Zhang Shun referred to an incident from the third year of the Jiajing reign. At that time, Shao Yun, as the late emperor's concubine, was required to reside in the Rinshou Palace alongside Empress Zhang, rarely permitted to venture outside. Lady Zhang Shun was merely a maid then, subject to fewer restrictions. When Shao Yun learned that the eunuch Zhang was ruthlessly targeting the Central Plains Brotherhood in the capital, she sensed impending danger and quickly disguised herself as a court attendant to escape the palace. As Zhang was actively searching for that item, Shao Yun could not retrieve it herself, so she entrusted it to Zhang Chong, who hid it inside a large vase in the rear hall of the Rinshou Palace. Typically, the vase was only dusted on the outside, and no one would think to inspect the interior, especially since the Rinshou Palace was the residence of the late emperor's concubines, where few visitors came, and its inhabitants were not allowed to leave. It was the safest of hiding places. However, unbeknownst to them, in March of the following year, a devastating fire broke out in the Rinshou Palace, reducing it to mere rubble and ash, and the large vase was shattered to bits, likely incinerating its contents. Upon hearing Lady Zhang Shun's tearful recounting of events, Shao Yun's expression remained unchanged for a while before she sighed. "Truly, it is fate." Shao Yun only learned of the disaster in the Rinshou Palace upon entering the imperial precincts. A new palace was being constructed on the original site of Rinshou Palace. She had initially thought that the current emperor wished to demolish and rebuild due to the dilapidated state of the structure, only to discover it was a result of the fire. Thus, the item entrusted to her by the late emperor was forever lost. Shao Yun felt an indescribable sensation within her, akin to her feelings for the late emperor. The Emperor Zhengde had treated her kindly, not only granting her the title of Hui Fei, but also the rare privilege of moving freely within the inner palace. Such power bestowed upon a consort was unprecedented. Reflecting on her years in the palace, though marked by solitude and loneliness, she also experienced a sense of freedom. During that time, she vowed to dedicate everything to His Majesty. Yet, the emperor merely requested that she gather intelligence regarding the princes, ministers, or any eunuchs who might speak ill of her in secret. As the Emperor Zhengde entrusted her with that object shortly before his demise, 13-year-old Shao Yun shed her first tears. Unbeknownst to her, that object had become a profound symbol of hope, representing the last task bestowed upon her by her nominal husband. Yet now, all of that had come to an end. Shao Yun withdrew her hand from the shoulder of consort Zhang Shun and sighed. Chong, let us put this matter to rest. By the way, is eunuch Chen still in the palace?" Shao Yun diverted the conversation, fearing that Zhang Shun might continue to berate herself. Upon noticing Shao Yun's shift in topic, Zhang Shun sighed in relief and inquired, "Which eunuch Chen?" The Chen family was prominent, and there were at least 5 or 6 eunuchs with that surname in the palace. Zhang Shun had one by her side, yet this particular eunuch had never met Shao Yun, thus she knew that was not the one Shao Yun referred to. Shao Yun replied, "It is eunuch Chen Shijian." Zhang Shun gasped, "Oh, it's him. After the leopard chamber was disbanded, he was exiled from the capital, and beyond that, I know nothing." Eunuch Chen Shijian had been the head eunuch of the leopard chamber, and therefore Zhang Shun was familiar with him. During the reign of the late emperor, eunuch Chen was almost always by her side, exhibiting utmost deference whenever he encountered Shao Yun, making him one of the few individuals she was acquainted with in the palace. Aside from His Majesty and Chong, he was not aligned with Zhang Yong's faction, and it seemed that after the late emperor's passing, he had been marginalized and subsequently exiled from the capital. Shao Yun remained silent for a moment before responding indifferently, Is that so? Then there truly is no one else to see. Chong, I must take my leave. Zhang Shun ceased her weeping, her eyes widening as she looked at Shao Yun. Where are you going? Shao Yun smiled softly. Everything has changed. Chong, it is perhaps best that you remain uninformed. She was aware that Zhang Shun had long harbored dreams of becoming the emperor's consort, and when she learned of Shao Yun's elevation to the title of Hui Fei, she had openly displayed her jealousy. Now, as she herself became the consort of Emperor Jiajing, it was a dream fulfilled. Thus, she feared losing it all. With this farewell, it was uncertain when they would meet again, and their friendship had inevitably drifted further apart. Shao Yun pulled up her hood. Clad in dark attire, she seemed to meld into the night. When standing in the shadows, one might pass by her unnoticed. Zhang Shun observed this with trepidation and urged, Yun, you should leave quickly. Though Changyang Palace is desolate, once you step outside, encountering patrolling guards would spell disaster. At that time, the palace was guarded by flag bearers, feathered troops, and the Jinwu guards. The inner palace had 100 deputy generals, with 20 men rotating for duty, and designated officials who regularly stamped inspection logs to prevent negligence. Such defenses were indeed impenetrable, and the very notion that Shao Yun could traverse these numerous layers to reach Changyang Palace was unfathomable to Zhang Shun. Should Shao Yun be discovered, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. This was undoubtedly Zhang Shun's thought process. Even if unspoken, Shao Yun could sense it. She replied calmly, very well, I shall take my leave. Zhang Shun exhaled in relief. As Shao Yun pushed open the window, poised to step outside, she suddenly turned back and whispered, Qiang, my return from the west was from the shores of Cuidong. Zhang Xuanfei paused momentarily, a hint of awkwardness coloring her smile as she replied, Is Cuidong as I described? Indeed, Shao Yun chose to say no more, fearing that any further words would betray the tremor in her voice. Years ago, they had walked hand in hand in the palace, two girls bound by sisterly affection. Yet now, despite standing together once more, they felt so estranged. A sudden breeze swept through, and in the blink of an eye, Shao Yun's figure vanished. Though night had fallen and the outside world was shrouded in darkness, Shao Yun's ghostly presence startled Zhang Xuanfei. Regaining her composure, she found herself alone, the window that had been closed now ajar. Approaching the window, she gently pulled it open wider, only to be met by an expanse of dimness, devoid of any human form. Yun, take care, she murmured, tears streaming down her alabaster cheeks, for she knew she would never see Yun again. As Zhang Xuanfei's tears fell, Shao Yun's eyes brimmed with moisture as well, not merely from the loss of the relics entrusted to her by the late emperor, but from the realization that she had lost the only source of warmth throughout her prolonged days in the palace. Had she been the untraveled Shao Yun of yore, she might not have pondered deeply. However, after years of pursuit, deception, and intrigue, and having listened to Ezio's numerous tales of loyalty and betrayal, Shao Yun was no longer the naive girl who once thrived in the palace, oblivious to the perils of the world. During Zhang Xuanfei's recounting, Shao Yun had placed her hand on her shoulder. This seemingly innocuous gesture revealed to her the subtle tremor in Zhang Xuanfei's body and the quickening of her pulse. Ezio had once said that if a person's pupils dilate and their pulse quickens while speaking, it signifies insincerity. Yet, in Zhang Xuanfei's eyes, Shao Yun detected not the joy of reunion, but rather suspicion and wariness. Qiang is no longer the Qiang I once knew, Shao Yun thought, feeling as though something within her had shattered, splintering into countless sharp fragments that pierced her heart. This most cherished friendship, which had once brought her solace in the bleakest of times, had long since extinguished like a flickering flame. From the depths of her memory, Shao Yun recalled her childhood spent within the palace walls, who her parents were, and why she found herself there at such an early age. None had ever shared this with her, leaving her in a haze of confusion. In her youth, the palace maids had always regarded her with peculiar glances, instilling a perpetual sense of fear. Before receiving the late emperor's favor, the only warmth she had known came from her friendship with Qiang. Yet now she understood how unreliable that bond truly was. People inevitably change, and she did not wish to blame Qiang. The fact that Qiang had remained silent upon her departure indicated that she had not entirely forgotten their friendship. Perhaps, she mused, I am indeed cursed by fate. A sudden thought emerged within Shao Yun's heart. She recalled her childhood when others deliberately avoided her, save for a kind old palace maid. This maid, having spent countless years in the palace, would occasionally offer Shao Yun a piece of fruit when no one was around. Shao Yun once inquired why everyone else ignored her, to which the old maid, after a long silence while gently stroking her head, replied, Your fate is truly unfortunate. It was the first time Shao Yun had encountered the notion of fate, and at that time, she grasped it not at all, even after asking the old maid. She remained perplexed. Now, everything she once held dear had transformed into unbearable memories, as if fate had been conspiring against her all along. Everything Shao Yun acquired was swiftly taken away, and she seemed to comprehend the old maid's words more clearly now. When she was discovered while probing the schemes of the 8 tigers, she narrowly escaped death thanks to her teacher's intervention. Upon being welcomed into the Heart Society, she was the youngest member and the only girl, receiving great affection from her senior brothers and uncles, a feeling of belonging she had never experienced before. Yet, this sense of home was short-lived, as the arrival of the Great Right debate obliterated everything once more. The favor of the late emperor had long since faded into the past, and the friendship of a Chong had become an illusion. Shao Yun could hardly avoid believing that perhaps she was indeed cursed by the heavens, destined to attain nothing. She glided silently through the long corridors of the palace like a shadow. Although a new emperor had ascended, the patrolling guards remained unchanged, their routines as rigid as ever. Reminiscent of the past, Shao Yun had memorized their patrol schedule, knowing where to hide in the shadows to evade their sight, timing her movements to slip past them seamlessly, her cloak rendering her nearly invisible. Yet, despite her adeptness within the palace, her heart grew increasingly bewildered. Heading west from the eastern 6 palaces, traversing the back corridor of the Jianji Hall, lay the original site of the Renshou Palace. This area was still under construction, surrounded by barriers. The guards would not venture here, allowing Shao Yun to relax her vigilance. Scorched remnants were still visible, the devastating fire having almost entirely consumed the Renshou Palace, erasing its former splendor. Further west, she ascended the walls of the Forbidden City and crossed the moat, arriving at a row of long buildings, one of the 12 supervisory offices of the palace, responsible for crafting various supplies. The Zhongde Emperor, drawn to novelty, had brought Shao Yun here several times to witness artisans create intricate objects. Continuing west, she reached the Tay Pool, which stretched from north to south, divided into the northern, middle, and southern seas, with the western garden nestled between the middle and southern seas, a rare vulnerability in the fortress-like Forbidden City. In the channel flowing beyond the palace walls, a seemingly indestructible copper pillar was, in fact, movable. By simply manipulating this pillar underwater, one could stealthily exit the palace through the channel, a mechanism intentionally left by the Zhongde Emperor during his time in the Western Garden, where he established a leopard house. Shao Yun had served him for 2 years. At that time, the Emperor Zhongde discerned an extraordinary agility in the young girl and subsequently conferred upon Shao Yun the title of concubine Hui, keeping her by his side to gather intelligence on the clandestine dealings of the nobles and ministers. It was through this secret passage that she would venture out. Whenever the emperor felt stifled within the palace walls and wished to disguise himself for a brief excursion, he would also use this route. This place was exceedingly concealed. Presently, it seemed that only Shao Yun retained knowledge of its existence. Before departing, she felt compelled to revisit the now desolate leopard chamber, particularly the vicinity of the Western Pavilion. Unbeknownst to her, she had already passed the Imperial Supervisory Office, and a gentle, moist breeze wafted towards her. Ahead lay Tay Pool. As Shao Yun lifted her gaze, she beheld a long bridge before her. This was the Centipede Bridge, which separated the southern seas. Beyond the bridge lay the Western Garden, nestled between the 2 southern seas, where the leopard chamber had been situated. During daylight hours, the emperor resided there rather than in his sleeping quarters, often spending the entire year in the leopard chamber. Shao Yun recalled that the emperor had received the Franciscan envoy, led by Polizzi, in the leopard chamber. With a soft sigh, Shao Yun prepared to step onto the Centipede Bridge but abruptly halted. A chilling aura emanated from the far end of the bridge, cutting through the night air. The temperature had dropped significantly. The waters of Tay Pool seemed on the verge of freezing, shrouded in a delicate blue mist that rose from the lake, while the coldness felt as sharp as a blade slicing through the atmosphere. At the far end of the Centipede Bridge, a shadowy figure emerged. Since the emperor's demise, the leopard chamber had fallen into disuse, and the Western Garden had grown eerily quiet, with guards seldom patrolling such remote areas. Shao Yun was taken aback by the presence of another person in this desolate hour, and it appeared that the individual was equally surprised. They both stood still in mutual astonishment. The night breeze stirred, causing the mist to swirl around them. Yet, Shao Yun understood this stillness was only temporary. Although the figure was garbed in the attire of a guard, their silence upon noticing her suggested they were not truly a sentinel, but rather someone who, like her, had infiltrated the Forbidden City. Nevertheless, Shao Yun felt an unsettling familiarity with the person's shape, as if she had encountered them before. What could this individual possibly seek by daring to venture into the Forbidden City? A faint sound broke the silence, a sound so delicate, yet it resonated far in the stillness of dusk. It was the unmistakable noise of a sword being drawn. Almost simultaneously, the figure darted across the Centipede Bridge, charging directly towards Shao Yun. The assailant had made their move. In an instant, Shao Yun unsheathed the long sword from her back. acutely aware that this person was no friend. As her mentor had once articulated, the exile she had been nearly eradicated during the grand ceremony. Even if a few remnants remained, there was no rational justification for risking entry into the Forbidden City unless this individual, like herself, was driven by a compelling necessity. However, upon witnessing the skill with which the figure drew their sword, Shao Yun realized that they could not possibly be a remnant of the exile she. This individual possessed abilities that surpassed her own. The very moment she heard the sound of their sword being drawn, she was alerted. As a woman, she understood her physical strength was inferior to that of a man, thus she had devoted herself to mastering her agility. Yet, the person before her matched her prowess precisely. As they both surged forward from opposite ends of the Centipede Bridge, converging almost at the center of the bridge. Though the Centipede Bridge was lengthy, a solitary individual could traverse its entire length in an instant, let alone in just a moment. In the blink of an eye, the two were separated by less than 4 feet. This distance was so diminutive that a mere extension of the hand with a sword would suffice to make contact. Despite the encroaching twilight, the features of the other remained obscured. However, it was evident that the individual was not particularly tall, wielding a sword that resembled the standard weaponry of palace guards. Typically, palace guards are equipped with sabers, though some do bear swords. This particular sword was quite ordinary, yet its aura diverged from the commonplace. Even at several feet apart, Shao Yun could already perceive the chilling intensity emanating from the tip of her opponent's blade. The Centipede Bridge was not overly broad, accommodating 5 or 6 individuals side by side with ease. The stranger had approached Shao Yun closely, without any discernible preamble, thrusting the sword towards her heart with a swift motion. As if foreseen, Shao Yun's sword instinctively positioned itself to intercept the attack. Although her defensive maneuver was slightly delayed, she understood that her adversary possessed formidable swordsmanship. Engaging in a direct confrontation could prove detrimental. Hence, she resolved to adopt a strategy of defense over offense. Anticipating a lethal strike from her opponent, she did not attempt to seize the initiative but instead prepared to parry. Though the assailant's strike was swifter, Shao Yun's foresight allowed her to deflect the sword, producing a sharp clang. With this initial attempt thwarted, the opponent's fate seemed sealed. However, as this thought crossed Shao Yun's mind, the adversary's sword unexpectedly descended slightly before thrusting toward her anew. Initially, Shao Yun's longsword had effectively blocked the strike, making it implausible for the opponent to re-attack in such a brief span. Yet the individual's skill was remarkable. In the moment when Shao Yun had deflected the sword, the right hand that had held the blade suddenly released it, while the left hand deftly seized the descending sword from beneath the right wrist. This seamless transition eliminated the sluggishness of the previous move, leaving Shao Yun at a disadvantage, unable to counter. What remarkable prowess! A sense of foreboding washed over Shao Yun. The opponent, confident in the efficacy of this maneuver, surged forward, intent on crossing the bridge, and she would inevitably fall into the frigid depths of the Tay pool. However, despite his confidence, Shao Yun's longsword inexplicably dipped slightly. With another resonant clang, she successfully parried the second thrust. This unexpected turn startled the assailant as well. Both combatants moved with an agility that rendered their steps nearly silent upon the stone surface of the Centipede Bridge. In the fleeting moment of their encounter, both had exchanged 2 life and death strikes, yet neither had managed to land a blow. The assailant crouched lower, executing another deceptive maneuver, lowering himself by a foot, as his blade once again darted past Shao Yun's guard, targeting her legs. This second, intricate strike was executed with precision. However, like a great eagle, Shao Yun sprang into the air. In a breathtaking instant, the two shifted positions, one rising while the other descended. Although she evaded the strike, Shao Yun's heart was gripped by a disorienting haze. As if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, she had never anticipated that this unexpected individual possessed such formidable martial prowess. Had she not been clad in the cloak bestowed upon her by Ezio, she would undoubtedly have been unable to evade that sudden change in attack. The Brotherhood of the West, unlike the practitioners of the Central Plains, did not cultivate lightness techniques and thus relied on the capabilities of their tools to compensate. This cloak not only offered protection against sharp blades but also enhanced the agility of its wearer. Shao Yun's innate skills were already exceptional, and with the cloak enveloping her, she became a force to be reckoned with. When she observed the person charging forward, she recognized that their agility was equally remarkable, likely not inferior to her own. Therefore, she had resolved that while her right hand drew the sword, her left would launch the rope dart. The cord of the dart, woven from the silk of celestial silkworms and deer tendons, was deceptively slender yet remarkably sturdy. As a weapon, the rope dart could strike at foes, but it could also ensnare heavy objects to leverage force. As she drew her sword, the left hand had already ensnared the bridge railing ahead. The night was dark, and the fine cord was black, allowing the individual to remain oblivious. when that person attempted a third strike with a change of hands. Believing Shao Yun to be cornered and vulnerable, she deflected the blow with the strength of her left hand, propelling herself skyward. Nevertheless, that sword had indeed grazed her leg. Yet the cloak had caused it to slide off, preventing any injury. Had it not been for the cloak, her legs would have surely been severed. At that moment, the two had exchanged positions, with the individual who had been on the west side of the Centipede Bridge now on the east. Shao Yun felt her palms grow clammy, the hilt of her sword becoming slippery. She understood that this person intended to eliminate her. This time, the rope dart might not save her life. Gritting her teeth and steadying her resolve, she abruptly turned to confront the next wave of attacks, only to see a flash before her eyes as the person had already darted off the Centipede Bridge, disappearing into the darkness. Was this person planning an ambush? Yet, the Centipede Bridge was hardly a conducive place for such tactics. Beneath the bridge lay the lake, and above it, there was no cover. As Shao Yun pondered this, she suddenly noticed a bright light behind her, followed by a thunderous sound. Startled, she glanced back to see a blaze erupting in the western garden. It appeared to originate from the leopard house. The leopard house was ablaze. Shao Yun stood frozen. Although the western garden was quite isolated and the guards did not patrol the area at night, a fire would surely summon them immediately. It seemed this fire had been set by the individual, explaining their haste to depart rather than eliminate her. Yet, the leopard house had been established as a retreat for the previous emperor, now abandoned. Why would this person seek to destroy it? There was no time to ponder further. Shao Yun turned and ran westward down the Centipede Bridge. The palace guards were quite competent. Upon seeing the fire, they would rush to the scene, and given the fire's intensity, it would be impossible to investigate further. She needed to escape the Forbidden City through the secret passage promptly. However, as she passed the leopard house, she cast a glance back. The leopard house had been built in the third year of the Zhengde reign. At that time, Shao Yun was merely 3 years old, and the Zhengde emperor was just a 17-year-old youth. The leopard house had continued to expand until the 7th year of Zhengde, incurring a cost of 240,000 taels of silver. After being conferred the title of Hui Fei, Shao Yun accompanied Emperor Zhengde for 2 years, thereby becoming quite familiar with the surroundings. Although there remained a considerable distance, she immediately discerned that the first to ignite was a building commonly known as Shifangguan. Among the more than 200 rooms of the leopard house, Shifangguan stood the tallest and most robust. However, even at that time, it was a forbidden place for Shao Yun, as Emperor Zhengde had always prohibited her from approaching it. Shao Yun recalled that from there would occasionally emanate a series of piercing, chilling cries, as the leopard house housed several ferocious beasts, the source of which remained a mystery. One day, Shifangguan was sealed off, with no one permitted to enter, and Shao Yun witnessed many corpses being carried out. Each corpse was grotesquely mangled, with not a single intact part, appearing as if they had been mercilessly crushed, which terrified her and led to 2 nights of nightmares. Eventually, unable to contain her curiosity, she stealthily peered through a window and beheld an array of bizarrely shaped tables and chairs, alongside a massive iron cage, the purpose of which remained unknown. Although it had been cleaned, the traces of blood were still evident throughout. What transpired within Shifangguan remained a mystery until Emperor Zhengde, just before his demise, entrusted her with an object that hinted at its secrets. This object was a scroll, meticulously sealed within a golden tube, inscribed with the characters Daiyu. A plaque hung in Shifangguan bearing the same characters, with identical calligraphy. Surely, the scroll contained the account of the events that had unfolded within Shifangguan. Emperor Zhengde had succumbed to a sudden illness, and in his final moments, he had developed suspicions towards his most trusted eunuch, Zhang Yong, cautioning Shao Yun to ensure that the scroll did not fall into his hands. At this thought, a chill coursed through Shao Yun. As she suddenly recalled the identity of the man she had just encountered, it was none other than Wei Bin of the 8 Tigers. Mr. Zhu Jiyuan had mentioned that among the 8 Tigers, 7 were formidable, with Wei Bin ranking just below Zhang Yong in strength. Yet, why would this nearly equal rival choose to stealthily incinerate the already abandoned leopard house at this crucial juncture? Shao Yun furrowed her brow. Wei Bin's actions must have been executed under Zhang Yong's orders. Clearly, Zhang Yong sought the destruction of Shifangguan due to his prior acquisition of the scroll. Realizing that she would return to the Ming Dynasty, he anticipated her inquiry into the leopard house, prompting him to command Wei Bin to burn it down. However, if Zhang Yong had fortuitously obtained the scroll amidst the ruins of Rinshou Palace post-fire, he ought not to have understood its connection to himself. Why then would he risk incinerating the leopard house to prevent her from uncovering the truth? As if illuminated by a sudden flash of insight, Shao Yun's mind became clear. The assertion made by Chang that the scroll had been destroyed in the inferno of Rinshou Palace was evidently false. Chang's suspicion and fear towards her were not merely due to the apprehension of being implicated in Zhang Yong's pursuit, but rather stemmed from the fear that Shao Yun had uncovered her betrayal. In that fleeting moment, Shao Yun felt a profound chill envelop her heart. The seemingly perplexing events can be attributed to a singular reason. The scroll was indeed entrusted to Zhang Yong by Chang. The fact that Chang was able to ascend to the rank of consort shortly after the new emperor's coronation indicates that she had assistance. However, the only individual capable of wielding such influence within the palace is the powerful eunuch, Master Zhang. His support for consort Zhang cannot merely stem from familial ties. It is evident that she must have rendered him significant aid in the past. Chang claimed that the scroll was left in the Rinshou Palace upon her departure from the imperial court. Yet the palace did not catch fire until March of the following year, a gap of nearly a year. At that time, Chang was merely a lowly maid and did not reside in Rinshou Palace, which afforded her numerous opportunities for relocation. As an inconspicuous maid, she would not have raised any suspicions, making it a rather simple task to transfer the scroll. When all these elements are woven together, the answer becomes glaringly obvious. In his pursuit of the late emperor's relic, Master Zhang must have made various promises, such as speaking favorably before His Majesty and facilitating Chang's elevation to the status of consort. Chang's aspiration was to become a favored consort. Ultimately, she succumbed to temptation, relinquishing the entrusted item to Master Zhang, thereby distinguishing herself among the throng of palace maids. It is no wonder that doubt and fear shimmered in her gaze. As Shao Yun was poised to leap into the imperial moat, she cast a glance towards the flames in the western garden, and a solitary tear finally escaped her eye. Chapter 4. The search for robbery. Was there truly such a turn of events in the Leopard House? Mr. Yangming furrowed his brow, lifted the tea before him to sip, and gazed out at the Bixia pool, now adorned with a delicate layer of snow. The snow had accumulated upon the thin ice, although it had not yet reached the level of the ground, lest someone mistakenly tread upon it, thinking it solid earth. The name Bixia Pool was also penned by Mr. Yangming himself. This residence was conferred upon him as a marquis for quelling the Qinhao rebellion and is often referred to as the Marquis' estate. Shao Yun observed him and softly remarked, "Yes, I believe it was Chang who handed the scroll to Zhang Yong." Mr. Yangming contemplated for a moment, setting down his cup, before retrieving 2 bamboo poles from behind the door. He offered one to Shao Yun and said, "Come, little sister. Let us venture out to break the ice." Shao Yun was taken aback, uncertain as to why Mr. Yangming had suddenly shifted the topic. Yet, she understood that his words carried weight, so she refrained from questioning further and silently accepted the bamboo pole. One end of the pole was a deep purple-brown, likely from frequent handling, while the other end remained quite rough. Following Mr. Yangming, they exited the study. Although the snow had ceased, there was still a considerable amount accumulated on the Tianquan Bridge over Bixia Pool. As they ascended the bridge, Mr. Yangming plunged the pole into the lake. Beneath the snow-covered surface, the ice, though not thick, was remarkably solid due to its snowy covering. While it may not withstand Mr. Yangming's weight, Shao Yun would likely find it as stable as a mountain. Mr. Yangming exerted a considerable force with a single thrust, and with a cracking sound, a significant expanse of the spring ice beneath the accumulated snow shattered. The snow atop the ice tumbled into the water, instantly becoming a semi-fused mass, resembling a well opening in the white snow. Mr. Yangming instructed, "Little sister, break the ice to prevent anyone from slipping into the pond later." The Bixia Pond consists of 2 basins, the outer basin being larger, while the inner one is smaller and clearer, as the inner pond is situated within the Duke's residence, receiving little foot traffic. Consequently, the snow here accumulates more thickly and melts considerably slower than in the outer basin, which at this moment resembled a stagnant pool. After shattering the floating ice, the snow and broken ice mingled with the pond water, revealing a basin of crystal-clear water. Following the Grand Council, Lord Zhang's actions became increasingly suspicious as he requisitioned a substantial amount of silver from the inner treasury. I discreetly investigated and discovered that it was all being transported to Guangzhou. Shaon was taken aback and inquired, "Guangzhou?" Although Guangzhou serves as the capital of the Guangdong province and is a hub for overseas trade, it is indeed remote, located by the southern sea and far from the capital. Mr. Yangming affirmed, "Precisely." I was equally astonished upon learning of this, uncertain of his intentions. Later, I received word that Lord Zhang was clandestinely colluding with foreigners, engaging in the management of a secret island in the South China Sea. At this juncture, he forcefully jabbed the bamboo pole into the thick ice, which shattered effortlessly, drifting away with the pond water. Observing the fragments, Mr. Yangming murmured, "It seems, alas, this may be related to what you mentioned." Shao Yun, perplexed, asked, "What exactly is contained within this scroll?" "At present, no one knows. However, given that it was entrusted to you with such solemnity by the late emperor, claiming that once unraveled, it would grant dominion over the world. It must be of utmost significance, explaining Lord Zhang's determination to possess it. Mr. Yangming continued, pondering for a moment before suddenly raising his head. Let us set this matter aside for now. There are still a few pieces of ice remaining to be shattered. Circling the inner pond, he smashed the remaining floating ice, once again unveiling a basin of pristine water. Shao Yun felt a slight perspiration on her palms. Mr. Yangming smiled. Little sister, are you cold? Shao Yun shook her head. Not cold. In truth, the spring chill lingered, and with the recent snowfall clearing, the air was indeed somewhat brisk. Yet, after encircling the pond and breaking the ice, she truly felt no chill at all. Mr. Yangming sighed. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe. Cold and heat exist solely within the heart. They are not influenced by anything else. Thus, all things in the world are but illusions, created by the mind. The weather remains unchanged. Your lack of sensation of cold is solely due to your heart. The assertion that the universe is my heart and my heart is the universe echoes the renowned words of the esteemed scholar Liu Yun from the Zhang Dynasty. The term heart in the Heart Society derives from this very phrase. Moreover, the instructor who once guided Shaoan, Zhang Yong, adopted this name out of admiration for Liu Yun. Consequently, the philosophy established by Mr. Yangming was aptly named heart learning. When Shaoyan first joined the Heart Society, she was still quite young, and Mr. Yangming, then masked and anonymous, imparted only the rudiments of martial arts. The profound essence of heart learning had been briefly mentioned by Zhang Yong, but at that time, she was too preoccupied with her arduous journey westward to fully grasp its depths. Hearing the words of Master Yangming, Shaoyan felt a stir within her heart and inquired, Master, if all things in the world are but illusions created by the mind, does that not imply that all actions are permissible, devoid of right and wrong? Master Yangming smiled gently and replied, in truth, the affairs of the world are inherently devoid of absolute right or wrong. The unexpressed emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are termed equanimity, while their expressions, when measured and appropriate, embody harmony. It is akin to a grand chariot. When it remains stationary, it is naturally flawless and unblemished. This state is known as equanimity. However, once it sets in motion, if it adheres to the established norms, it remains impeccable. This is referred to as harmony. Yet, should it stray from the path, damage becomes inevitable. The human heart resembles this chariot, with conscience serving as the charioteer and the study of things as the art of driving. Only through the cultivation of conscience, the practice of virtue, and the unity of knowledge and action can this grand chariot traverse thousands of miles without peril. The essence of Master Yangming's heart philosophy is encapsulated in the 4 couplets hanging above the Mingda Hall. The phrase unity of knowledge and action is the cornerstone of this philosophy. Knowledge is innate to all, yet discerning between good and evil is what one ought to possess. The profundity of heart philosophy also lies in the cultivation of one's inner nature, which is why his disciples, such as Wang Ji and others, excelled in both martial and literary pursuits, enjoying longevity. Wang Ji ultimately lived to the age of 83. Wang Ji's disciple, Tang Xuanji, a direct disciple of Master Yangming, was particularly skilled in martial arts, renowned as a master of spear techniques during the Ming Dynasty. When Master Yangming introduced Shao Yun to the Heart Society years ago, she was merely a young girl, later guided by Master Zhang Yong, who emphasized martial prowess over literary skills. Although their reunion was still recent, Master Yangming had already discerned that this female disciple, having endured years of turmoil and witnessed her peers falling victim to the 8 tigers, harbored significant resentment, reflecting the duality of good and evil described in the teachings. Should she fail to cultivate her conscience and correct her path through virtuous actions, there was a danger that she might succumb to madness or, at worst, develop malevolent tendencies, leading her astray. Master Yangming was indeed a patient and benevolent teacher. As he elucidated the profound yet accessible essence of heart philosophy, Shaoyan felt the chill of early spring and the inner heat within her transform into a gentle spring breeze, prompting her to smile in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Master Yangming gazed at her and suddenly thrust his bamboo pole into the Baixia pond. The surface ice had already been shattered, and the pole pierced the water, creating ripples. He remarked, why should ice possess a sharp edge? The essence of heart philosophy is rooted in Confucianism, yet it bears significant influence from Zen Buddhism. The 4 teachings that encapsulate the profundity of heart philosophy resonate with the verses of the Buddhist scriptures. The disciples of the Wang school often engage in debates, delighting in Zen koans, which further illuminate profound truths through argumentation. Although Shaoyan had not received direct instruction from Master Yangming and her knowledge was scant, she felt a surge of inspiration and remarked, just as spring ice bears a sharp edge, it ultimately remains a pool of spring water. Master Yangming smiled slightly and suddenly lifted the bamboo pole to his chest, thrusting it directly toward Shao Yun. Though he wielded merely a bamboo pole, his technique resembled that of a sword. This move was rich in variations, demonstrating exceptional skill and speed, akin to an indomitable blade. Yet, Shao Yun's bamboo pole, as if imbued with spirit, rose to meet the attack, producing a sharp sound as it successfully blocked Master Yangming's strike. Ice is both hard and sharp. If one fixates solely on this aspect, they perceive only the blade and miss the essence of harmony. Between ice and water, there exists a clear distinction, and separation occurs effortlessly. However, when ice merges with the spring waters, no one can discern them apart. Mastery in swordsmanship mirrors this principle, emphasizing fluidity over mere sharpness. A sword devoid of brilliance is akin to an antelope's antlers, elusive and untraceable, thus unimpeded. Shao Yun's swordplay, being a direct inheritance from Master Yangming, had already reached an advanced level. In Florence, under the guidance of Ezio, her technique further blended with the Western traditions. Yet, she had not yet attained the state of fluidity, and the Western style diverged significantly from her original martial arts, with some techniques being entirely contrary. Consequently, when she engaged in combat, she often found herself pondering which method to adopt, leading to a close call when Gao Feng ambushed her. Master Yangming recognized this flaw in her martial prowess and understood that favoring either style would be counterproductive. Instead, it would be wiser to guide her to integrate both. As a revered teacher with many disciples, he elucidated the essence of swordsmanship through the metaphor of ice and water, emphasizing that hardness and softness are fundamentally one and the same. Thus, the distinction between Eastern and Western swordplay is negligible, which brought Shao Yun a profound sense of enlightenment. When Master Yangming launched a direct thrust, if she were to follow the teachings of Zhu Jiyuan, she would have evaded upon encountering strength. However, standing by the edge of the pool, a misstep could lead to a plunge into the water. In a moment of urgency, she employed the rapid striking techniques from Ezio's Western swordsmanship. Initially, it felt incompatible, but through Master Yangming's analogy of ice and water, she found the movement to be natural and fluid. With the swiftness of Master Yangming's strike, she was able to counter. And joy welled up within her. She exclaimed, "Master." Yangming replied calmly, "Though martial and literary paths diverge, their origins remain one. My dear sister, only after the 6 classics have been inscribed upon me can I inscribe the 6 classics." In years past, someone asked Master Lu Xiangshan why he did not write books. He replied, "The 6 classics inscribe me, and I inscribe the 6 classics." This statement, seemingly simple, conceals profound wisdom. Master Yangming's philosophy is a continuation of Xiangshan's teachings, and he is a nurturing mentor for exceptional talents, achieving excellence in both literary and martial disciplines. Shao Yun's martial skills had indeed surpassed those of Zhu Jiyuan. However, possessing the finest techniques from both Eastern and Western traditions, she struggled to harmonize them. Facing formidable opponents like Gao Feng and Wei Bin, her confidence wavered. Yet, Master Yangming's guidance was transformative, akin to turning iron into gold. This discourse on swordsmanship by the ice lake instilled in her a sense of sudden understanding. However, a fleeting sadness crossed Master Yangming's countenance as he gently sighed. "My dear sister, although you have not read extensively, your capacity for understanding is extraordinary. My philosophy encompasses both literary and martial paths. While there are many heirs in the literary realm, in martial arts, perhaps you are the sole one." Noticing a hint of sorrow in Master Yangming's eyes, Shao Yun understood that he was reminiscing about the Heart Society that had been nearly obliterated. Once filled with talent capable of inheriting Master Yangming's martial legacy, the society had faced devastation at the hands of the 8 Tigers. Now, in the realm of martial arts, it seemed that only Shao Yun could carry forth the tradition. She responded, "Master, if we simply rebuild the Heart Society, there is no need for concern." Rebuilding the Heart Society was the greatest aspiration harbored within both of their hearts. Mr. Yangming nodded slightly and remarked, "If you can truly comprehend the essence of the unity of knowledge and action, then you have already entered the realm of this profound principle. You should be able to challenge both Gu Jiao and Ma Tu for their positions among the eunuchs. And you may even contend with Chiao Mo and Wei Shi for a fleeting moment of distinction. However, in comparison to Zhang Yong, alas." Despite his silence, Shao Yun discerned the underlying meaning in Mr. Yangming's words. She had diligently practiced this principle under his guidance for many years and appeared to have gained his approval. Once known as the 8 Tigers, only 6 of those eunuchs remained after the demise of Gao Feng at Mr. Yangming's hands. Among them, Gu Daong, known as Jiao, and Ma Yongcheng, known as Tu, were somewhat inferior, while Qiu Ju, nicknamed Imo, and Wei Bin, known as Shi, possessed superior skills. Their unexpected encounter on Centipede Bridge further illuminated the gap between Shao Yun and the masters among the 8 Tigers. "Mr. Yang Ming felt that he had significantly closed the distance with Wei Bin, yet he still regarded Zhang Yong as a formidable opponent. Shao Yun, feeling somewhat unconvinced, remarked, "Master, a 3-foot thick ice does not form in a single day." Mr. Yang Ming paused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, little sister. While an army may change its commander, a determined individual cannot be swayed. Your resolve, too, must remain unyielding." It was the first time Mr. Yang Ming had spoken in such a light-hearted manner, causing a faint smile to appear at the corners of Shao Yun's mouth. She then inquired, "By the way, Master, you seem to hold a certain apprehension towards Zhang Gong?" Mr. Yang Ming had just mentioned the remaining 4 of the 8 tigers, referring to them either by their titles or nicknames. Yet he addressed Zhang Yong with a respectful honorific, which left Shao Yun with an inexplicable sense of Mr. Yang Ming's unusual respect for this adversary who had shattered her heart's society, rendering her puzzled. Although her question seemed somewhat abrupt, it felt like a thorn lodged in her throat, demanding release. Upon hearing her question about Zhang Yong, Mr. Yang Ming paused, sighed, and said, "Sometimes, I truly feel that Zhang Gong is but a reflection of myself." The phrase reflection in the mirror left Shao Yun momentarily speechless. Mr. Yang Ming continued, "In years past, when I led troops to quell the rebellion of Prince Ning, Zhang Gong came at the behest of the late emperor, and we shared a lengthy conversation one night. That night, besides Mr. Yang Ming and Zhang Yong, there was also an elder brother whom they both held in high esteem. During their lengthy discussion, despite their differing ages and statuses, they discovered they shared nearly identical ideals, leading to a sense of regret for not having met sooner." Typically stoic, Mr. Yang Ming now seemed deeply moved, as if reminiscing about those bygone days. However, he quickly turned to Shao Yun and said, "Little sister, there is another matter. The box you left with me last time, I have finally uncovered some clues." Mr. Yang Ming was referring to the small box entrusted to Shao Yun by Ezio. Although it was not large, carrying it was rather inconvenient. Hence, when Shao Yun intended to visit the capital to see Zhang Xuanfei, she left the box with Mr. Yang Ming. Ezio had mentioned that the box was a treasured heirloom of the Western Brotherhood, to be opened only when she faced a difficult decision. At that time, Shao Yun had given the box to Mr. Yang Ming precisely because she was at a loss on how to rebuild her heart's society. Recalling Ezio's words, she decided to open the box. "I had initially anticipated that this box would contain some treasure capable of unraveling mysteries, yet to my astonishment, it was completely devoid of any contents, leaving even Master Yang Ming perplexed." Upon hearing Master Yang Ming mention that he had uncovered a clue, Shao Yun inquired, "Master, what profound significance does this box hold?" Master Yang Ming pondered for a moment and replied, "I recall having read about something akin to this in an ancient book, wherein it was referred to as the Box of the Forerunner. However, the text provided scant details, suggesting that the author, too, had merely gleaned insights from hearsay, asserting that this object is a relic from antiquity, one that some cannot decipher." Shao Yun, both astonished and elated, asked, "Master, do you remember which book it was?" Master Yang Ming shook his head and said, "It was a handwritten manuscript by an anonymous Song Dynasty scholar, titled The Record of the Azure Blood, chronicling the steadfast defense of Diaoyu City. It only mentions the Box of the Forerunner in a few fleeting sentences, and nothing more." Shao Yun had thought that Master Yang Ming, having read about the box, would surely have more knowledge to share, only to be met with disappointment at his brevity. Sensing her dismay, Master Yang Ming smiled and remarked, "Though I have found no substantial references in ancient texts, I have indeed heard of a matter related to it." Curiosity piqued, Shao Yun asked, "What matter?" "The Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy is also investigating this wooden box," replied Master Yang Ming. Shao Yun furrowed her brow in surprise. What could Grand Scholar Yin be investigating this for? The Imperial Academy is the highest institution of learning in the capital, with the head of the academy referred to as the Grand Scholar. Master Yang Ming continued, "This Grand Scholar Yin, known as Yin Song, had been serving as a lecturer at the Hamlin Academy in Nanjing until he was abruptly promoted to this position last year, thanks to the ardent recommendation of Lord Zhang." Shao Yun was taken aback and murmured, "So it is Lord Zhang who is seeking this box?" Master Yang Ming nodded. "On that day, at Wulong Mountain, I noticed you were oblivious to Gao Feng trailing you, hence I intentionally revealed his movements to you. Gao Feng, remaining concealed, not only sought to uncover my whereabouts, but likely harbored another motive, to ascertain whether this box was in your possession. His attempt to ambush you from behind the tree was quite formidable. I almost arrived too late. Originally, his sword was aimed at your waist, but he hesitated at the last moment, resulting in your fortunate evasion. Upon returning to the Ming Dynasty, aside from her encounter with Wei Bin at the Centipede Bridge in the Western Garden of the Forbidden City, Shao Yun regarded that day's ambush by Gao Feng as the most perilous moment. Reflecting on it, She realized that Gao Feng's sudden emergence from behind the tree had caught her completely off guard, making escape seemingly impossible. Yet, Gao Feng's sword had indeed faltered at a critical juncture, allowing her to narrowly avoid disaster. Now, understanding Master Yangming's words, she exclaimed, "He must have noticed the box tied at my waist." After returning to the Ming Dynasty, Shao Yun had kept the box close at all times, even securing it around her waist with a cloth when meeting Master Yangming atop Wulong Mountain. In the darkness, Gao Feng had likely not perceived it until he was perilously close, only then realizing its presence. Gao Fengning, resolute in his intent to protect the box, momentarily altered his strike, allowing Shao Yun to evade a blow. Mr. Yangming nodded slightly, remarking, "Though it misses its mark, it is not far from it." Shao Yun fell into contemplation. While the precise purpose of the box eluded her understanding, one truth became evident. Eunuch Zhang was equally determined to possess it. The 8 Tigers and the Heart Society were irreconcilable foes. To restore the Heart Society, the 8 Tigers must first be eliminated. Yet, despite their dwindled number to 6, each individual wielded considerable power and mastery in martial arts, making their removal a formidable challenge. Gao Feng's defeat was primarily due to his ignorance of Mr. Yangming's presence at that moment. Otherwise, the outcome might have been uncertain. Now aware of Eunuch Zhang's relentless pursuit of the box, Shao Yun lifted her gaze to Mr. Yangming, who, stroking his beard with a smile, suggested, "Sister, do you intend to use this box as bait to draw them out one by one?" Shao Yun nodded, affirming his insight. The individuals among the 8 Tigers were formidable opponents. Although she could not guarantee victory in a one-on-one encounter, she believed she could at least retreat unscathed. Mr. Yangming pondered for a moment before cautioning, "However, this path bears considerable risk for you, dear sister. To restore the Heart Society, the 8 Tigers must first be vanquished." A resolution that Shao Yun had already embraced. After further contemplation, Mr. Yangming finally concluded, "Very well. Among the remaining individuals, apart from Eunuch Zhang, the most challenging to contend with are Qiao Mo and Wei Shi. Qiao Mo is typically inseparable from Eunuch Zhang, characterized by his ruthless nature but lacking cunning. Conversely, Wei Shi possesses exceptional talent. If he is not dealt with now, he will undoubtedly become a future threat. Warfare resembles a game of strategy, requiring one to avoid predictable patterns. Failing to anticipate the enemy's moves leaves one vulnerable to manipulation, thus extinguishing any chance of victory. Eunuch Zhang likely suspects your next targets will be Ma Tu or Gu Jie, and he has surely prepared for them. However, the ability to feign weakness while concealing strength lies in Wei Bin, whose ambitious spirit presents an oversight in Eunuch Zhang's strategy. Under Zhang Yong's command, aside from the elusive Luo Xiang, there remain Qiuju, Wei Bin, Ma Yongqing, and Gu Daong, with Qiuju and Wei Bin boasting superior martial prowess. Shao Yun, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of doubt but quickly realized that the first target must be one who could be lured into a trap. Once the enemy grew wary, they would become increasingly difficult to handle. Thus, it became evident that Wei Bin was the most suitable target. Yet, recalling her previous encounter with Wei Bin, unease settled within her. Mr. Yangming, noticing her apprehension, inquired, "What, lacking confidence?" Shao Yun raised her head and replied, "Master, during my duel with Wei Bin, I felt I was not his match. To strike first against him may prove precarious." Mr. Yangming smiled faintly and stated, "Among the remaining 8 Tigers, 6 remain. With Luo Ying rarely taking the stage, Qiumo's heartlessness, Gu Jie's greed, Ma Tu's cruelty, and Wei Shi's cunning define them. This man once led the Jinyue, and no one has witnessed his prowess in combat, nor do they know what weapon he wields. Yet, he presents a calm exterior while harboring a fierce desire for accolades within. He shared a profound bond with Ma Tu, yet when it came to achievements, he was equally inclined to claim them for himself. Thus, this individual was particularly susceptible to provocation. With the right setup, it would be easier to eliminate him than others." Upon hearing Master Yangming recount the personalities of the 8 Tigers with such clarity, Shao Yun thought it was no wonder that one should plan before taking action. Although Master Yangming had remained patient and silent over the years, he had, in fact, been plotting vengeance for the destruction of the Fuxin society. However, when Master Yangming suggested that removing Wei Bin would be simpler than dealing with others, Shao Yun found it hard to believe. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Master, how should we proceed?" A faint smile graced Master Yangming's lips as he replied, "It is wiser to engage in strategy than to rely solely on strength." At that moment, a gust of wind blew, dislodging a patch of accumulated snow from the eaves, which fell to the ground with a soft thud, breaking into a flurry of snowflakes. Master Yangming glanced over and murmured, "The wind god has arrived. The snow god is not far behind." The day was waning, and he continued, "Sister, join me for a couple of cups. It will be an opportunity to discuss this matter in detail and also to bolster your spirits for the task ahead. Wishing you success in claiming Wei Shi's head. The mention of the wind god and snow god harked back to the records of the Tang dynasty. Though Master Yang spoke of murder, his eloquence remained refined, as if the head of Wei Bin was already within reach. Shao Yun could not suppress a smile and bowed, responding, "I shall heed your guidance." While Master Yang and Shao Yun engaged in their quiet deliberation over drinks, Wei Bin was in his own residence. Enjoying a drink on the upper level of the backyard, observing the few fragrant plum trees weighed down by the snow. Wei Bin's abode was quite elegant. Adorned with an abundance of flora in the backyard, yet he alone cherished the fragrant plum tree. The fragrant plum, though often mistaken for a plum blossom, was actually a variety of wax plum. In the floral lexicon, wax plums held a low status, often derisively referred to as dogfly flowers. Nevertheless, exceptions exist. The fragrant plum, despite being a wax plum, was notably distinct. As noted by Fan Xingda in his Plum Records of Fan Village, it was praised for its deep yellow hue akin to sandalwood, its dense blossoms, and rich fragrance, earning it the name fragrant plum, regarded as the finest of its kind. Although Wei Bin, as a eunuch, had once held sway over the Jinyui, he fancied himself a connoisseur of elegance. He preferred to sip his wine moderately rather than indulge in excessive drinking. His meals sought refinement rather than extravagance. To an outsider unaware of his true identity, he appeared merely as a pale, beardless middle-aged scholar. Thus, in Wei Bin's mind, he likened himself to the fragrant plum among the dogfly flowers, rising above the mundane. However, he harbored no grand ambitions. During his time under Lu Jin, he was diligent and loyal, always following Lu Gonggong's lead. After Zhang Yong ousted Lu Jin through cunning, Wei Bin swiftly shifted his allegiance, becoming a loyal hound under Zhang Gonggong's command. Yet, in his heart, he felt the landscape of his life changed each year, while the people within remained the same. Regardless of whose command he served, as long as he could enjoy a cup of wine amidst the flowers, that was sufficient. The wine was exceptionally clear and mellow, and although Wei Bin exercised restraint, even in slight inebriation, he maintained his clarity of thought. His mind lingered on matters concerning the heavenly palace. Under the cover of night, he had received Zhang Yong's orders to incinerate the area surrounding the leopard house and the western barbarians. Despite a twinge of resentment at being driven by Zhang Yong, Wei Bin dutifully carried out the task. With Wei Bin's capabilities, this task was certainly not insurmountable. Yet, an unexpected incident occurred on the Centipede Bridge as he departed from the Western Gardens, where he encountered an oddly dressed individual. Initially, he presumed this was merely an ill-fated palace guard and intended to dispatch the person with a single stroke of his sword, casting the body into the Tay pool. However, upon engaging in combat, he was astonished to discover the individual possessed formidable strength, causing Wei Bin to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, disguised as a palace guard, he was without his customary weapon and was eager to extricate himself. Yet, upon reflection, he began to sense something amiss. Wei Bin had indeed seen palace guards before, but never had he encountered one clad in such a cloak. Moreover, the individual's skills were unmistakably reminiscent of the Brotherhood he once knew. Could it be that the person he encountered that night was Shao Yun? Wei Bin struggled to believe such a coincidence, yet the likelihood increased with each passing thought. The Central Plains Brotherhood had been nearly eradicated following the grand ceremony, and though some clandestine remnants lingered, they were largely insignificant and unlikely to infiltrate the palace. The only one capable and motivated enough for such an endeavor would be Shao Yun alone. If this were indeed the case, he had unwittingly let slip a fortuitous opportunity. As he pondered this, he prepared to take a sip of his drink to steady his nerves, but suddenly stood up, alertly glancing towards the staircase behind him. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs. While indulging in solitary drinking, he had instructed the servants not to disturb him. Now, this individual ascended the stairs with apparent nonchalance, seemingly unperturbed. Wei Bin, feeling a surge of irritation, instinctively reached into his sleeve. However, upon seeing the person climbing the stairs, his demeanor shifted, and he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing low to the floor, exclaiming, "Governor." Ascending was none other than Zhang Yong, the commander of the 12 battalions of the capital. Despite the biting cold, Zhang Yong wore only a thin jacket, exuding an air of composure. Noticing Wei Bin kneeling, he said, "Rise, Wei Bin." Wei Bin stood up, but dared not sit again. Observing the small earthen stove by the window still warm with a pot of wine yet lacking any accompaniments, Zhang Yong smiled slightly, saying, "Wei Bin, you have a refined taste, savoring wine beneath the plum blossoms." Though Zhang Yong's tone was gentle, Wei Bin felt a chilling unease creeping down his spine. He awaited Zhang Yong to take a seat before settling himself to the side, speaking softly, "Governor, the task you assigned me last month has been accomplished." Zhang Yong nodded approvingly. "I have heard of your success. You executed it flawlessly, leaving no trace behind." Last month, Zhang Yong had ordered Wei Bin to infiltrate the Western Gardens to set ablaze the Chiffon Pavilion, although the site had been abandoned and its valuables long removed. Shao Yun had spent 2 years there, making it possible she might know of hidden treasures unknown to others. Thus, it was deemed prudent to destroy it without delay. Upon his return, he had learned of the fire at the Western Gardens. By the time the guards arrived, the area had already been reduced to ashes. Following the demise of the late emperor, the Western Gardens had fallen into disuse, and even the leopards once housed there had been relocated. Consequently, while the fire was substantial, it resulted in no casualties. Furthermore, as the Western Gardens lay in the southwestern corner of the Forbidden Palace, separated by the Tay Pool, even a raging fire would not spread elsewhere. Thus, despite the incident, the current emperor had not regarded it with much concern. Wei Bin quietly exhaled in relief. He observed that Zhang Yong's expression remained exceedingly grave and cautiously remarked, "Duke, there is still no news regarding Shao Yun's whereabouts." Zhang Yong cast a glance at Wei Bin, his demeanor betraying no unusual sign, yet Wei Bin felt an inexplicable chill. Although both belonged to the 8 tigers of the Zorru group, their official statuses were not vastly different. However, Wei Bin was acutely aware of the profound disparity in their identities. Lu Jin had failed to recognize this individual, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate, and he harbored no desire to follow Lu Jin's path. Thus, he stood by, increasingly deferential in demeanor. "Wei Bin, Shao Yun has certainly arrived in the capital," he mused. Wei Bin was taken aback, yet maintained a composed faade, inquiring, "Duke, have you received any new information?" "None whatsoever," Zhang Yong replied. Wei Bin was once again startled, pondering why Zhang Yong spoke with such unwavering certainty despite the absence of news. Zhang Yong continued, "It is precisely due to the complete lack of information that the situation becomes all the more perplexing. Once this woman reached the shore, her traces should have surfaced. Yet, after Gao Feng fell to her hand, she has vanished without a trace, and we can find no hint of her whereabouts. Someone must be aiding her from the shadows." Wei Bin contemplated for a moment and muttered, "Someone is assisting her from the shadows? Duke, who could possibly possess such audacity?" Zhang Yong snorted lightly through his nose and regarded Wei Bin, saying, "Wei Bin, when the Brotherhood was uprooted by you 3 years ago, their leader must have perished at your hands, correct?" Wei Bin, renowned for his tracking skills, had led a decisive strike against the Brotherhood under the guise of a grand ceremony 3 years prior. Thanks to his prowess, the Brotherhood members in the capital were thoroughly apprehended, leaving not a single one behind. He recalled pursuing the Brotherhood's headquarters, where the leader fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed to his sword. "Indeed," he affirmed. "Duke, this individual was named Hong Liwei." Zhang Yong interrupted him, stating, "Hong Liwei is merely a minor figure. There must be someone of greater significance behind him." The conflict between the Zorru group and the Brotherhood had spanned over a millennium. During the Warring States period, the Zorru group's predecessor forged a vendetta with the Brotherhood, which sought to overthrow the Qin dynasty after assisting Emperor Qin in unifying the 6 states. In this world, all things must be in order, and no one is permitted to overstep their bounds. This belief has been handed down through generations, remaining unchanged for 1,000 years. Their reverence for power contrasted sharply with the Brotherhood's ethos of limitless ambition, leading to inevitable clashes. Thus, since Wei Yu's assassination of the Qin king, the Brotherhood had become the target of relentless pursuit by Zhang Yong's ancestors. Over successive dynasties, conflicts had persisted, with each side gaining the upper hand at times. Throughout the years, they had engaged in a deadly struggle, maintaining a precarious balance of power. However, the Brotherhood's current plight, having faced near total annihilation, was unprecedented. If they could completely eradicate the Brotherhood, it would be an unparalleled achievement. Even Zhang Yong felt a surge of excitement at the thought. He understood that the leaders within the European Brotherhood were referred to as mentors. As long as the mentor remained, the Brotherhood would inevitably rise from the ashes. Though the Ming Brotherhood differed in nature, it undoubtedly harbored a figure of similar stature. While Hong Liwei possessed commendable abilities, they paled in comparison to the elusive Zhu Jiyuan. While it is true that a mentor may not necessarily be the most formidable member of a brotherhood, Zhang Yong has long contemplated this notion, having heard Mr. Pilas mention it. Nonetheless, this matter has lingered in his mind. One need not possess the greatest prowess to lead an organization. A leader must embody an air of authority to command respect, otherwise, it becomes challenging to rally followers. Upon encountering Hong Liwei, Zhang Yong found him to be nothing more than a shattered husk. Wei Bin was known for his discretion in action, often allowing no one, not even Zhang Yong, to witness his methods. The individual who could provoke such severity from Wei Bin was undoubtedly not a weakling. However, Zhang Yong could scarcely believe that Hong Liwei was indeed the leader of the Brotherhood. This doubt had haunted him for several years, during which he had exerted every effort to track down remnants of the Brotherhood, yet to no avail. At times, he could not help but wonder if he had erred. If perhaps the Brotherhood had indeed been entirely eradicated. However, the return of Shao Yun indirectly validated his suspicions. The elusive leader had evaded the net during the Grand Council and had now resurfaced. As Zhang Yong's words faded, Wei Bin nodded slightly and remarked, "What the supervisor says is indeed true. I have always held the same belief." He spoke casually, yet as the words left his lips, a weight settled in his heart. He thought, "What a blunder! How could I have been so careless?" By nature meticulous and cautious, Wei Bin was acutely aware of Zhang Yong's intense suspicion and had always treaded carefully to avoid inciting any ire. Yet, his recent admission revealed that he too had discerned the existence of another leader within the Brotherhood. The fact that Hong Liwei had perished at his hand, while he kept silent about it, was a transgression of Zhang Yong's greatest taboo. However, it was too late for regret, and he promptly added, "It is only that. Over the years, I have lacked the evidence to speak freely. Hearing the supervisor's words has indeed illuminated my understanding." Zhang Yong, oblivious to Wei Bin's concealed thoughts, gazed somewhat vacantly at the sandalwood plum tree in the courtyard and softly declared, "Regardless of who this individual may be, we must unearth him. Wei Bin, Gu Daong will soon procure the necessary vessels, and the plans for Daiyu will be fully prepared, awaiting only the favorable winds. The crucial matter now lies with the box of the Forerunner. Do we have any leads on this?" Zhang Yong's tone was exceedingly gentle, devoid of any hint of anger. Yet a chill ran down Wei Bin's spine. He was not typically a person who exuded warmth, yet before Zhang Yong, he could not shake the flicker of trepidation within him. The memory of the scene when Eunuch Lu was subjected to death by 1,000 cuts still haunted him. This fear stemmed not merely from the gruesome nature of Lu's punishment, but rather from Zhang Yong's previously submissive demeanor towards Lu, only to later strike with resolute finality, leaving Wei Bin feeling inferior. Zhang Yong had entrusted him with 2 tasks. One was to incinerate the Western Pavilion, and the other was to locate Shao Yun and seize the Forerunner's box from her. The first task he executed flawlessly, yet he had yet to uncover any trace of Shao Yun or the box. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Wei Bin at your service. However, Supervisor, is it certain that the box is indeed in Shao Yun's possession?" Mr. Pilas had conveyed that the box was originally with Ezio, and the last person he saw before his demise was none other than Shao Yun herself. After that, the box's whereabouts remained unknown, leading to the conclusion that it must have been entrusted to her. Zhang Yong squinted slightly, peering through the narrow slit of his eyelids to observe the world outside. This seemed to grant him a clearer view, as well as a more lucid train of thought. He remarked, "Though the box is not particularly large, carrying it with me would undoubtedly be inconvenient. She must have entrusted it to someone behind the scenes. Thus, eliminating this woman is merely a secondary concern. Uncovering the individual behind her is of paramount importance." At this moment, Zhang Yong had reached the staircase and paused after descending a step, turning back to say, "Wei Bin, I trust you have not forgotten our methods of assassination?" Wei Bin replied, "My lord, I would never dare to forget." "Naturally, I have not forgotten either." This last statement sent a chill down Wei Bin's spine. Watching Zhang Yong's retreating figure, he could only bow his head and respond, "Yes, yes. I shall diligently obey your command." As Zhang Yong descended to the ground floor, Jiuju, who had always been by his side, awaited him, following Zhang Yong out of Wei Bin's residence. Upon exiting the Wei household, snow began to flutter down from the sky once more. This was the snow of spring, light and airy, resembling willow catkins rather than droplets of rain, and it did not feel particularly cold upon landing on one's skin. Zhang Yong gazed upward at the sky and murmured, "It is February. Next month, Elder Xie shall return to the court." Elder Xie refers to the renowned minister Xie Qian, who, during the Hongji reign, was celebrated alongside Li Dongong and Lu Jian as the 3 virtuous ministers. While Li was known for his strategy and Lu for his decisiveness, Xie was particularly noted for his eloquence. During Lu Jin's reign, Xie Qian was implicated and forced to resign after he called for Lu Jin's execution. After the ascension of the Jiajing emperor, Xie Qian was summoned back to the court despite his repeated refusals, ultimately returning to office in March. The dispute over the grand ceremony that began in the 16th year of Zhengde has yet to be fully resolved. Zhang Yong, leveraging this grand ceremony debate, eliminated the Central Plains Brotherhood, yet he was acutely aware that many within the court remained dissatisfied, Xie Qian being one among them. Since the first year of Zhengde, when Xie Qian, alongside Li Dongong and Lu Jian, petitioned for the execution of the 8 tigers, they had become irreconcilable enemies of Zhang Yong. As a senior statesman across 3 reigns, Zhang Yong felt it would be unwise to act rashly against this elder, making it difficult to hold those dissenters accountable once Xie Qian returned to the cabinet. Currently, the foremost concern was no longer the pursuit of Shao Yun, but rather how to deal with Xie Qian. Fortunately, given Xie Qian's advanced age, he could not remain in office indefinitely. With some maneuvering, it should be possible to compel Xie Qian to resign, thereby bringing the grand ceremony dispute to a close. However, this would require time, during which Zhang Yong could seize the opportunity to uncover the individual behind Shao Yun and obtain that box. Thus, the success of the Dayu plan would be within reach. Yet, a peculiar expression flickered in Zhang Yong's eyes. Regarding Wei Bin, a capable asset of the Zhou group, he leaned upon him like a fortress, but more so, he felt as though there were thorns in his back. This individual was indeed formidable, perhaps too formidable, instilling a sense of threat within Zhang Yong. Although Zhang Yong had toppled Lu Jin to ascend to the position of the Zhou group's leader, he was not inclined to step aside for the younger generation. Nevertheless, Wei Bin likely saw matters differently. In Zhang Yong's ears, Wei Bin's seemingly casual remark echoed once more. I have long held the same belief. It appeared that this man had suspected all along that Hong Liwei was not the true leader, yet he had remained silent, biding his time. Wei Bin's actions stemmed from two motives. Firstly, to claim the credit for eradicating the Brotherhood, and secondly, to conceal his own brilliance from those who might envy him. Such profound scheming indicates he is no ordinary individual. Perhaps he poses an even greater threat than Shao Yun. To attain his goals, one must first tolerate his presence. Qiuju, upon hearing Zhang Yong mutter something unexpectedly, pondered the meaning behind the phrase lousy, which he could not comprehend, assuming it was directed at him. He inquired, Governor, what are your instructions? Realizing he had spoken aloud, Zhang Yong shook his head and replied, It is nothing. Before continuing, where is my Yongcheng now? He is currently en route back to the capital at your command and will arrive in a few days. Zhang Yong nodded slightly, instructing, Send him a directive to investigate the whereabouts of that woman, Shao Yun, on his journey, and return to the capital in 5 days. Qiuju was taken aback by Zhang Yong's words, contemplating their implications. Among the 8 tigers, there had never been a united front. The former leader, Lu Jin, had met his demise at Zhang Yong's hands. The recently deceased Gao Feng and Gu Deong were hardly allies. Yet Ma Yongcheng and Wei Bin bore no animosity towards each other and shared a certain camaraderie. Their collaboration would indeed be more effective than the partnership of Gao Feng and Gu Deong. Moreover, with one skilled in tracking and the other ruthless, their union would complement each other well. However, Zhang Yong's command seemed deliberately designed to delay Ma Yongcheng's arrival in the capital, a nuance that Qiuju did not grasp. If Shao Yun had not yet reached the capital, it would be acceptable, but if she had already arrived, it would grant her the opportunity to be dealt with individually. Recognizing his own limitations in political maneuvering compared to Zhang Yong, he resigned himself to being Zhang Yong's close attendant, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. As the two men walked along the lengthy street, the snow began to fall more heavily. This unseasonable spring snow showed no signs of abating, blanketing the rooftops of the capital in white as twilight descended upon the city. Chapter 5. The Decisive Hand During the Ming Dynasty. Due to the establishment of the dual capital system, both Nanjing and Beijing housed their own imperial academy. While the position of the academy's head, the Minister of Education, was not particularly lucrative, it was a title of considerable repute, even though it was only a 4th-rank position. Upon meeting the current Minister of Education, Wei Bin was somewhat surprised. As a skilled tracker, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of physiognomy. Observing the minister's countenance, he noted that while not particularly blessed, the man still exuded a scholarly integrity. Yet now, the minister's face was clearly marred by obsequiousness. Regardless, the minister conducted his affairs with commendable diligence. Wei Bin perused the documents presented by the minister and inquired, Minister, have you already discovered the whereabouts of that box? The minister, taken aback by Wei Bin's amiable demeanor, hurriedly rose and declared, It is indeed a blessing for you, Lord Wei, that I have been able to proceed so smoothly. Are you aware of the Yongle Dadain? Wei Bin felt a surge of irritation. The Yongle Dadain was a work few had perused, but its name was renowned. He replied, Minister, though I am but a Yellow Gate attendant, I can at least recognize a few characters. Hearing the displeasure in Wei Bin's voice, Yin Jizhou quickly replied, Indeed, the esteemed Wei Gong is unparalleled. I am but a humble servant, far from your reach. The Yongle Dadain, comprising 19,663 volumes, is akin to the lost Bishua Lu of the Song Dynasty. In the 19th section of the 2nd volume of this tome, there is a record of a box belonging to the Forerunner, which bears a striking resemblance to the item sought by Wei Gong. Yin Jizhou had been tasked by Wei Bin to search for references to this box in ancient texts. Although Wei Bin held a 3rd-rank position while Yin Jizhou was of the 4th, the latter's authority did not extend to issuing commands. However, as Yin Jizhou was favored by the illustrious Zhang Gong, He understood that Wei Bin was one of the 8 formidable aides of Zhang Yong, second only to him in prowess, and thus endeavored to ingratiate himself with him. Despite the vast number of ancient tomes, Yan Zhizhou, with his extensive knowledge, remarkably discerned important details within just over a month. Wei Bin, astonished, exclaimed, "Is it truly so? Does this item genuinely exist?" The Forerunner's box was something even Zhang Yong had only recently learned about from Mr. Pilos of Frangi. Wei Bin had initially instructed Yan Zhizhou to investigate ancient texts merely as a formality, harboring little hope, as his focus was primarily on the search for Shao Yun. Yet, Shao Yun seemed to have vanished into the sea of people, leaving no trace, while Yan Zhizhou had yielded results. Noticing the uplifted spirit of Wei Bin, Yan Zhizhou could not help but feel a sense of pride. Coming from humble beginnings, he had toiled in his youth, cultivating a commendable character. However, despite having achieved success, he had long been stymied in his career due to his disdain for Lu Jin's extravagance, resulting in a lack of progress even as he approached his 40s. At this juncture, he resolved to abandon his earlier ideals of self-cultivation, governance, and moral integrity, striving instead to ingratiate himself with the powerful Zhang Yong. This shift quickly led him to the Hamlin Academy and a promotion to the position of Minister of the National University. By this time, any remnants of his former resolve to avoid collusion with the eunuchs had vanished, and he had transformed into a person entirely devoted to currying favor with the 8 formidable aides. When Wei Bin instructed him to investigate ancient texts, Yan Zhizhou took the task earnestly, not daring to show any negligence. He leaned closer and whispered, "Wei Gong, the references in the Bishu Lu are but mere fragments. Yet there is another matter that is rather suspicious." Noticing Yan Zhizhou's hesitant demeanor, Wei Bin understood he was eager to present his findings and replied, "Yan Zhizhou, speak plainly. What is this suspicious matter?" Just the day before, someone had also come seeking information from the Bishu Lu, specifically searching through the 19,663 volumes of the Yongle Dadayan. The Yongle Dadayan, commissioned by Emperor Qingzu during the Yongle era and compiled by the eminent scholar Yao Guangxiao and Xie Jin, is reputed to encompass all the literature of the world, totaling nearly 23,000 volumes across over 10,000 tomes. Such a vast collection, even if piled together, would fill a large room, making it nearly impossible for a single individual to peruse it all. Consequently, after its compilation, it was stored in the Wenyuan Pavilion in Nanjing. However, following a devastating fire at the pavilion, the Yongle Dadayan was transferred to the Wenlu in Beijing. This facility, located next to the Wenhua Hall in the eastern part of the Forbidden City, is typically off-limits to the general public. Accessing its books involves an exceedingly complicated process. Even Yan Zhizhou, as the Minister of the National University, while possessing the right to consult the collection, could not simply do so at will. Wei Bin inquired, "Oh, who is this individual?" This individual, though not an official, submitted a request for examination. The reason for this is that the collection of books within the palace library is not readily accessible. However, individuals from the Imperial Academy often have a need to consult ancient texts. Thus, a temporary measure was devised. Requests for the examination of ancient tomes could be submitted at these 2 locations, whereupon designated personnel would oversee the process, and the eunuchs responsible for copying would transcribe the necessary texts. In the early days of the Ming Dynasty, Emperor Hongwu had issued a decree prohibiting eunuchs from being literate. Yet, during the reign of Emperor Xian, this prohibition was abolished, and a special inner academy was established within the palace to teach eunuchs to read and write under the tutelage of Hanlin scholars. The esteemed ritual minister himself had once served as an instructor, hence most eunuchs in the palace became literate, with some even possessing commendable calligraphy skills, making the transcription of several pages a trivial task. Originally intended to facilitate those in need, this practice eventually evolved into a means for eunuchs to profit, with the cost of transcribing a single page becoming quite exorbitant. Consequently, after receiving payment, the eunuchs showed little concern for the identity of the requester or the nature of the inquiry. Were it not for the fact that the esteemed ritual minister was also investigating the box of the Forerunner, he might have missed this opportunity entirely. To his delight, he discovered that someone was seeking information about the box of the Forerunner within the extensive collection of 19,663 volumes of the Record of Blood and Honor. Though his scholarly prowess was exceptional, locating a reference to this box among such a vast array of ancient texts was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Following clues meticulously, he indeed found a relevant entry in the Record of Blood and Honor, and his joy was unbounded. He hurried to report his findings to Lord Wei. After a lengthy and somewhat rambling account from the ritual minister, Lord Wei maintained a composed facade, though internally, he was in turmoil. He had been desperately searching for Shao Yun, and at this moment, he could hardly believe his fortune. The inquiry concerning the box of the Forerunner, whether it was linked to Shao Yun or not, was likely connected to the remnants of the Central Plains Brotherhood, possibly the very individuals behind Shao Yun. As suspected by the inspector, regardless of their identity, uncovering this person would be a significant achievement. He inquired, what about the request form? Who submitted it? The ritual minister promptly retrieved a slip of paper from his sleeve and presented it, saying, please take a look, Lord Wei. Upon receiving it, Lord Wei observed that the note was succinct and lacked a signature. He asked, is there no indication of who made the request? The ritual minister, suddenly feeling a bit awkward, replied, well, Lord Wei, it is because the revered sage taught that knowledge should be accessible to all. Thus, the Imperial Academy has made it easier for the public to access the palace's secret texts. It became clear that this was an opportunity for illicit gain. Lord Wei realized that even in such a seemingly straightforward institution as the Imperial Academy, the ritual minister had managed to uncover a lucrative path. His ability to amass wealth was indeed remarkable. However, he was reluctant to reprimand the ritual minister for his greed, as it was precisely such malpractices within the Imperial Academy that had led to the discovery of Shao Yun's whereabouts. He asked, when will the person who submitted this request come to collect it? Tomorrow, the ritual minister replied, this individual will come to the Imperial Academy's gatehouse to retrieve it. Lord Wei murmured to himself, tomorrow? This means that by simply waiting at the Imperial Academy, I can capture Shao Yun in one fell swoop. He had not anticipated that this troublesome matter would be resolved so effortlessly, and his heart swelled with joy. He, with a composed demeanor and an inscrutable expression, remarked, very well, I shall have my people wait at the Guozijian tomorrow. The esteemed scholar Yin was taken aback by the mention of apprehending someone at the Guozijian, and with a forced chuckle suggested, esteemed Wei, would it not be prudent to deliberate on this matter further? Should you act within the Guozijian, it is likely that Wei Bin will suddenly grasp the intent. If a public capture were to occur, it would surely deter future requests to consult the Imperial Library, effectively severing a crucial source of income. He pondered the adage that won it not to strike a smiling face. Given Scholar Yan's significant contributions, it seemed only fitting to afford him some courtesy. Thus, he nodded, saying, I shall discreetly follow and act only when we reach a secluded location. Upon hearing this, Scholar Yan exhaled in relief, deeply bowing in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Wei, for your understanding. The following day dawned with rain. In the late spring, the persistent drizzle brought a chill, rendering the Guozijian, a bastion of clarity, even more desolate. Wei Bin sat in a room atop the gatehouse, affording him a view of the entrance. Despite the Guozijian's reputation as a bastion of integrity, it housed thousands of students, a considerable number indeed. Fortunately, the foot traffic was sparse during the day. Wei Bin had been seated for nearly an entire day, his legs beginning to feel numb. Only a couple of individuals had come to retrieve inquiry forms, none for the coveted by Xue Lu. By midday, Scholar Yan, ever attentive, sent a selection of wine and dishes for Wei Bin's enjoyment. Yet, despite being well-fed, the tedium of sitting idle was palpable. As dusk approached, and Wei Bin felt the weight of disappointment, his attendant, Zhou Fu, whispered, my lord, someone approaches. Zhou Fu was Wei Bin's trusted eunuch. Wei Bin considered himself akin to the North Star, for it dictated the fates of men. Among the 9 stars of the constellation, 2 lesser stars were named Zhou Fu and Yu Bai, hence he had bestowed such monikers upon his favored disciples. Yu Bai had perished at the hands of foes years prior, leaving Zhou Fu as his sole confidant. Though Zhou Fu was not particularly old, his martial prowess was formidable, and Wei Bin relied on him for many matters, thus placing considerable trust in him. Hearing Zhou Fu's announcement, Wei Bin's spirits lifted as he peered out the window. From his vantage point, he observed the rain falling heavily outside. In the midst of the spring downpour, a figure with a paper umbrella approached the alley. The umbrella obscured the individual's features, but it was evident that the person was of modest stature and moved at a leisurely pace. Could it be the beloved concubine Xiao? Wei Bin involuntarily straightened. The figure soon arrived beside the gatehouse, engaged in conversation with the gatekeeper, though the words were inaudible through the floorboards. A small brass bell hanging from a pillar chimed softly, a prearranged signal indicating that the visitor had indeed come to collect the inquiry form. Zhou Fu's excitement surged, and he whispered, my lord, shall we act? Although Wei Bin had promised Scholar Yin not to take action at the Guozijian, should it truly be Shao Yun, he was prepared to renege on his word. Yet he merely responded, let us wait a moment longer. While the conversation below remained indistinct, Wei Bin discerned that the voice, though not coarse, was deeper than his own, assuring him that it was certainly not Shao Yun. It seems that Shao Yun herself would not dare to take such a risk. The one who came for the inquiry slip is likely just a mere errand runner, a small worker engaged in menial tasks at the shop. Should action be taken now, it would likely alert the snake in the grass. The most prudent strategy at this moment is to play the long game and allow this individual to lead me to Shao Yun. Having made up his mind, Wei Bin whispered, Azua, follow closely behind me without being noticed. As you command. Wei Bin rose to his feet and took an oil paper umbrella leaning against the wall. He was aware that although his loyal attendant had mastered his tracking techniques, this task required utmost precision. It was best for him to pursue personally. As he descended the stairs, the individual holding the inquiry slip had already taken a dozen steps, watching the person's back from a distance. Wei Bin waited until they had taken 5 or 6 more steps before he followed suit. The essence of tracking lies in balance, neither too close nor too far. If one trails too closely, they risk being detected. If too distant, they might lose the lead. Generally, a distance of 10 to 20 paces is ideal, allowing one to remain undetected while not straying too far. Wei Bin had immersed himself in this art for many years, often leading from the front during his tenure with the Jinyue. The Guozijian, located in Chongjiaofang of Beijing's Dongqing district, is adjacent to the Confucian Temple. The alley in front of the Guozijian is named Chengxian Street. Though narrow, Chengxian Street is straight, and on a rainy day, with fewer pedestrians, visibility is quite clear. Following closely behind the individual, Wei Bin observed as they walked westward along Chengxian Street, exited onto Andingmen Street, and turned into Lingchunfang via Chijuan Dianxiang. Lingchunfang, situated near Andingmen, was rather desolate. Upon seeing the individual turn into this area, Wei Bin's heart stirred. Perhaps, by following this lead, he could not only discover Shao Yun's hideout in the city but also unveil the person orchestrating her actions. He knew that Zhang Yong was most wary of the strategist behind Shao Yun. If he could unearth this individual, he would surely gain an advantage in front of the esteemed Zhang Yong. The person ahead seemed entirely unaware of being followed, whistling a little tune as they walked at a leisurely pace. After traversing a stretch, they completed the Chijuan Dianxiang and encountered an alley running north to south, marked by a yellow wall. Such yellow walls are reserved for the imperial palace or temples. He had arrived at the intersection of Jintaifang and Lingchunfang, where affluent households abound, ensuring a tranquil environment devoid of the common rabble. The yellow wall belonged to the Fatu Temple, established during the Yuan dynasty's Zhijing era. 50 years prior, 3 Pure Land Zen halls were added behind the temple, yet it now lay in disrepair, with only a few elderly monks residing there, and scant incense offerings. So, the temple serves as a refuge. Observing the individual enter Fatu Temple, Wei Bin could not help but silently commend them. The former imperial concubine's ability to hide within a temple was unimaginable. It seemed that even though Shao Yun was a woman, her patience and cunning were comparable to those of legendary figures like Yu Rang and Ye Zheng. Standing at the entrance of Chijuan Dianxiang with his umbrella, he quietly watched the temple gate of Fatu Temple. Shao Yun is undoubtedly not within this temple now. She must have instructed the young attendant to place the inquiry form in a specific location and patiently await an opportune moment to retrieve it, all without drawing attention. The thought that the once sheltered consort Hui has become so astute in the ways of the world elicits a quiet admiration from Wei Bin. Indeed, it is true that one is shaped by adversity and perishes in comfort. The former prized consort, having undergone years of trials, has become remarkably shrewd. Wei Bin, though not as erudite as Zhang Yong, possesses a certain self-styled elegance and has perused the works of Mencius in the study. In days gone by, he had vowed to emulate the esteemed eunuch Huayan, revered by the officials of the previous dynasty. Reflecting on such memories brings a bittersweet smile to Wei Bin's face, accompanied by a tinge of embarrassment. Regardless of how posterity may judge him, having embarked on this path, he must continue onward. At this moment, the young attendant emerged from the temple, sheltered by an umbrella, evidently having completed his task. As the attendant re-entered the carriage shop, Wei Bin swiftly stepped forward to obstruct his path. The attendant, taken aback, stood speechless, likely frightened. Amused by this, Wei Bin lowered his voice and said, "Young brother." The attendant, though unaware of the full circumstances, might divulge some information. At the very least, Wei Bin could ascertain who had sent him here. However, before Wei Bin could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of wind swept by, and the attendant abruptly thrust his oiled paper umbrella forward, obstructing Wei Bin's view, and swiftly drew a short dagger from his waist, aiming it towards Wei Bin's throat. Wei Bin could hardly fathom that the attendant would resort to violence. They stood mere feet apart, and the attendant's speed was that of a highly skilled practitioner. The technique mirrored that of an assailant encountered on the night of the Centipede Bridge, and in that fleeting moment, Wei Bin's mind sharpened as he uttered, "Shao Yun." Upon realizing that someone had submitted such an inquiry form to the Guozijian, Wei Bin had been certain that Shao Yun would never take such a reckless risk. Yet, she had employed the strategy of feigning weakness, resulting in his entrapment. Indeed, one should not be overly confident, he mused. While he had always prided himself on his meticulousness, It seemed that every move he made had fallen into Shao Yun's intricate schemes. However, he could not believe that Shao Yun possessed such cunning. Therefore, there must be a mastermind behind her, a mysterious figure orchestrating her actions. Who could this inscrutable individual be? To evade the meticulous searches during the grand ceremony, they must be a formidable force. The thought of contending with such a mysterious powerhouse filled Wei Bin with both excitement and a vague sense of unease. Yet, at this juncture, it was too late for regrets. The dagger appeared with such suddenness that he was entirely unprepared, left with no choice but to block it with his bare hands. As the blade was poised to pierce his chest, a soft sound resonated as Wei Bin's left wrist intercepted the dagger. While legends speak of invulnerable techniques, such as the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, those skills are notoriously difficult to master and may not be as miraculous as the tales suggest. After Wei Bin's left wrist intercepted the short dagger, his right hand swiftly seized the back of the blade. This counterattack was executed with such fluidity and finesse, showcasing remarkable skill. Initially, Wei Bin appeared to be at the mercy of his opponent, akin to a fish on a chopping block, devoid of any means to retaliate. However, with this maneuver, the tide of battle shifted, placing Shao Yun at a disadvantage instead. Although Wei Bin was a eunuch, his strength far surpassed that of Shao Yun. Grasping the back of the short dagger brought him a sense of relief, as he realized that the most formidable challenge had been surmounted. He coldly remarked, "Your Highness, I possess 3 weapons." Among the 8 eunuchs of the 8 tigers, Wei Bin was the most studious, second only to Zhang Yong. He understood that the art of warfare prioritized psychological warfare over brute force. During his studies in the Inner Academy, he particularly enjoyed reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and was deeply impressed by Zhuge Liang's southern campaigns and the strategy proposed by Ma Su, which left a lasting impression on him. Initially, he believed that Ma Su would one day rival Zhuge Liang in the struggle between Wei and Wu. But the latter's downfall at Jieting and subsequent execution left him despondent. Nevertheless, despite Ma Su's superficiality, the principle of psychological warfare resonated with him, prompting him to adopt it in his own tactics. Although he had commanded 3,000 troops, he had yet to apply this strategy in battle. However, in close combat, swaying an enemy's resolve with words could effectively diminish their fighting spirit. Following Shao Yun's surprise attack, although he regained control with his wrist weapon, Wei Bin remained wary of the former imperial concubine, thus employing this psychological tactic. Yet, before he could finish his statement, he felt his grip loosen as Shao Yun abandoned the short dagger and sprinted towards Fa Tong Temple. What was her intention? Wei Bin was momentarily taken aback, but immediately pursued her. Shao Yun had engaged Wei Bin in a skirmish at the carriage shop alley, with Fa Tong Temple merely separated by a narrow street. Her movements were exceedingly nimble, and despite Wei Bin's considerable agility, he could not close the distance. Fa Tong Temple was largely abandoned, with only a few monks lingering in the back meditation hall, leaving the main area desolate and devoid of life. Upon entering, Wei Bin noticed that Shao Yun did not head to the main hall, but instead veered towards the side hall, causing him to pause in confusion, pondering her motives. Could it be a trap? But upon reflection, given his martial prowess, even a trap would pose little threat. Moreover, his companion, Zhuo Fu, was close behind. Should a confrontation arise, Zhuo Fu would surely assist him, alleviating any concerns about Shao Yun laying any ambush. Resolute in his decision, Wei Bin dashed into the side hall. The side hall was dedicated to the medicine Buddha. While many eunuchs in the palace were fervent Buddhists, Wei Bin adhered to the teachings of the Yellowa religion and never entered a temple, thus unfamiliar with the medicine Buddha's significance. Upon entering, he found the hall rather small and sparsely adorned, with a life-size statue of the medicine Buddha at its center. The temple had fallen into neglect over the years, with its once vibrant colors now faded. Shao Yun stood before the statue, cornered with no escape, and there was no one else in sight. As Wei Bin stepped into the chamber, he noticed a solitary small door at the side, tightly shut, making it quite difficult to open. A sense of relief washed over him as he mused that she must have stumbled into this dead end in a state of panic. The dagger of Shao Yun had been seized by him during their earlier confrontation. Even if she possessed another weapon, Wei Bin was confident that he could subdue the woman before him with just a single move. He offered a faint smile and said, "Given the current circumstances, I respectfully request that your highness refrain from any further violent actions to avoid unnecessary discord." The eunuch's term of servitude was customary in the palace. Yet given that Shao Yun was now a wanted criminal and no longer within the palace's confines, Wei Bin's repeated address of her as Your Highness was laden with mockery. "Wei Gonggong, do you believe you are honoring the late emperor?" he asked with a slight smile. "The late emperor is but a memory, and with such a prefix, he can offer no protection to Your Highness. Should you refuse to surrender, I shall be compelled to act without courtesy. If I surrender, would that not lead to my demise as well?" A wave of inner turmoil suddenly surged within Wei Bin as he continued, "Your Highness, if you can relinquish the box of the predecessor, I can ensure your survival." He was acutely aware that Zhang Yong would not spare Shao Yun. Her capture would signify her descent into hell, and his capabilities would only afford her a swift end after enduring torment. Typically, he dismissed such deceptive utterances, but today, an inexplicable sense of anguish gripped him. Was it perhaps due to having encountered Shao Yun in the past? Years ago, when Wei Bin visited the leopard chamber to pay respects to Emperor Zhengde, he had caught sight of this young consort standing beside the emperor. Unlike the other concubines, Shao Yun was notable for being the only woman in the palace who did not bind her feet, and her youthful visage bore little of the typical allure found among the courtesans, instead exuding a vibrant spirit. Even the self-proclaimed ascetic Wei Bin found himself stirred by an unusual sensation upon seeing her. For a eunuch, it was not desire, but rather a faint reflection of his former lofty ambitions he saw in her countenance. Now, years later, Shao Yun had matured, her face marked by the trials of life, yet her spirited essence was even more pronounced than before. Meanwhile, he had irrevocably become a decaying remnant of his former self. Suddenly, Wei Bin felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Shao Yun inquired, "What significance does the box of the predecessor hold for you, Your Highness? Do you recall the scroll you entrusted to Consort Shun?" Shao Yun murmured, "Indeed, she was the one who delivered it to you. Is this box related to that scroll?" "Naturally," he replied, but as the words left his lips, a chill ran through him. He pondered, "What am I discussing with her? Could it be that in my advanced years, I have developed a sense of compassion?" His earlier words had been a calculated ploy. He was well aware of the bond between Shao Yun and Consort Zhang, and he anticipated that the revelation of such betrayal would stir her deeply, presenting an opportunity for him. Yet, despite his sudden provocation, Shao Yun remained unperturbed, leaving Wei Bin in a state of uncertainty. The capacity for compassion resides within every human heart, yet Wei Bin felt that he had lost this sentiment after turning 30. During the Great Rites discussions, he was tasked by Lord Zhang to hunt down the Brotherhood in the Central Plains, and in executing his orders, he had never once hesitated, striking with ruthless precision, unaware of how many lives he had extinguished. However, today, for reasons unknown, he found himself unusually verbose, almost reluctant to act. Lord Zhang was determined to capture Shao Yun alive, but Wei Bin did not share his fervor for this plan. He recognized that, despite his efforts, he was merely serving as a pawn in Zhang's game. Moreover, should the plan succeed, his aspiration to undermine Zhang would likely dissolve into mere fantasy. "Dear Empress Hui, let it be that you perish by my hand. At least it would grant a swift end." With this thought in mind, Wei Bin's right hand suddenly swept across his left wrist. As if by sorcery, he drew forth a gleaming golden sword. Earlier, he had mentioned possessing 3 weapons, one being his silver tongue, the second being the golden soft sword coiled around his wrist. When stored, it resembled a golden bracelet. But once unsheathed, it transformed into a formidable blade measuring 2 feet 3 inches. Wrapped around his wrist, it could deflect knives and swords, and when wielded, it could slice through iron as if it were mud. Coupled with Wei Bin's legendary swiftness in combat, many were oblivious to the nature of his weaponry, as he would only strike when assured of a fatal outcome. Although the golden soft sword was fearsome, the true source of his lethality lay in his third weapon, the 3 soul-piercing needles clasped in his left hand. These needles were typically concealed within the golden coil on his wrist, only to be retrieved when transformed into the sword. During battle, he would launch the needles first with his left hand before unleashing the soft sword with his right. This dual assault had yet to be evaded by anyone. On that fateful night at Centipede Bridge, Wei Bin's sword had indeed struck Shao Yun, but her cloak had intercepted it. He understood that her cloak was no ordinary garment. It not only enhanced her agility, but also afforded her protection from blades. Yet now, Shao Yun appeared in an unassuming guise, and Wei Bin was skeptical that she could still evade his weaponry. "Forgive my rudeness, Empress Hui," he reflected, as his left hand unfurled, sending the 3 soul-piercing needles shooting forth. His technique was so practiced that precision was unnecessary. He was confident that within 10 paces, he would not miss. As the needles flew, he charged forward, the soft sword poised to strike. Just as he advanced, he noticed Shao Yun retreating to the statue of the apothecary King Buddha, where she drew forth a golden short sword from beneath the altar. Although gold is a magnificent substance, it is ill-suited for weaponry due to its softness and weight. A sword forged of pure gold, if shaped to the dimensions of an ordinary iron sword, would weigh over twice as much and possess a softness akin to that of a noodle, unlike the resilience of a soft sword. What Shao Yun unsheathed was, in fact, a bronze sword, and Wei Bin could not fathom why she would choose this weapon. The hardness of bronze is inferior to that of fine steel. Yet seeing her draw the sword from the altar, he felt a heaviness in his heart. realizing it was undoubtedly part of a scheme she had long devised. Yet, what precisely was this scheme? Without waiting for him to think further, he rushed to Shao Yun's side. Wei Bin had initially assumed that Shao Yun would be immobilized by the soul-capturing needle, utterly powerless to retaliate, believing that his flexible golden soft sword could easily pierce her heart. However, the few needle shadows before his eyes seemed to possess a life of their own, unexpectedly darting aside and, with a soft hiss, embedding themselves into the right palm of the Wang Buddha statue that lay across her chest. Meanwhile, the golden soft sword in his hand felt as though it had suddenly gained several times its weight, veering off course. The soft sword was notoriously more challenging to wield than a regular sword, as its blend of flexibility and rigidity required a unique technique to use effectively. Otherwise, it could easily injure the wielder. Wei Bin had long mastered this art and had never encountered such a situation. The soft sword, once an extension of his will, now felt as though an invisible force was guiding its tip away, making it impossible to strike Shao Yun, and the resistance only intensified as he pressed forward. What was happening? It was only at this moment that Wei Bin realized he had fallen into a trap. He had believed he was stealthily shadowing Shao Yun, but in reality, she had lured him into the ambush she had meticulously prepared at the Fa Tong Temple. Both the soul-capturing needle and the golden soft sword had proven futile. Acting swiftly, he had thought his success was assured, leaving no room for error. Yet now, even contemplating a change in tactics was utterly impossible. He heard a faint crack, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. It was Shao Yun's familiar copper sword that had pierced him. Though a copper blade lacked the sharpness of fine iron, it was nonetheless lethal enough to claim a life. As the sword struck his heart, Wei Bin felt his strength dissipate instantly, staggering and collapsing to the ground. A seasoned killer, he knew that a wound to such a vital area would result in blood gushing forth, filling his chest, and soon threatening to spill from his mouth and nose. So this is the sensation of being slain, in the face of death. An unexpected urge to laugh surged within Wei Bin. His thoughts drifted back to a distant past, recalling a young eunuch who had entered the palace due to poverty and had once aspired to become someone like Huai Yan while studying in the inner academy. Wei Bin was known for his meticulous planning before taking action, and he had never missed his mark, particularly when employing the golden soft sword. He had never failed until now, rendering his true weapon a mystery to all. It was only at this moment that he realized. As he believed he had cornered Shao Yun with nowhere to escape, he had actually walked into her carefully devised snare, leading him to this dire predicament. In terms of martial prowess, while Shao Yun had indeed made progress, she was still a considerable distance from his level. Even in a fair fight, she could barely hold her ground for a few exchanges. Yet, this strategy had been specifically designed to counter him, each step intricately woven together, leaving him utterly defenseless. Only in these final moments before his death did Wei Bin finally grasp the true extent of the power behind Shao Yun. It dawned on him that he had remained nothing more than a pawn in the hands of Master Zhang until his last breath. This singular thought consumed him, despite his unwillingness to accept the role of a mere piece on a chessboard. In this round, had Master Zhang truly lost? Wei Bin found himself bereft of the opportunity to ponder the subtleties of the situation when an alarming cry pierced the air. Master Wei. The voice of Zhuofu resounded at the entrance. Wei Bin commanded Zhuofu to follow closely behind, and the young eunuch dared not defy him in the slightest. Previously, upon witnessing Wei Bin's unexpected altercation with the attendant from the Guozijian, Zhuofu had been taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events. However, upon rushing into the Feidong Temple, he was met with the sight of Wei Bin fallen to the ground, pierced by a sword. Zhuofu had always regarded Wei Bin as a deity. To witness such an effortless defeat and demise was beyond his wildest imaginings, leaving him so astonished that he forgot to flee. The act of killing Wei Bin left Shao Yun with a palpable flutter of her heart, mingled with astonishment. Although Master Ming had foretold that Wei Bin could not escape this scheme, and she had rehearsed the plan several times beforehand, the ultimate success was still a profound surprise, even instilling a sense of dread within her. The brief encounter on the Centipede Bridge had already instilled a sense of fear towards Wei Bin. However, as she executed Master Ming's plan with unexpected ease, she found it hard to believe that Wei Bin, who was almost his equal among the 8 tigers, could meet such a swift end. No wonder the master had remarked that wits triumph over brute strength. It was only now that Shao Yun truly comprehended the essence of the master's words. Regrettably, when she sought to extract the secret of the Daiyu scroll from Wei Bin, he abruptly halted, refraining from divulging it. Yet, one thing was certain, they were indeed fervently pursuing the box of the forebears, which was intricately linked to the scroll. Shao Yun could hardly fathom the connection between these two entities, originally separated by thousands of miles, but now was not the time for deep contemplation. Hearing the voice of Wei Bin's attendant, she withdrew her copper sword from Wei Bin's chest and admonished, "Do you still seek death?" Zhuofu, paralyzed by fear, awoke from his daze upon hearing her words and turned to flee. Should she eliminate him? The thought flitted through Shao Yun's mind as she observed his retreating figure. She knew all too well that failing to silence him could lead to dire consequences. Though this young eunuch possessed commendable martial skills, they paled in comparison to her own. Given that Wei Bin had just been slain, Zhou Fu's spirit was shattered, making it all the more facile to take his life. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shao Yun hesitated to act. The teachings of the master echoed in her mind. The heart is neither inherently good nor evil. It is the intentions that arise within it that define morality. The awareness of good and evil constitutes true conscience. And the pursuit of goodness while eschewing evil is the essence of understanding. At that moment, these 4 precepts became increasingly vivid to her. If she were to act without mercy and indulge in slaughter, then where would conscience reside? Could the heart still be called a heart? Let this be the end. Shao Yun seemed to hear her inner self proclaim. Yet, she also recognized that, regardless of her reluctance, the path of bloodshed had already commenced, and there was no possibility of halting until the end was reached. Chapter 6. The Turn of the Boot in Compliance with the Duke's Orders. Ma Yongxing paid his respects to Zhang Yong and stood aside. Wei Bin was slain on the 13th of March. He was supposed to arrive on the 11th but had been delayed for several days due to an urgent message from Zhang Yong, ultimately returning to Beijing only on the 15th of March. Upon returning to the capital, he was immediately informed of Wei Bin's assassination and hastened to Zhang Yong, vowing to hunt down Shao Yun. Ma Yongqing, notorious for his ruthless disposition and countless murders, had earned the moniker the Butcher. Despite their contrasting temperaments, he shared a rare camaraderie with Wei Bin. Although they had quarreled over achievements, their bond remained steadfast. Initially, when Wei Bin was tasked with the campaign in Ningxia, he, unable to confer titles upon himself due to his status as a eunuch, secured a barony for his brother Wei Ying and also obtained the title of Earl of Pingliang from Ma Yongqing's elder brother, Ma Yangshan. Such a friendship was indelibly etched in Ma Yongqing's heart. Ma's countenance typically resembled a layer of paste, yet upon hearing of Wei Bin's demise, a twitch crossed his cheek. Zhang Yong, feigning ignorance, remarked, "How admirable, Lord Ma. I must depart for a while. I entrust this matter to you. Ensure that this woman, Shao Yun, faces justice." Ma Yongqing, tall and imposing, possessed a voice sharp enough to pierce, rendering his grand declarations difficult to perceive as truly valiant. Nevertheless, he humbly replied, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall scour the capital, leaving no stone unturned, until this woman is brought to her knees." As he spoke, he extended his tongue to lick his lips, revealing a peculiar appendage adorned with many backward-facing barbs, reminiscent of fierce beasts such as tigers or leopards. The 8 eunuchs were colloquially referred to as the 8 tigers. A metaphor for their power, the Ma Yongqing bore an almost beastly countenance. Yet, despite his bravado, his voice grew increasingly shrill, rendering it all the more unpalatable. A subtle smile graced Zhang Yong's lips as he inquired, "Lord Ma, what if Shao Yun is not within the capital? Would you then excavate the entirety of the Ming Dynasty?" Ma Yongqing pondered the futility of turning the entire empire upside down. Aware of Zhang Yong's underlying intent, he replied, "I am but a simpleton. I seek your wisdom." Zhang Yong inhaled deeply. Spring had returned, and the plum blossoms outside were in full bloom, perfuming the air with a delicate sweetness. He spoke slowly. "This woman has wounded Wei Bin. She is no ordinary foe and cannot be treated as such. Lord Ma, proceed with caution." After departing from Ma Yongqing's residence, as Zhang Yong and Qiuju settled into their grand sedan chair, Qiuju whispered, "My lord, are we truly to leave everything to Ma Yongqing?" Though the most ruthless, Ma Yongqing was also the least capable. His impulsive nature made him akin to a fierce warrior charging into battle rather than a strategist orchestrating from the shadows. The most talented among them, Wei Bin, had been so easily eliminated by Shao Yun, and in his current agitated state, Ma Yongqing would likely act without discernment. Entrusting this task to him could yield minimal results at best, or worse, result in Shao Yun's triumph again in a matter of days. Qiuju, aware of his own lack of cunning, had long accepted his role as Zhang Yong's subordinate, following his lead without question. Although he did not voice his concerns, he harbored doubts. Wei Bin and Ma Yongqing shared a rare and profound friendship. Despite their competitive nature, they had always collaborated seamlessly. Had Ma Yongqing and Wei Bin united earlier, they might have captured Shao Yun, or at the very least, supported each other. Even if Wei Bin fell into a trap, he would not have been utterly defeated. Now that Wei Bin has been slain, it is imperative to concentrate efforts on swiftly apprehending Shao Yun, yet at this critical juncture, Zhang Yong insists on visiting Daiyu Island. Qiuju, feeling woefully inadequate in comparison to Zhang Yong's sagacity, could not fathom why Zhang Yong was so obstinately set on this course of action, though he dared not voice such thoughts. Zhang Yong was clearly aware of the sentiments brewing within Qiuju. He whispered, "Qiu Bin, do you recall the nature of the wounds on Wei Bin's corpse?" Zhang Yong had personally examined Wei Bin's body and had assessed the injuries, casually reciting the details. Qiu Ju, whose remarkable memory complemented his martial prowess, replied, "The wound was 3 inches deep. He perished from a punctured heart and a pierced left lung." Zhang Yong affirmed, "Precisely. There were no other injuries on Wei Bin," indicating that Shao Yun succeeded with but a single strike. "Qiu Ju, if you were to engage him, would you be capable of dispatching Wei Bin in one blow?" Qiu Ju stood momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Could it be that this woman has truly attained such formidable skill?" He was well aware of Wei Bin's capabilities. Apart from the intricate techniques of the cuffing arm, he held considerable respect for Wei Bin's swordsmanship. Among the 8 tigers, every individual was indeed a master. And aside from Zhang Yong, both Wei Bin and Qiu Ju boasted the highest swordsmanship. Although Qiu Ju had always been self-assured, he was acutely aware that killing Wei Bin with a single strike was beyond his reach. The death of Gao Feng could be attributed to a superior opponent, another assailant. However, Wei Bin had been unequivocally slain by Shao Yun, as witnessed by Wei Bin's own attendant. Zhang Yong scoffed. This woman's skills have certainly improved since then, yet they do not surpass those of Wei Bin. His demise was not due to martial prowess, but rather a cunning scheme. The intricacies of this plot were tightly interwoven, explaining why Wei Bin had no recourse after falling into the trap. Qiu Ju was taken aback and inquired, "Director, the 4 toothless monks at the Fa Tong Temple, could they possibly be allies of Shao Yun?" Zhang Yong chuckled derisively. "If those 4 monks were capable of action, it would indeed be laughable. Qiu Ju, you are likely unaware of the reason behind the renovation of the Pure Land Zen Hall at Fa Tong Temple 50 years ago, are you?" Qiu Ju shook his head. "I am not. The Pure Land Zen Hall was constructed in the 3rd year of the Changhua period, funded by eunuchs Lu Xian of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and Ma Hua of the Inner Palace. At that time, a foreign monk claiming to be Liu Guang resided at Fa Tong Temple, who worshipped a statue of the Medicine Master Buddha, asserting that this statue possessed miraculous powers to heal the sick, gaining considerable fame. Both eunuchs Lu and Ma were enchanted by him, leading to the decision to fund the construction. Qiu Ju interjected, "Is that so? Was this medicine master truly miraculous?" Zhang Yong replied, "Indeed. For the monk Liu Guang personally demonstrated his method, bringing a basin of medicinal pills before the statue, claiming that if the sick had hope for healing, the medicine master Buddha would take a pill from the basin. People witnessed pills indeed leaping up and being grasped in the statue's hand. With so many witnesses, it could hardly be fabricated, which is why he garnered such reverence." Qiu Ju furrowed his brow. He still could not comprehend the connection between the anecdote Zhang Yong recounted and Wei Bin's demise through treachery. Yet, Zhang Yong seemed to read his thoughts, and continued, "It turns out that the palm of the medicine master Wang Buddha statue is crafted from an exceptionally powerful magnet. The practitioner Liu Guang also possessed some rudimentary medical knowledge and intentionally mixed iron powder into certain pills, thus making it appear as though the statue could autonomously dispense medicine. When this ruse was ultimately exposed, the reputation of the Fa Tong Temple suffered immensely, leading to a significant decline in its incense offerings, resulting in its current state of ruin. At that time, Liu Guang was expelled from the temple. Yet the statue of the medicine master Wang remained. The woman Shao Yun devised a scheme to lure Wei Bin into the Fa Tong Temple, utilizing this statue to seize Wei Bin's soul-ensnaring needle and binding gold, while she herself used weapons unaffected by the magnet, thus achieving success. Qiu Ju suddenly realized and sighed. This woman truly is a master of deception. Such a trap would only be effective against Wei Bin had I employed my swift sword. The magnetic statue of the medicine master Wang would have had little impact. It was astonishing that a young lady like Shao Yun could adapt to the circumstances and orchestrate such a meticulously woven scheme, which left Qiu Ju silently impressed. Zhang Yong remarked, "Earlier, I intentionally left my Yong Cheng for this woman, and she, in turn, chose to deal with Wei Bin first, a move indeed one step ahead. However, she will likely presume that I am plotting against my Yong Cheng, while I deliberately feign disinterest, catching her off guard." As he spoke, a sly smile crept onto his lips. "Now, we must hasten our journey to Daiyu Island." Daiyu Island? Qiu Ju felt a jolt of surprise. When he had previously heard Zhang Yong mention an outing, he had given it little thought, never anticipating that Zhang Yong's destination would be Daiyu Island. He inquired, "Lord Supervisor, are we truly going to resort to that? If my calculations are correct, the time for its use should be imminent." Zhang Yong's expression remained inscrutable after a pause. He added, "The shadow of that individual has already surfaced." Just as Qiu Ju was about to inquire further, he caught a glimpse of something unusual in Zhang Yong's gaze, and suddenly comprehended, thinking, so the Lord Supervisor refers to the person behind Shao Yun. Yet, he found himself at a loss for clues. While Zhang Yong claimed to have seen his shadow, In comparison to Shao Yun, the true figure of concern for Zhang Yong remained the mastermind behind her. If previously there had only been suspicion, now this person had begun to materialize. Knowing that the statue of the medicine master Wang, crafted from a magnet, existed within the Fa Tong temple could not possibly be the knowledge of a woman in her 20s. This person must be at least 50 years old and undoubtedly well-read. For only such a learned individual would be aware of a trivial matter from 50 years prior and adeptly integrated into a scheme. With these two conditions, more than half of Zhang Yong's list of suspected individuals could be eliminated. Concurrently, among the 8 tigers, Wei Bin stood out as a scholarly type who was not driven by greed. Such a person could not be underestimated, much like Zhang Yong himself. Initially, Zhang Yong had wielded patience as his weapon to ultimately bring down Lu Jin. Who was to say that Wei Bin would not employ a similar tactic in the future? Regardless of whether Wei Bin captured Shao Yun or eliminated him through her, both scenarios would yield outcomes that Zhang Yong would welcome. Moreover, the scheme devised by the individual behind Shao Yun was so intricately crafted that Wei Bin was rendered utterly defenseless and swiftly subdued. This highlighted the formidable prowess of her mysterious ally. However, this exceptional figure inadvertently revealed a critical flaw, allowing Zhang Yong to swiftly discern that the complexity of the plan had, paradoxically, hindered his ability to remain inconspicuous behind Shao Yun. Furthermore, within this carefully orchestrated stratagem lay another subtle vulnerability: the inquiry list. This list not only lured out Wei Bin, but also affirmed one undeniable truth, that the box of the Forerunner was indeed in the possession of this individual. With this slender thread of evidence, it would not be long before the identity of this person was unveiled. The immediate priority, however, was to strategize on how to confront him once located. Zhang Yong calculated that the most reliable approach would be to employ the tactics of Daiyu Island, which were akin to the proverbial 2 birds with 1 stone, as articulated by Mr. Pyros. The profound implications of this strategy were not to be disclosed to outsiders, and Zhang Yong chose not to elaborate to Qiuju. This scheme had already achieved considerable success by adding the weight of Ma Yongqing to the balance. The true measure of this enigmatic figure could certainly be gauged. At that moment, it would culminate in a final confrontation with his greatest adversary, and the Daiyu plan would reach its fruition. Perhaps that ideal might indeed transform into reality. Although Zhang Yong had surpassed 60 years of age, a youthful glimmer sparkled in his eyes once more. On the 15th of March, when Ma Yongqing arrived in Beijing, Shao Yun was en route to the Baoji Tea House, located outside the White Pagoda Temple in the city's western district. Tea drinking has traditionally been regarded as a serene pursuit, with tea houses typically embodying tranquility. Yet, the Baoji Tea House was a lively establishment. The White Pagoda Temple was originally named Miaoying Temple, renowned for its famous White Pagoda, which gave rise to its colloquial name. This temple was initially constructed by Kublai Khan, the founder of the Yuan dynasty, and occupied a vast expanse, with the White Pagoda at its center, from which arrows were shot to delineate its boundaries. However, after a catastrophic fire, Miaoying Temple was reduced to ashes and was subsequently rebuilt during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong, albeit on a significantly smaller scale. Yet, despite its diminutive size, it had become a bustling hub for temple fairs. On the 1st and 15th of each month, throngs of people would gather for the temple fair, some to pay their respects and others to engage in commerce, creating a cacophony of activity. In truth, the act of making offerings was merely a secondary affair. The real attraction lay in the vibrant atmosphere, with stalls densely packed and the flow of visitors incessant. Given the multitude of attendees, whether for business or mere amusement, many would seek respite at the tea house to sip tea and recharge, making Baoji Tea House even more boisterous than a bustling market. As the White Pagoda Temple was a site of significance for the Western monks, the Baoji Tea House bore its own unique qualities. In addition to the common varieties of tea such as Sinid tea and Longjing, it also offered the butter tea favored by the monks, who would occasionally visit for a few cups to alleviate their fatigue. In typical tea houses, private rooms are usually arranged in numerical order, but here, the seating was arranged according to the 6-syllable mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Despite the tea master having spent years listening to the monks chant their scriptures outside the temple, when it came to this 6-character phrase, he humorously suggested that it was he who had reserved the 6th private room. Upon hearing such an unconventional reading of the sacred mantra, Shao Yun nearly burst into laughter. She arrived promptly upon receiving the secret letter, which indicated the presence of the H character, precisely as Dr. Cha had mentioned regarding the Hing seat. The letter was inscribed in the unique floral seal cipher of the Heart Society, rendering it incomprehensible to outsiders, who would merely perceive it as an ordinary correspondence adorned with an elaborate seal. Initially, only a handful of individuals, including Mr. Zhao Yun and Mr. Yang Ming's chief disciple, Hong Liwei, could decipher this script. Now, it seemed that only Mr. Yang Ming and Shao Yun herself could interpret its meaning. Mr. Yang Ming, ever cautious, had devised a plan to lure and eliminate Wei Bin, entrusting the coded message to Shao Yun to execute, thereby safeguarding against leaks. Wei Bin indeed fell into the trap and was swiftly dispatched, leaving Shao Yun in a state of disbelief, uncertain of her next steps. Should she return to Shanin for further instructions? At that moment, she unexpectedly received the letter, summoning her to the Baoji tea house to meet an individual. The only person aware of her whereabouts in Beijing was Mr. Yang Ming. Once, Beijing had served as the headquarters of the Heart Society, but its complete destruction had left Mr. Yang Ming isolated, confined to the shadows for the past 2 years. Could there be remnants of the Heart Society of which she was unaware? The patrons of Baoji Tea House, predominantly commoners, created quite a ruckus. Yet a few distinguished guests or their ladies occasionally sought refuge in the tranquility of tea. Thus, despite the proximity of the elegant seating in the bustling hall, this space remained surprisingly serene. The entrance to the H seat was adorned with a Sanskrit character, with only a curtain hanging at the door. Through the curtain's seam, she glimpsed a figure seated by the window. However, as the individual faced away, their features remained concealed. Who could this person be? Might it be a trap? Although the letter could not have been penned by anyone else, she was aware that Mr. Yang Ming was unlikely to be in Beijing. Had he perhaps dispatched another in his stead? She could scarcely conceive of anyone else deserving of such trust. As she hesitated at the entrance, the figure inside, without turning, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, softly uttering, "Little sister." Upon hearing that voice, Shao Yun's hand trembled as she reached to lift the curtain. It was undeniably Mr. Yang Ming's voice. She swiftly pulled aside the curtain and advanced to face the person at the tea table, none other than Mr. Yang Ming himself. Her astonishment was palpable as she whispered, "Master, you have uttered but 2 words and already seem to have misspoken." Her identity was not a secret to the 8 tigers, yet Mr. Yang Ming's identity must remain concealed. The fact that he had personally come to Beijing and chosen such a public place for their meeting was utterly unforeseen. If any of the 8 tigers' spies were nearby, it would spell disaster. While she pondered this, Mr. Yang Ming smiled gently, reassuring her, "Little sister, there is no need for such constraint. I have observed the surroundings. This occasion does not bear the same peril as when we first met at Wulong Mountain, rest assured." Recalling their initial encounter at Wulong Mountain, when Shao Yun had been unaware that Gao Feng and an attendant were already watching her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at Mr. Yang Ming's mention of past events. She chuckled awkwardly, "Master, you jest. May I inquire why you wish to meet here?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Mr. Yang Ming's eyes, the minor hidden in the wild, the major hidden in the morning market. "Little sister, if even you did not anticipate this meeting at such a place, how could others?" Shao Yun fell silent. She had heard of the concept that the minor hides in the wilderness, the major in the market, and the medium in the city. Yet, despite the wisdom in these words, to truly convene in such a bustling marketplace requires a bravery and composure beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. She understood that Mr. Yang Ming, having chosen such a location, must have devised a foolproof plan. Thus, she refrained from further inquiries and asked, "What brings you to Beijing, master?" Mr. Yang Ming had long resided in the Qishan Academy in Shanin and was officially retired. A sudden arrival in Beijing would surely attract the attention of the 8 tigers, which left Shao Yun quite astonished. Mr. Yang Ming took a delicate sip of tea and replied, "The emperor has commanded me to quell the rebellion in Tianzhou. I arrived in the capital yesterday to receive my orders, and I must depart at dawn tomorrow. Today is the only day I can meet with you. You have dealt with Wei Shi, I presume?" Tianzhou corresponds to present-day Tianyang in Guangxi. In the 4th year of the Jiajing era, the local chieftain, Sun Meng, revolted, and Governor Yao Mo quelled it using the strategy of Deputy Shun Shiji, yet the region remained unstable. Recently, the local leader Wang Shou and Lu Su raised the banner of rebellion once more. Unable to suppress it, Yao Mo wrote for assistance. Although Mr. Yang Ming had retired, his past reputation of having subdued Qinhao in a month resonated throughout the realm, prompting the emperor to appoint him to lead the expedition. No wonder he would suddenly arrive in Beijing, Shao Yun thought. "As you have taught, master, Wei Shi has been eliminated." She briefly recounted the events surrounding Wei Bin's demise. However, she noticed that with each detail, Mr. Yang Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. Once she finished, he suddenly inquired, "Has Ma Tu not shown himself?" "No," Shao Yun replied, surprised by Mr. Yang Ming's lack of joy. "Master, is there something amiss?" Mr. Yang Ming murmured, "Strange." Shao Yun could not fathom what was peculiar, but Mr. Yang Ming felt a deep sense of bewilderment. His astonishment did not stem from Shao Yun's successful assassination of Wei Bin, for this strategy was indeed his own design, and Wei Bin was bound to be ensnared. However, the camaraderie between Wei Shi and Ma Tu was profound. Should they be inseparable, it would render Shao Yun's task formidable. Thus, he had secretly arranged for Ma Yongqing and Wei Bin to be separated. Yet, Ma Yongqing had not appeared at all, rendering this auxiliary plan futile and unexecuted, which truly perplexed Mr. Yangming. If it were merely Wei Bin and Ma Yongqing, Mr. Yangming would not find it particularly strange. Although Wei Shi and Ma Tu were among the few close allies of the Eight Tigers, they too would vie for glory and profit. Perhaps Wei Bin, intent on claiming the credit for himself, deliberately neglected to inform Ma Yongqing, which would be quite normal. However, above Wei Bin and Ma Yongqing, there was still Zhang Yong. Given Zhang Yong's capabilities, how could he possibly make such a grave error? Based on Mr. Yangming's past interactions with Zhang Yong, he found it hard to believe that this former friend, now his most dangerous adversary, could overlook such a critical detail. Nonetheless, it was true that Wei Bin had been slain by Shao Yun. Although his auxiliary plan had failed, the primary strategy had been executed flawlessly, leading him to conclude that Zhang Yong's meticulousness had faltered, unable to suppress Wei Bin's desire for accolades. Shao Yun observed Mr. Yangming in silence, unsure of his contemplations. After Master Yangming took a sip of tea, she inquired, "Master, shall we proceed to deal with Ma Tulu next?" In the wake of the destruction of the Xinsha headquarters, Ma Yongqing had resorted to brutal and merciless interrogation to extract information about the leader of the Xinsha, subjecting many members to torment that made death seem a luxury. The animosity that Shao Yun held for this individual surpassed that of anyone else. Yet, Master Yangming continued to sip his tea leisurely, and though Shao Yun dared not speak further, a sense of impatience began to creep in. After a while, Master Yangming lifted his gaze to Shao Yun and asked, "Little sister, what is the essence of the heart?" The Xinsha, named for the heart, and the teachings of Master Yangming, also known as the study of the heart, placed significant emphasis on this concept. However, Shao Yun was perplexed as to why Master Yangming would broach such seemingly unrelated topics at this moment, aware that there must be profound meaning behind his words. She hesitated before responding, "It is the universe. The universe is my heart, and my heart is the universe." These two lines from Master Lu Jiyuan encapsulated the foundation of Master Yangming's philosophy. With a smile, Master Yangming remarked, "If it is indeed the universe, then the four directions and above and below constitute you, while the passage of time from antiquity to the present constitutes Zhou. This heart encompasses all, existing at all times. What need is there to be constrained by a particular moment or place?" Although Shao Yun understood that Master Yangming was advising her not to be overly hasty, she still felt a lingering unease. The foremost task in rebuilding the Xinsha was to eliminate the formidable adversary, the Eight Tigers. Time was of the essence. With 2 of the remaining 7 already dealt with, her thoughts were solely focused on swiftly removing the rest of Zhang Yong and his band of 8 tigers. Yet, she dared not voice her impatience in response to Master Yangming's words and simply nodded. "Little sister," he continued, "the way she has been vanquished, I believe we should delay further action. The rebellion in Tianzhou, I surmise, will quell within a year. When I return from Tianzhou next year, we shall adapt our strategy and proceed accordingly. During this year, it would be prudent for you to temporarily leave Beijing." "Leave Beijing?" Master Yangming nodded. "Your swift defeat of Wei Shi raises my suspicions that Lord Zhang may have orchestrated this in some manner." Shao Yun opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a moment, she managed to ask, why would he do such a thing? Though she could not fathom Lord Zhang's true intentions, she knew the matter was undoubtedly complex. Wei Shi was exceptionally capable, and Lord Zhang had long harbored apprehensions about him. Thus, I suspect Lord Zhang might be using Wei Shi's life as bait to entrap you. Should you confront Ma Tulu next, it is likely that while Ma Tulu is easily dealt with, you may find yourself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate yourself. Ma Yongqing, as the chief of the Eastern Depot, possessed numerous spies and had a notorious reputation for his tyranny. Engaging him directly may yield little success. Shao Yun remained silent. Though she felt a twinge of reluctance, she understood that Master Yangming's counsel was surely sound. Without his meticulous planning, the elimination of Wei Bin could not have proceeded so smoothly. During his campaign to quell the rebellion, he could not afford to divert his attention here. Should she falter in her response, the entire strategy could collapse. Therefore, it was not unreasonable to temporarily lay low. Yet, the uncertainty of when Master Yangming would return weighed heavily on her heart. Master Yangming, seemingly attuned to her unspoken thoughts, smiled gently and said, "Little sister, as I embark on my journey to Tianzhou, there is a matter you might consider attending to." Upon hearing that there was a matter of significance, Shao Yun lifted her head and inquired, "Master, what is it?" "It pertains to the scroll you mentioned." Furrowing her brow, Shao Yun asked, "What exactly is this scroll?" The scroll inscribed with the characters Dai Yu was entrusted to Shao Yun by the late Emperor Zhengde shortly before his demise, instructing her to eventually pass it on to none other than Master Yongming. In his final moments, the emperor must have sensed Zhang Yong's ambition, hence this arrangement. However, at that time, Shao Yun was unaware that Master Yongming was the very person who had introduced her to the Heart Society, resulting in her missing a crucial opportunity. Subsequently, she was compelled to flee due to a thorough search orchestrated by Zhang Yong within the palace, and the scroll ultimately fell into Zhang Yong's possession. This scroll undoubtedly pertains to a matter of utmost secrecy, yet to this day, apart from its name, they know nothing else. Master Yongming affirmed, indeed, we remain ignorant of its true purpose. However, the significance it holds for Lord Zhang is evident, as he even risked incinerating the leopard chamber to prevent your investigation into this matter. Furthermore, Wei Shi was willing to let you go in exchange for this item, indicating its extraordinary importance. Shao Yun was taken aback, murmuring, yes. Master, what does Dai Yu truly mean? Dai Yu originates from the Tao Wen chapter of Lizi. The text states that to the east of the Bohai Sea lies a great chasm named Guishu, into which the waters of the 8 regions and 9 fields flow. Among the 5 sacred mountains of Guishu, one is called Dai Yu. The late emperor must have named it thus. Shao Yun was momentarily stunned and remarked, a sacred mountain? The emperor was quite fond of celestial arts. During his reign, he summoned many monks and sorcerers from distant lands to the palace, and he himself even referred to himself as the great celebration king of the Western paradise, embodying the enlightenment of the great wisdom Buddha, a title he included in his edicts. Yet, the emperor ultimately passed away at the young age of 31, failing to reach the lifespan of an average person, rendering his self-proclaimed grand title almost a mockery. Master Yongming responded, indeed, the Tao Wen chapter mentions that on the 5 sacred mountains, the tree of pearls thrives, and those who consume its fruits shall achieve immortality. However, later, a giant from the Dragonberg country caught the colossal turtle that bore the 2 mountains, causing Dai Yu and Yuan Xiao to drift to the North Pole and sink into the sea, henceforth referred to simply as the 3 mountains of the sea. Shao Yun had indeed heard of the 3 mountains of the sea, even in the palace, where she had overheard the old eunuch speak of them. She remarked, so the origin lies here. But why did the late emperor choose the name Dai Yu? The late emperor, being exceptionally astute, must have had profound reasons. Master Yongming set down his cup, his gaze drifting to the window. The elegant seating area of the Baoji tea house overlooked several ginkgo trees in the rear courtyard. Ginkgo trees grow at a slow pace, leading to the saying that when a grandfather plants a tree, his grandson may enjoy its fruit. These ginkgo trees were planted during the Yuan Dynasty, and although they are over 200 years old, they have not grown particularly tall. It was early spring, and the ginkgo leaves had begun to sprout. Though still sparse, they would surely flourish in a few months. Master Yongming gazed at the early green leaves and softly said, little sister, I recall you mentioning that the chief eunuch of the leopard chamber was named Qin Shijian, correct? Shao Yun replied, yes, master. He is still alive, isn't he? Indeed, he is still among the living. Currently, the tomb of the late Emperor Hanwu, known as the Shaoling Mausoleum, is under guard in Nanjing. Following the capital's relocation by the founding monarch, subsequent emperors chose to construct their mausoleums in Beijing. Such burial sites often became the final resting places for eunuchs who had fallen from grace. Shao Yun murmured, so he was exiled to the Shaoling Mausoleum. This individual, exiled to Nanjing in the 3rd year of the Jiajing era, became embroiled in the tumult of the Datong Mutiny and incurred the ire of eunuch Zhang, resulting in his downfall. Master Yongming pondered for a moment before asking, sister, this man was once the chief steward of the leopard chamber. He should possess knowledge regarding the scroll's contents, correct? Shao Yun nodded. When the late emperor entrusted me with the scroll, he was present as well. Master Yongming raised his cup and took a sip before stating, indeed. However, even though this individual has been relegated, he may not be inclined to assist you. It is possible that he divulged the matter of the scroll to eunuch Zhang. Can you truly place your trust in him? A pang of discomfort struck Shao Yun's heart. She recounted nearly all the circumstances to Master Yongming, save for the affair concerning Chang. Chang's betrayal of her trust caused her greater anguish than the scroll falling into Zhang Yong's hands, a thought she wished to avoid. She softly asserted, Master, I believe eunuch Qin is trustworthy. Master Yongming fell silent for a moment, then remarked, sister, excessive trust in others can lead to significant repercussions. If this man harbors ulterior motives, would you possess the resolve to sever ties decisively? His words took Shao Yun by surprise. She always perceived Master Yongming as compassionate, believing that even if Qin Shijian did not share her intentions, he would not face undue hardship. Yet, this suggestion implied the necessity of his elimination. The notion that Qin Shijian was already an elderly man, well past 70, stirred a sense of reluctance within her. Master Ming seemed to sense her thoughts and quietly added, "The ability to discern good from evil is the essence of moral conscience. To pursue goodness and reject evil is the essence of understanding reality. Should this person be deceitful, meeting him would be tantamount to placing your life in his hands. Such malevolence, if left unchallenged, constitutes an act against the natural order. Sister, your disposition is excessively benevolent at times, leading to indecision. You must deliberate carefully in your actions. I urge you, once you reach a decision, act swiftly and resolutely without looking back. Do you understand?" A sudden clarity washed over Shao Yun, and she replied, "Master, does this mean that minor good amidst significant evil is still evil, while substantial good with minor evil remains good? Is this the principle?" Master Ming smiled gently. "This principle is akin to a ruthless general who slaughters without hesitation yet achieves enlightenment, or a great practitioner who appears benevolent. The distinction between good and evil may seem stark, yet it is often challenging to delineate. As Confucius said, our party's integrity differs from that of others. A father conceals from his son, and a son from his father. Integrity lies within. If one fixates solely on the dichotomy of good and evil, one may ultimately become unable to distinguish between them. Master Ming's philosophy is profound, with the concept of innate knowledge being fundamental. Thus, those who embody great goodness need not shy away from minor evils, while those who embody great evil, despite possessing minor virtues, cannot be absolved of their transgressions. Hence, there exists a saying within Buddhism that even a person who kills indiscriminately may possess compassion, while one who refrains from harming even the smallest creature may still be a great villain. The essence of Master Ming's assertion resonates with the words of the renowned monk Foyan from the northern Zhang Dynasty. The celebrated general Wang Shao, known for his numerous slaughters, expressed regret for his past actions in his later years, prompting him to invite Foyan for a sermon. After lighting the incense, Master Ming uttered 2 phrases, signifying that Wang Shao's past transgressions were not truly sinful, and that his later compassion could lead him to attain Buddhahood. Master Ming, adept in Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, invoked Buddhist terminology to commend Shao Yun. He then retrieved a small jade token from his bosom, saying, "Little sister, carry this with you. Should you find yourself in dire straits in Nanjing, visit the Wuda Jade Shop at the Confucius Temple and present this token at the counter. The proprietor possesses great abilities, and under his protection, even the esteemed Zhang Yong will not be able to find you." After a brief pause, he cautioned, "Only resort to this if you are truly without options." The jade token, though modest in size, was of exquisite quality. One side engraved with the character for teaching in a seal script, while the other displayed intricate aquatic patterns. The Wuda Jade Shop was likely established by Master Ming's old acquaintances, thus trustworthy, prompting him to seek their assistance only in desperate circumstances. Shao Yun accepted the token with a bow, saying, "Thank you, Master." Yet, when she lifted her gaze, Master Ming had already vanished. Recalling his smile, Shao Yun felt a sense of clarity and tranquility. She remembered that when parting from Master Ezio, he had mentioned opening the box of the Forerunner if the path ahead appeared bleak. However, the box contained nothing, offering no guidance. But with Master Ming to illuminate her way, she was confident that her journey would be smooth. At this moment, Master Ming had exited the White Pagoda Temple. Amidst the throngs of devotees, he blended seamlessly, akin to a drop of water merging into the ocean, becoming impossible to trace. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, ensuring no suspicious figures lurked nearby before mingling with a group of worshippers who had just finished their incense offerings. He was soon to lead troops to Tianzhou. Although the uprising in Tianzhou lacked the momentum of the Qinhao rebellion, quelling it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. As a minister of the emperor, it was his duty to alleviate the nation's burdens, and he could only set forth. Yet, Master Ming harbored a concern. He had advised the emperor to recommend Zhang Yong as a capable individual for suppressing the rebellion. While others might view this as Zhang Yong endorsing an old friend for merit, Master Ming sensed an undercurrent of threat. After Gao Feng's demise, Zhang Yong had unexpectedly appeared at Qishan Academy. Though he spoke casually, Master Ming deduced that Zhang Yong had begun to harbor suspicions about him. With time passing, had Zhang Yong alleviated his doubts or deepened them? Even Master Ming found it impossible to ascertain. Moreover, once he embarked on this journey, his greatest worry remained Shao Yun. Aware of his advancing age, he recognized that the monumental task of rebuilding the Heart Society would soon fall to her. Yet, he noticed a hint of impatience in her demeanor, particularly after eliminating Gao Feng and Wei Bin, which had instilled a sense of overconfidence in her. The ease with which she dispatched Wei Bin surprised him, raising further alarms. He knew Zhang Yong well enough to understand that such an individual would never be so careless. If Wei Bin could be so easily slain by Shao Yun, the implications became even more suspect. Master Yang recalled Zhang Yong's assertion that to rejuvenate the Ming Dynasty, one must wield power over the realm and enact sweeping reforms. However, wielding power over the world is no simple feat. Master Yang has become the pinnacle among Confucian scholars. Adorned with a newly conferred noble title, yet he cannot truly claim dominion over the realm. Zhang Yong, although immensely influential at one point, is equally incapable of commanding the multitude of civil and military officials within the court. Could it be that the scroll harbors secrets capable of governing the world? Perhaps it conceals formidable artillery or firearms that can be discharged at will. Yet, despite such musings, he feels that these weapons, though undeniably powerful, remain distant from the grasp of true control. Moreover, according to Shao Yun's accounts, the incident at the Leopard House in the Western Barbarians Inn did not resemble a mere weapon experiment gone awry. He shook his head gently. Zhang Yong's intentions are becoming increasingly clear. His desire for the box of the ancestors surpasses even his wish to take Shao Yun's life. Although the connection between the box and the scroll remains elusive, the dying words of Wei Bin have elucidated much. Zhang Yong's ruthless determination to extract himself indicates he has likely realized the box is no longer in Shao Yun's possession. Thus, as long as he retains the box, Shao Yun is afforded an extra measure of safety. Master Yang smiled faintly. Zhang Yong weaves a hidden net, tightening it further with Wei Bin's demise. Shao Yun remains blissfully unaware of the encroaching crisis, while Master Yang increasingly senses the chilling shadow approaching. Uncertain of Zhang Yong's exact strategies, he fears that if Shao Yun remains in Beijing, she will unwittingly descend deeper into Zhang Yong's machinations, ultimately ensnared. It is akin to a chess match, where both players cautiously test each other's strength. His disadvantage lies in insufficient power, yet his advantage is remaining concealed in the shadows. Zhang Yong's unconventional moves defy the principles of the game, indicating he is far from ignorant of the art of strategy, suggesting hidden peril. Although Master Yang cannot yet discern the opponent's strategy, he senses an insidious pull from Zhang Yong. What makes Zhang Yong formidable is his callous disregard for human life, readily sacrificing allies, a luxury Master Yang cannot afford. Therefore, until he uncovers his adversary's true nature, adopting a strategy of inaction to render Zhang Yong's perilous moves inconsequential is the wisest course of action. However, even as he seeks to downplay the situation, could the elderly eunuch Qin Shijian also be a bait set by Zhang Yong? Master Yang suddenly smiled lightly. If he continues down this line of thought, he fears he may overthink and become a source of his own distress. He has always perceived Shao Yun as lacking, but from another perspective, has he not underestimated this young woman's abilities? Regardless, the fact that Wei Bin, who surpassed her in strength, fell easily to her sword proves she is no ordinary young woman. Her deep trust in that eunuch Qin must surely be grounded in reason. He has been somewhat dismissive of her, often overstepping his bounds to devise plans for her, which may not be entirely beneficial. Let the elderly eunuch Qin Shijian serve as a sharpening stone, enabling Shao Yun to hone a more formidable edge. Furthermore, he has already secured a path of retreat for her in Nanjing. No one can discern the subtle pain underlying Master Yang's smile. Now, with his old friend Zhang Yong, the time has come for the truth to be revealed and the facade to crumble. Even if one is reluctant, perhaps one day, the two individuals will confront each other face to face to settle their differences. Regardless of how much Mr. Yang dreads this day, it is fast approaching. The jade token entrusted to Shao Yun symbolizes the friendship once shared among the three of them. However, the bond forged in the spirit of a common belief has ultimately transformed into this, something even Mr. Yang could not have anticipated. When it remained by his side, he often felt a searing pain. Yet, when it was handed to Shao Yun, a sense of relief washed over him. Mr. Yang suppressed the smile that had graced his lips and blended into the crowd as he departed. Chapter 7. Deception. Nanjing Shaoling, the mausoleum of the founding Emperor Hongwu, Zhuyuanzhang, spans over 2,500 acres, nearly encompassing the entirety of Zhongshan. It took a workforce of 100,025 years to complete. Although Nanjing is one of the two capitals of the Ming Dynasty, it is little more than a nominal title. Moreover, the guardianship of the mausoleum is a post often assigned to those in disgrace, rendering Shaoling even more neglected. Nevertheless, for Qin Shijian, this task was fitting. The Great Ming Code explicitly states that anyone found chopping wood, gathering fuel, cultivating land, or herding livestock within the mausoleum grounds shall receive 80 strokes of the cane. Those who trespass into the gates of the ancestral temple or the mausoleum shall receive 100 strokes. Conspiring to destroy a mausoleum warrants a death sentence by slicing, with the entire family implicated. Furthermore, even those who are aware but fail to report will face 100 strokes and a sentence of exile for 3,000 li. Under such draconian laws, the vicinity of Zhongshan is typically devoid of even a ghostly shadow. The only figures at Shaoling are frail, elderly eunuchs who sweep the tomb path daily, preparing for the long-awaited imperial memorial rites, whenever they may occur. As the chief eunuch, Chen Shijian's duties were even more relaxed. Each morning and evening, he would stroll from Jingshui Bridge to the outer Ma Fong, a distance of 5 li, ensuring everything appeared in order. Then his responsibilities would be deemed fulfilled. Regardless of the season or weather, this ritual persisted day after day. For the elderly Chen Shijian, traversing 40 li daily was not a burden. After all, having lived past 70, each day was a gift, and the once grand ambitions had faded into mere memories. Thus, guarding the tomb of the great Emperor Taizu held no particular grievance. However, for his young aide, Zayadizi, it was quite the ordeal. At merely 20, having only undergone castration a few years prior, accompanying the aging Chen Shijian in the monotonous vigil over the imperial mausoleum was understandably burdensome. Yet, Zayadizi's complaints were coupled with an air of arrogance, as he often acted with an air of authority, relying on his past service under the influential Zhang Yong. Dismissing his now diminished chief is inconsequential. Although Chen Shijian felt a surge of resentment, he also feared Zhang Yong's power. Aware that he was not favored by Zhang Yong's circle, he recognized that while he held some sway during the reign of Emperor Zhengde, in the new era, he was naturally disregarded. How fleeting is the worth of age? Chen Shijian sighed inwardly. As dusk began to settle, they approached the Great Golden Gate. From the entrance, the 6 characters written in standard script at the Ma Fong appeared to dissolve into the thickening twilight. He halted at the Golden Gate, while behind him, the young servant was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Master Chun, are we not proceeding to the post station today?" "Let us stay here," was the reply. "Mark it down. There is nothing to attend to today." The young servant acknowledged this, but inwardly grumbled, "Nothing to attend to today? When will there ever be anything? This old miser arrives here and still puts on airs. One day, he shall surely regret it." Chen Shijian, perceiving the servant's discontent, withdrew a piece of silver from his pocket and said, "Little Detsi, you have worked hard these past few days. Here is some silver for you. Since we are already here, I shall grant you a day off tomorrow. Go to the city and enjoy a cup of tea." The young servant could scarcely believe his ears, pondering to himself, "Is this old miser finally softening? He usually values money above all else, never sparing a single coin for me. How is it he now offers up this gleaming silver?" A glance revealed that the piece of silver was indeed substantial. At least 5 or 6 coins. Although Chen Shijian spoke of tea, he truly meant to indulge in wine. Men's pleasures, after all, often revolve around the dual temptations of drink and desire. As a eunuch, little Detsi had no hope for the latter, but he was keenly interested in the former, often yearning for a drink when time permitted. However, during his watch at the tomb of the late emperor in Zhongshan, acquiring wine proved exceedingly challenging, especially for a lowly eunuch. Despite being sent by Master Zhang, these few coins were hardly enough for a hearty meal, let alone for the luxury of wine. With the weather warming, the marketplace grew increasingly lively, and the Qinhuai River bustled with boats and genteel ladies. Although little Detsi was a man of lesser status, he possessed an enthusiasm for merriment equal to anyone else's. Not only had Chen Shijian granted him a day off, but he had also provided him with funds for drink. The mere thought of the salted osmanthus duck and fragrant rice, wine, made little Detsi's mouth water. Struggling to swallow his saliva, he stammered, "Master Chun, how can I accept this?" Chen Shijian smiled faintly, "Little Detsi, you have accompanied me for several years, enduring hardship and scarcity. You have certainly earned this. Take it and bring back half a duck from Chunjiang Pavilion." Chunjiang Pavilion was a modest tavern in the city, renowned for its salted duck and exceptionally fine wine. Furthermore, there existed a privilege whereby eunuchs could dine at a discount. It was said that the establishment had once been partially owned by a eunuch, hence the regulation. Little Detsi always frequented Chunjiang Pavilion for his drinking escapades, although Chen Shijian never drank himself and had never been seen at Chunjiang Pavilion. It was no surprise he knew of its reputation among eunuchs. Half a duck would not cost much, and with these 5 or 6 coins in hand, procuring half a duck was certainly feasible. Fearing that Chen Shijian might rescind his offer, he quickly accepted, saying, "Master Chun, I shall surely bring you back a plump osmanthus duck tomorrow." "Excellent," Chen Shijian replied. "Be sure to mention it is from Master Chun, who oversees the tomb, and insist on one prepared by Master Yao. No substitutes." Taking the piece of silver, little Detsi mused, "What privilege does this old miser hold at Chunjiang Pavilion? Will merely stating his name secure a discount? Yet, such matters are spoken of lightly. As for whether it is indeed crafted by Master Yao, that is for the tavern staff to decide. I cannot concern myself with such intricacies." He then bowed and said, "Thank you, Master Chen. I shall be on my way." He usually performs his greetings in a perfunctory manner, yet this time, having received silver, he executed them with utmost reverence. observing Xiao Dizhi as he traversed past the horse station and made his way towards the city. Chen Shijian turned around and walked up the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. A short distance from the Great Golden Gate lies the Xifang city, known for the sacred merit and virtue stele. This stele was erected in the 11th year of the Yongle reign, prominently inscribed with the characters for the sacred merit and virtue of the Ming Shaoling. Each day, the elderly steward assigned to guard the Shaoling meticulously sweeps his way to the Great Golden Gate, yet the Xifang city, being a steel pavilion, remains untouched by falling leaves, causing the steward to be rather lax in his duties. Standing before the stele, Chen Shijian gazed upward at the inscription, seemingly lost in contemplation. As twilight approached, the Xifang city grew exceptionally dim. The stele, towering at a height that could easily accommodate 6 or 7 men, made Chen Shijian, who was not particularly tall, appear even smaller in its presence. It was unclear what thoughts occupied his mind. The bishi, commonly known as the turtle that bears the stele, is, in fact, one of the 9 offspring of the dragon. Renowned for its strength, it is often employed to support steel. This bishi stood as tall as a man. And although Chen Shijian was not remarkably short, he appeared diminutive before the stele. The darkness deepened. Although the dusk of early summer does not descend rapidly, the Shaoling strictly prohibits logging and grazing, resulting in towering trees surrounding it. Were it not for the diligent efforts of the steward, wild grasses would likely overrun the royal tomb. As dusk fell, the encroaching night seemed to hasten within the mountains. When the last remnants of daylight faded at the entrance, the Xifang city was suddenly engulfed in darkness. In that instant, Chen Shijian swiftly crouched, pressing one hand against the foreleg of the bishi, propelling himself like a bolt shot from a powerful bow. His hand remained firmly planted on the bishi's leg, as if affixed by an adhesive. As he maneuvered around the stone stele and charged towards its rear, gripping a familiar copper mace in his right hand. The sacred merit and virtue stele reaches nearly 3 zhang in height and spans a width sufficient for 2 individuals. Its considerable size allows for the concealment of 2 or 3 people behind it. Chen Shijian leapt to the back of the stele like a flash of lightning, only to discover a figure standing there. Clad in a cloak, the individual seemed to blend seamlessly into the shadows, nearly undetectable to the unobservant eye. Realizing he was being followed, Chen Shijian understood that sudden transitions from light to dark could temporarily blind an observer, prompting him to strike at the precise moment the last rays of sunlight faded. Upon seeing the figure, he thrust the copper mace forward, intoning in a deep voice, "Did Master Zhang send you to take my life?" This copper mace was a sacred relic he obtained during his apprenticeship under the esteemed Master Shinji Bandin, the foremost expert in esoteric teachings. Renowned for his unparalleled mastery, Chen Shijian had acquired the true essence of his teachings, and his proficiency in the technique known as Zhuohuading had reached a commendable level. The Zhuohuading is a revered secret of the esoteric tradition, said to encompass 5 manifestations and 8 virtues. The 5 manifestations are smoke, solar flame, firefly, lamp flame, and clear sky. Attaining the state of clear sky signifies the integration of one's essence with the void, rendering one nearly imperceptible. The 8 virtues include steadfastness, moistness, warmth, lightness, unobtrusiveness, purity, invisibility, and unobstructedness. Among them, the 7th is that neither the virtuous nor the unvirtuous can be perceived, while the 8th, embodying unimpeded virtue, suggests the ability to traverse mountains and penetrate walls, existing freely without hindrance in all places and engaging in boundless play. If one can achieve the quintessence of the 5 aspects and the 8 virtues, it signifies an omnipresence that leaves no corner untouched and no capability unfulfilled. However, such prowess is far beyond the reach of even the esteemed Xing Jibin. It was only in the latter part of his life that Chen Shijian diligently practiced the rudimentary fire meditation, attaining the yang flame aspect among the 5 and cultivating the lightness virtue among the 8. Though he had not reached complete mastery, his body had become remarkably agile, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Thus, despite being 73 years old, he traversed over 5 miles daily, outpacing even the nimble Detsi, although his vitality had waned with age. A sudden deployment of the rudimentary fire meditation still revealed an unpredictable potency. Armed with a Vajra pestle, he exuded a formidable aura that repelled 100 demons. The individual behind the monument did not anticipate Chen Shijian's sudden aggression, yet having established his stance before the stone, he was naturally on guard. As soon as the Vajra pestle thrust forth, the man retreated a step. Chen Shijian advanced, and the man again withdrew. Despite this dance of advance and retreat, their strengths were evenly matched, and Chen Shijian could not land a strike. After retreating 3 steps, Chen Shijian felt his strength waning considerably. This final thrust was akin to a spent crossbow. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to strike again when he suddenly heard the man softly utter, "Master Chen." Have you forgotten me? Upon hearing this voice, Chen Shijian felt a chill run through him, exclaiming, Lady Shuahui. The figure behind the monument was none other than Shao Yun. Upon hearing Chen Shijian's address, her heart calmed by 5 or 6 parts. While she believed Chen Shijian to be trustworthy, she did not dare to be entirely certain. However, his earlier call had convinced her that he was not a confidant of Zhang Yong, and his reference to her as the Lady Hui further solidified her confidence. She replied, Master Chen, indeed it is I, but that title has long been abolished. There is no need for such formalities. A peculiar light flickered in Chen Shijian's eyes as he solemnly responded, A lady is still a lady. Yet, I am curious as to why you seek this old servant. The first time Chen Shijian encountered Shao Yun, she had just been conferred the title of Lady Hui, with Emperor Zhengde bringing her to the leopard chamber to admire newly trained falcons. On that occasion, Chen Shijian had merely come to report, treating the newly appointed young consort with utmost reverence, distinct from his demeanor towards other eunuchs. Subsequently, each time they met, he maintained an unwavering adherence to decorum. During the incident at the Chiffon Pavilion, Shao Yun, unable to quell her curiosity upon hearing unusual sounds, had ventured forth amidst the chaos, only to witness several eunuchs carrying out corpses from the pavilion, and was consequently caught by Chen Shijian. She was not permitted to approach the Chiffon Pavilion, and any breach of this prohibition could lead to severe repercussions, even for a favored consort. Therefore, when discovered by Chen Shijian, she was taken aback. Yet, Chen Shijian remained discreet, quietly instructing her to retreat, ensuring no one else was aware, clearly aiding her in evading trouble. Later, when Emperor Zhengde fell into the water and fell gravely ill, Chen Shijian returned to report the situation, only to witness the emperor handing a scroll to the attendant standing beside Shao Yun. Eventually, following Zhang Yong's rise to power, Chen Shijian was demoted to Nanjing to oversee the Shaoling tomb, and thereafter, they had not crossed paths again. Years had passed, and Shao Yun was no longer the person she once was, while Chen Shijian appeared to have aged more than a decade. Listening to his tone, which remained unchanged since their days in the palace, Shao Yun felt a ripple of emotion surge within her. She spoke softly, Master Chen, are you aware of my current status? Chen Shijian replied with a solemn expression, Of course, I know. However, as an old servant nearing the twilight of life, how many more years do I have left in this world? Moreover, although the late emperor has passed, in my heart, there exists only the memory of the late consort Hui, not the present criminal. Observing Chen Shijian's cautious demeanor, Shao Yun understood that despite his deep-seated wariness, the animosity had dissipated, igniting a flicker of hope within her. She inquired, Master Chen, why did you initially believe I was sent by Master Zhang and prepare to strike? Chen Shijian lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly raising it again, saying, Consort Hui, this matter does not concern you. It would be best for you to leave. Let us treat today's events as if they had never occurred. Shao Yun's understanding deepened upon hearing this. There was no doubt that a fierce conflict had arisen between Chen Shijian and Master Zhang, who likely sought to eliminate the old eunuch, knowing too much. She remarked, Master Chen, even if Master Zhang is unaware of today's events, he would not let you go easily. Her words struck a chord within Chen Shijian. His body trembled slightly, and after a moment of silence, he whispered, This is not a place for conversation. My lady, please follow me. Beyond the 4-square city lies the sacred path, stretching several miles and shaped like the Big Dipper, winding around the Meihua Mountain, the burial site of Sun Quan from the Three Kingdoms period. When the Hongwu Emperor selected the Shaoling tomb, Li Xin, the deputy commander of the Central Army, suggested relocating Sun Quan's tomb, but the Hongwu Emperor decreed. Sun Quan was a valiant man, let him guard the gate. Thus, Sun Quan's grave remained undisturbed, and the sacred path deviated from the usual straight form. At the end of the sacred path, there was another turn, and beyond it, nestled among the trees, stood a small house, including Chen Shijian. The eunuchs guarding the tomb resided in the side rooms flanking the Jinshui Bridge. This small house was where the old eunuch would rest during inclement weather while cleaning. It was already quite secluded, and with no one around, it felt even more lifeless. As Shao Yun followed Chen Shijian, she remained acutely aware of her surroundings. Having met Chen Shijian only a few times previously, she knew that although he was a confidant of Master Zhang, he had always been loyal to the Zhengde Emperor. Now, years later, he seemed to be in a less favorable position, and she dared not let her guard down, wary of any potential tricks. However, as they walked several miles, they encountered no one else. The Shaoling tomb was not a place frequented by many, and Chen Shijian would not have anticipated her arrival. Even if he wished to lay an ambush, he likely lacked the manpower. Furthermore, upon exchanging glances with Chen Shijian, she sensed that although he possessed considerable martial prowess, he would undoubtedly be no match for her should a confrontation arise. Upon entering the house with Chen Shijian, seeing it was merely a temporary resting place, empty and desolate. Shao Yun finally felt at ease and softly said, Master Qin. Qin Shijian took out a fire striker and approached the desk to light the candles on the candlestick, saying, Consort Hui, this place is devoid of eavesdroppers. Please have a seat. As the candle flickered to life, Shao Yun surveyed her surroundings. The room, intended merely as a temporary resting place, is frequented by illustrious royal relatives, thus its construction is remarkably discreet, even in broad daylight. One might easily overlook it if not paying attention. From the outside, it appears grand, adorned with red walls and glazed tiles akin to other structures of the Shaolin Mausoleum. Yet within, it is exceedingly simple, furnished with merely a table, a bed, a few bamboo chairs, and a couple of coat racks on the walls. The number of visitors to the mausoleum each year is scant, and those who come to pay their respects would hardly venture into such a place. Which is why the side rooms were constructed merely as facades, not to mention this temporary refuge. Qin Shijian, during his tenure as the chief eunuch at the Leopard Hall, though not in a position of absolute power, still enjoyed a life of luxury, which starkly contrasts with his current circumstances. It is no wonder that even eunuchs regard the duty of guarding the mausoleum with trepidation. Shao Yun sighed. Master Qin, you have truly endured much. Qin Shijian offered a wry smile. Your Highness, you jest. I am curious as to why you have sought me out. Shao Yun hesitated momentarily. Qin Shijian, unexpectedly compliant. Perhaps having suffered under the authority of Master Zhang these past few years, showed reluctance to serve him any longer. After a pause, she inquired, Master Qin, do you recall the incident that transpired at the Western Pavilion? Qin Shijian's hand trembled slightly, causing the flame of the third candle he was lighting to flicker as well. After a moment, he responded, Indeed. Indeed? Upon hearing the surprise in Shao Yun's voice, Qin Shijian turned to face her, offering a rueful smile. Your Highness, I have seen you only a handful of times, and one of those was during the incident at the Western Pavilion. Shao Yun nodded. Yes, there were 3 occasions. I have seen you 4 times, Qin Shijian remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Your Highness, there was one occasion when I saw you. Yet you did not see me. Shao Yun replied coolly. That must have been when I was investigating the Western Pavilion. A flicker of admiration crossed Qin Shijian's eyes. Shao Yun, being over 50 years his junior and originally a consort of the late emperor, was, in his estimation, merely a woman who had gained favor through trivial talents. Yet, in that moment, she deciphered his unspoken riddle with remarkable composure, far beyond that of an ordinary woman, earning his respect. You speak truly, he acknowledged. Later, Master Zhang nearly turned the entire harem upside down in search of the late emperor's possessions. Upon learning of your disappearance, I surmised it was connected to that incident. Shao Yun furrowed her brow. What exactly transpired at the Western Pavilion? At that moment, a gust of wind swept through. The side room, though opulent on the outside, had many torn paper windows that remained unrepaired. The wind caused the candlelight to flicker erratically, casting shadows throughout the room. Qin Shijian quickly shielded the flame with his hand and said, Your Highness, do you truly wish to know? For many years, I have yearned to forget this matter. Shao Yun regarded him with seriousness, her heart sinking further, and pressed, What is it that occurred? Qin Shijian paused before asking, Before the late emperor's passing. He bestowed upon you a scroll. Did you ever read it? At the time, Master Zhang pursued me relentlessly, and moreover, His Majesty only instructed me to keep it, saying it would be passed on in due course, thus I have not seen it. Qin Shijian remarked, Are you to deliver it to Elder Yong? Elder Yong refers to Yang Tingyi, who once held the position of chief minister. Yang Tingyi served under the reigns of Emperor Xianzong, Emperor Xiaozong, and Emperor Wuzong for an astonishing 37 years, earning the title of the most virtuous minister in the realm. However, upon the ascension of Emperor Jiajing, he was dismissed by Zhang Yong under the pretext of a grand ceremony and returned to his homeland. At that time, Emperor Jingde did not intend for Shao Yun to present the scroll to Yang Tingyi. She shook her head and said, No. What secrets does this scroll contain? Qin Shijian sighed and said, Your Majesty, this tale must begin 17 years ago. 17 years prior, Shao Yun was merely a 5-year-old girl, bewildered and unaware of her surroundings. While Emperor Zhengde was just a young man of tender years, frivolous and drawn to the bizarre and arcane. Shortly after his ascension in the first year of Zhengde, he summoned Xing Jibin, the abbot of the Dalangshan Hugui Temple, to the palace to expound on the doctrines, captivating the young emperor profoundly. This audacious youth dared to conceive what others would not, proclaiming himself as the great celebration Dharma king, the enlightened one of the western heavens, with profound wisdom. While many emperors have indulged in Buddhism, Emperor Zhengde stands alone in claiming the title of Buddha. In addition to the esoteric teachings of the Yusang sect, he gathered practitioners of secret arts from the western regions, Korea, Annam, and Japan. The emperor's fascination inspired his subjects to present strange people and objects in hopes of winning his favor. Among these tributes was a fragment of a Western manuscript presented by officials from Guangdong province. Although it was merely a remnant, it contained both illustrations and text, remarkably intact. The script, however, was peculiar, entirely different from any known writing, though the illustrations were quite clear. The officials who submitted this fragment reported that it was a record by an unnamed sorcerer from the far west, who had devoted his life to the study of secret arts and compiled his knowledge into a book in his later years. Yet, due to the perilous nature of these arts, he deliberately wrote in an incomprehensible script, as it was said that a certain king from the far west once wielded this art to great effect. The script could only be deciphered with an ancient treasure box from the west, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. This fragment had originally been brought by a Westerner during the Yuan dynasty, who died in Guangzhou, leaving it behind. Hence it was offered to His Majesty, Emperor Zhang. Ever curious about the strange and bizarre, promptly summoned palace sorcerers to study the artifact. Though they could not comprehend the script, the collective effort of the learned sorcerers, despite some being charlatans, allowed for mutual exchange of knowledge, leading to significant progress. Ultimately, they deciphered the illustrations, revealing them to be a method for concocting elixirs of immortality from the alchemical traditions of Europe. Upon hearing this from Chen Shijian, Shao Yun exclaimed, "Elixirs of immortality? Is such a thing truly possible?" Chen Shijian smiled wryly and replied, "Your Majesty, such matters are beyond the ken of one like me. I have only heard that European alchemy originated from the lands of the Arabs. Moreover, the alchemical practices in the Arab world trace their roots back to our central plains, thus sharing some commonalities. It is known that the late emperor summoned many sorcerers to delve into this subject in the western pavilion of the Leopard Hall. However, in the 15th year of Zhengde's reign, a tragic incident suddenly occurred, resulting in the death or injury of nearly all the sorcerers in the western pavilion. It is said that the elixir produced in the western pavilion is highly toxic, causing those who inhale its vapors to descend into madness, resulting in horrific acts of mutual slaughter. Upon discovering this, the late emperor realized the futility of such pursuits, reflecting on how great rulers like Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han dedicated their lives to the quest for immortality, ultimately achieving nothing. In this present age, such aspirations remain but a delusion. Thus, the Western Pavilion was sealed, and the art of alchemy was consequently consigned to oblivion. The scroll inscribed with the character Dai Yu contained the method for this failed elixir of life. In Shao Yun's recollection, the Zhengde emperor indeed embodied the essence of a curious young man, unrestrained and eager to explore all possibilities. She remembered him expressing his desire for longevity on several occasions. Yet tragically, he sought the path to immortality and lived only to the age of 31. A profound irony. For reasons unknown, Shao Yun felt a sense of disappointment upon uncovering the truth behind the scroll. She became aware that eunuch Zhang was also in pursuit of the elixir of life. It seemed that the greatest fear in life is the brevity of existence. For one as powerful as eunuch Zhang, nearing his 60th year, the dread of death must be even more acute, prompting his relentless search for immortality. However, Shao Yun understood that such pursuits of eternal life were utterly unreliable, as evidenced by the tragic events in the Western Pavilion. The scroll's contents were likely even more illusory. The ancient treasure box mentioned by Chen Shijian undoubtedly referred to the precursor's box entrusted to her by Ezio. No wonder eunuch Zhang was so eager to obtain this object. Yet even if he were to acquire it, Shao Yun remained skeptical that it could yield any elixir of life. Thus, this line of inquiry seemed to lead to a most ambiguous conclusion. While she pondered this, Chen Shijian abruptly extinguished the candle. With the moon high in the sky, darkness enveloped the room, while the outside world appeared illuminated. He bore an expression of utmost seriousness and whispered, "Your Highness, did anyone notice your arrival?" Shao Yun's heart sank. Upon her return, she had indeed been followed by Gao Feng, a fact she had been blissfully unaware of at the time. Had it not been for Mr. Yang Ming's assistance, a grave error could have ensued. Consequently, she had since taken every precaution, meticulously ensuring that no one shadowed her during her return to the White Pagoda Temple. This time, visiting the Shaoling Mausoleum, she had been doubly cautious. After arriving at the mountain, Chen Shijian noticed her presence because she had not made a conscious effort to conceal her whereabouts, intending for him to detect her. The Xianshan heart method she practiced under Mr. Yang Ming was particularly adept at sensing disturbances in her surroundings. Mr. Yang Ming had nearly mastered the celestial sight akin to that of a sage. Although Shao Yun had yet to reach such an advanced level, her senses were far more acute than those of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, she had remained unaware of any anomalies until Chen Shijian's startled inquiry, "Is someone approaching?" His expression grew grave as he whispered, "Your Highness, do not reveal yourself. I shall handle the situation." He paused briefly, then continued softly, "Your Highness, if I am unable to manage, I will obstruct them. You must circumvent the tomb of Emperor Taizu and retreat through the rear mountain." Chen Shijian's voice was hushed, meant solely for Shao Yun's ears. Just as he finished speaking, an insistent voice, sharp as a needle, rang out from outside. "Eunuch Chun." Chapter 8. The Cycle of Calamity. The voice echoed ominously at the door. Upon hearing it, Shao Yun's heart jolted, and she turned to Chen Shijian. Chen Shijian's face was as unsightly as if it had been smeared with paste. He gestured to Shao Yun to remain calm, opened the door, and declared loudly. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the esteemed presence of Master Ma. The speaker was none other than Ma Yongqing, the very person Shao Yun had intended to deal with, as Mr. Yongming had warned against being led by Zhang Yong. Ma Yongqing would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search for Shao Yun in the capital. Thus, she had retreated to Nanjing to meet Chen Shijian, never anticipating that Ma Yongqing would follow her there. The master had miscalculated. In truth, it is impossible for mere mortals to possess omniscience. However, Shao Yun had always believed in the master's remarkable foresight, never expecting even Mr. Yongming could err. Furthermore, Ma Yongqing had chosen this moment to appear, arriving right after her. Had he been watching her all along? In an instant, Shao Yun felt a wave of confusion wash over her, deeply unsettling her. It seemed the master was not infallible, and she now had to make her own decisions. What should she do? One option was to flee, but that would be unwise. One could not predict whether Ma Yongqing would bring accomplices. Although the master had mentioned that her martial skills would suffice against Ma Yongqing, should Chen Shijian ally with him, her chances of victory would dwindle to nothing. In a fleeting moment, several ideas raced through Shao Yun's mind, yet none seemed appropriate. The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She knew that in such moments, it was imperative to maintain composure, and from Chen Shijian's tone, it appeared he did not intend to betray her. Thus, it was prudent to remain calm and observe the unfolding events. The candlelight within the room had extinguished, casting it into darkness, while the moonlight outside grew ever brighter. When Chen Shijian exited, he did not fully close the door, leaving a small gap. Through this crevice, she could see a figure standing approximately 10 paces away. The individual was robust, significantly larger than Chen Shijian. Although his face was obscured, his form and voice unmistakably indicated that it was Ma Yongqing. Shao Yun had encountered Ma Yongqing a few times before. His imposing stature, coupled with a thick beard, depicted a formidable man. Yet, his voice was unexpectedly shrill. Anyone unfamiliar with him might easily mistake his speech for a comedic dialogue. Thus, even without seeing his face, the voice left no doubt as to his identity. Chen Shijian, however, remained composed, standing about 5 or 6 feet away from Ma Yongqing after stepping outside. He said in a deep voice, "Master Ma, it has been several years. What brings you out at this late hour to visit an old man?" During the Zhengde period, Ma Yongqing had wielded immense power as the head of the Eastern Depot. Nevertheless, Chen Shijian, as a chief eunuch of the Leopard Chamber, was not of a lower rank. Although their current statuses had diverged significantly, in terms of rank, they were still relatively close. Observing Chen Shijian's unyielding demeanor, Ma Yongqing did not appear angered. He grinned and replied, "Master Chen, we have business that pertains to your esteemed self. How could I not come to pay my respects?" Ma Yongqing's words carried an icy undertone, causing Shao Yun's heart to sink further. She thought to herself, "This is bad. It seems Ma Yongqing has truly discovered my presence." Little did I expect his tracking skills to be so advanced. Among the 8 tigers, Wei Bin is renowned for his unparalleled tracking skills. It is said that once a person falls under his watchful gaze, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, escape remains an impossibility. Although Ma Yongqing is known for his unparalleled ruthlessness, his tracking abilities pale in comparison to those of Wei Bin. Shao Yun, possessing an inherently agile physique coupled with keen senses, is already a master of the art of tracking. However, the fact that Ma Yongqing managed to pursue her to the very edge of this secluded cabin without her noticing is a testament to both the cabin's concealment amid the mountain path's twists and turns, and to Ma Yongqing's impressive stealth skills, which have evidently improved significantly since their last encounter. Inside the cabin, Shao Yun was quietly astonished, while outside, Chen Shijian maintained an air of nonchalance, remarking coolly, "Master Ma, with your wealth and fortune, I am but an old man unworthy of comparison. I merely seek your guidance. For that is only just. How can one speak of fortune in relation to an old fool like me?" Ma Yongqing chuckled and replied, "Master Chen, the Inspector General has summoned you to guard the tomb. Is it truly to leave you idle? What instructions did the Inspector General impart to you? If the esteemed Shao Yun were to cross paths with you, you must ensure her capture. And lo, she is presently within the cabin, yet you." Just as he was reveling in his words, Chen Shijian suddenly shifted his stance. Despite being over 70 years old, he moved with the swiftness of a startled hare. The distance between him and Ma Yongcheng was roughly 6 or 7 paces, yet it felt like a mere breath apart. Before Ma Yongcheng could finish his sentence, Chen Shijian surged forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Ma Yongcheng's heart. Once a disciple of the great Vajrayana master Xingji Bandan, Chen Shijian's martial prowess, though not unparalleled, was commendable. Even in his advanced years, he diligently practiced daily, and this strike was executed with remarkable skill. Ma Yongcheng, taken aback by Chen Shijian's sudden aggression, exclaimed, "Draw your sword." Being significantly younger, he was naturally more vigorous and unsheathed his sword with great speed. His attack was a combination of offense and defense, but Chen Shijian did not flinch. His palm struck true to Ma Yongcheng's heart. The impact was akin to a blow of defeat, and with a resounding thud, Ma Yongcheng's voice was abruptly silenced. Towering over Chen Shijian, Ma Yongcheng was significantly larger in stature, yet upon receiving the strike, he faltered, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Shao Yun, taken by surprise at Chen Shijian's audacity, recalled that his martial arts were derived from the secretive teachings of the Vajrayana. Zhu Jiyuan had previously summarized the heart techniques passed down from Xingji Bandan, explaining that while the Vajrayana's martial arts share origins with those of Central Plains, they diverge in essence. The power of the Great Hand Seal resembles that of the soft palm technique. Xingji Bandan's Great Hand Seal could flatten paper upon stone, striking it to dust without harming the paper. Though Chen Shijian's skills were far from those of his master, the sound of his strike indicated he had exerted his utmost effort. As Ma Yongcheng fell, Chen Shijian also stumbled, dropping to one knee. In a state of alarm, Shao Yun disregarded everything, bursting through the door. Under the moonlight, she beheld Ma Yongcheng lying lifeless on the ground, his head surrounded by blood, while Chen Shijian clutched his chest, a short sword embedded within, a testament to Ma Yongcheng's fatal counterattack even in his last moments. Upon witnessing Chen Shijian's injury, Shao Yun was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to support him, whispering, "Master Chen, are you all right?" Chen Shijian laboriously lifted his head and replied, "Your Highness, are you unscathed?" "I am fine." Shao Yun, noticing the blood-soaked front of his attire, insisted, "Master Chen, you are wounded." Chen Shijian responded, "I struck him down using my palm technique, but he managed to stab me in the left chest. Fortunately, the wound is not deep. I can still endure." As he spoke, he drew the short sword from his body and cast it to the ground. Shao Yun observed that the blade bore a trace of blood, indicating that the injury was minor. Yet, given that the left chest is where the heart resides, even a shallow wound could be perilous. Although Chen Shijian's face bore signs of pain, he seemed to endure it with remarkable fortitude, leaving her puzzled. Sensing her bewilderment, Chen Shijian explained, "My heart is positioned differently. It is on the right side. This wound will not claim my life. Otherwise, I would have perished before him." He paused before advising, "Your Highness, Master Ma likely did not come alone. There are probably his accomplices waiting at the foot of the mountain. You must retreat to the back mountain at once." Shao Yun, touched by his continued concern for her, reflected that had she trusted Chen Shijian earlier and collaborated with him, eliminating Ma Yongcheng might not have been insurmountable. However, Ma Yongcheng's sudden appearance had caught her off guard, leading to Chen Shijian's grievous injury. The human heart is typically on the left side. A wound there could be fatal. Chen Shijian's unusual anatomy explained why he could survive a stab to that area. Yet, despite his survival, the injury was serious, and without prompt treatment, it could still lead to death. A pang of guilt washed over her as she asked, "Master Chen, what about you?" Chen Shijian offered a wry smile, saying, "At my age, I am no longer afraid of death. Your Highness, there is something I have not disclosed to you. Master Zhang anticipated that you would come to me, and thus he instructed me to alert him upon your arrival. Yet, I did not foresee Ma Yongcheng's swift arrival. I fear your whereabouts may have been leaked. Exercise caution and do not trust anyone lightly." His words deepened her sorrow. Ma Yongcheng likely felt confident of his success, arriving alone. But if his accomplices did not come soon, they would surely follow, leaving her with no escape. Under the moonlight, she saw that Chen Shijian's face had drained of color, pale as parchment, and her heart ached for him. "Master Chen, if I leave, what will happen to you?" Chen Shijian replied, "I implore you, Your Highness, to leave before they arrive. Spare me from the torment of Master Ma's accomplices." His plea caused Shao Yun further heartache as she murmured, "Master Chen, do not speak this way. Your injury is not fatal. With proper care, you should recover." Chen Shijian smiled faintly, saying, "Alas, I am alone in Nanjing, with no kin or refuge other than the Shaoling Mausoleum. Even if I could escape temporarily, I cannot evade my fate. The world is vast. Yet where can one hide from the pursuit of the 8 tigers? Death is inevitable. I only wish for a swift end." As she supported him, Shao Yun discreetly placed her left hand on Chen Shijian's pulse, recalling that Master Yang Ming had advised her to think carefully before acting. and she dared not be careless. But upon a single touch, she felt Qin Shijian's pulse was feeble and erratic, indicative of severe injury. Hearing his words, Shao Yun's heart sank further. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed her hand against her chest and, gritting her teeth, asked, "Master Qin, can you still walk?" Qin Shijian, taken aback, replied, "This old servant can manage on his own. However, Your Highness, I fear I cannot travel far. It is unlikely that anywhere will escape the search of the 8 tigers." Shao Yun assisted Qin Shijian to his feet, and, despite his grievous wounds, he stood steadily. It seemed his claim of being able to move was indeed true. She said, "There is a place where we can evade their pursuit." Qin Shijian was both astonished and elated. "Such a place exists? Your Highness, do not concern yourself about me. Simply tell me where it is, and I shall proceed alone." Shao Yun responded, "That location requires a token for entry, which you do not possess. Master Qin, let us depart." The jade token now hung from her neck. Shao Yun recalled the instructions given to her by Master Yang. Never use it unless absolutely necessary. Although she was not yet cornered, Qin Shijian was truly at a dead end. Utilizing the token to save his life would align with the principles of benevolence. Striving to turn away from evil. With Ma Yongqing's followers likely to arrive at any moment, it was prudent to leave swiftly. She supported Qin Shijian's right arm as they moved forward. Ma Yongqing's lifeless body lay motionless on the ground, the pool of blood by his head having dried in the wind. Though she had not slain him herself, the thought of a man who once reveled in bloodshed, responsible for the demise of countless brothers and mentors, filled her with disgust, prompting her to instinctively step aside. As they passed Ma Yongqing's corpse, a sudden chill swept over her from behind. The dusk had deepened, and the night breeze began to rise. Although it was summer, the wind carried a biting cold. This chill felt tangible, rushing toward her lower back. An ambush. Shao Yun, naturally nimble, had honed her agility under Master Yangming's tutelage. Clad in the cloak given by Ezio, she felt empowered, ready to face any threat. With a push of her left foot, she pivoted, her right foot executing a feint. Turning her body halfway around, her right hand poised on the hilt of her sword. The assailant, surprisingly adept, had managed to approach without a sound until this close. Shao Yun's counterattack was swift and merciless. The technique, empowered by her turn, drew her blade with remarkable speed. In the moonlight, a crescent arc of sword light flashed momentarily. The attacker, attempting to close in, would surely be met with the loss of an arm if he dared to strike her back. Yet he proved resourceful, springing backward just in time to evade her blade, leaving his initial ambush foiled. Although Shao Yun had successfully repelled him, a heavy dread settled in her heart. To her astonishment, the assailant was none other than Ma Yongqing. Despite having been struck down by Qin Shijian moments ago, he now leaped about with vigor, showing no signs of injury. Realizing the dire situation, she was about to sheath her sword when suddenly, a searing heat erupted along her spine, constricting her vital points. What bound Shao Yun was the esoteric technique of the Great Hand Seal of the secret sect. Unlike ordinary acupoint techniques that require a precise identification of the acupoints, the few acupoints in proximity could not be restrained simultaneously. However, the Great Hand Seal differs from the Central Plains acupoint methods, as it seals the acupoints with palm strength. In typical acupoint manipulation, if one misidentifies the point or evades in time, the technique can be countered. Yet, the Great Hand Seal penetrates the acupoints with palm force, sealing them. Even if one manages to evade one point, they cannot escape another. At this moment, Shao Yun found her vital points constrained, feeling a numbness on one side of her body, rendering her unstable. Her right knee weakened, and she knelt on one leg, her long sword slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. Although the Great Hand Seal's acupoint sealing technique was mystifying and hard to defend against, it lacked the precision of acupoint techniques. Despite the multiple vital points on her back being restrained, Shao Yun's right hand still retained some mobility. As her sword fell, she reached to grasp it. Just as her fingers brushed the hilt, a sudden heat surged through her back, sealing her Yangji, Ling Tai, and Shindao acupoints, leaving her unable to maintain her kneeling position, and she collapsed to the ground. The Great Hand Seal had sealed her acupoints on the back, yet her senses remained intact. With only one thought occupying her mind, who was this person? In truth, Shao Yun knew that the only one who had plotted against her was Qin Shijian. Yet she found it hard to believe that this old eunuch could have deceived her. Just as she finally fell, she heard Qin Shijian's voice beside her. "Your Highness, forgive this old servant's rudeness." Qin Shijian had always maintained a demeanor of fear and reverence, but now his tone was laced with satisfaction and mockery. Shao Yun was filled with regret, contemplating. "My teacher advised me to think twice before acting, yet I ultimately failed to see through his trap." In fact, she had been quite cautious, but in her mind, Qin Shijian had always been a trusted eunuch of Emperor Zhengde, and she could hardly fathom that, after all these years, he would ally himself with Zhang Yong, who had been so incompatible with him. Chen Shijin approached Shao Yun, first stepping on her long sword to ensure she posed no threat. Then, convinced she was subdued, he reached towards her neck. In the palace, they would never dare to be disrespectful to a consort, but now, there was no hesitation. Upon touching a fine thread around her neck, a glimmer of delight crossed his face as he swiftly pulled it out. This thread secured the jade token given to Shao Yun by Master Yongming. Shao Yun understood the importance of this object and had kept it close to her neck. Chen Shijin examined the jade token closely, pondering, this must be a token of trust, and she should have no other suspicious items. As he considered this, Ma Yongqing approached, previously feigning death and taking advantage of Shao Yun's unguarded moment to launch a surprise attack. He had faced a counterattack that forced him to tumble away in flight. Though he escaped swiftly, he bore a fresh wound from Shao Yun's diagonal moon slash on his cheek. This injury, though not severe, bled considerably. Earlier, when he lay pretending to be dead, the blood he had spat out was from a pre-prepared blood pouch. But now, the blood on his face was genuine. Ma Yongqing, inherently cruel and bloodthirsty, had never been injured before, and he was unprepared for such a significant loss at Shao Yun's hands. Approaching her, he grew increasingly furious, wishing he could unleash a kick at her. Had it not been for Zhang Yong's insistence that he capture Shao Yun alive and spare her life, Ma Yongqing would have undoubtedly severed her head without hesitation. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to suppress the turmoil within him. Observing Chen Shijin as he examined something from Shao Yun's neck with a contemplative expression only heightened his irritation, prompting him to bark. Chen Shijin, what have you found on this woman? Chen Shijin, considerably older than Ma Yongqing, though of a lesser official rank, held greater seniority. Ma's rudeness did not offend him. He bowed slightly and replied, Master Ma, the concubine Hui just informed me of a place where I could seek refuge. Undoubtedly referring to the location of the person behind her. I noticed her pressing her chest as she spoke, and I suspect she has concealed this token there. It must be this. Ma Yongqing felt a mix of surprise and elation, exclaiming, really? Let me see. Typically wielding a long sword alongside two shorter ones, he had brought only the latter on this occasion, with one remaining after his failed ambush on Shao Yun, which had nearly resulted in his face being cleaved in two. Despite seeing her restrained, he remained cautious, gripping his short sword firmly, as he bent to retrieve the fallen blade. Chen Shijin's revelation regarding the crucial token compelled him to secure both of his remaining swords at his waist and stride forward to snatch the jade token from Chen Shijin's grasp. Upon touching it, he thought, what a magnificent piece of white jade. Alas, it is rather small. Ma Yongqing, accustomed to wealth and power, had encountered innumerable rare treasures. Though diminutive, the jade token felt exquisitely smooth, akin to congealed fat. Were it the size of a bowl, it would rival the legendary Lianqing Bai. He remarked, this jade token is indeed a rarity. Master Ma, you are truly insightful. My suspicions align with yours. With this token, we can surely trace the individual behind concubine Hui. Chen Shijin affirmed. Although Shao Yun was incapacitated, she could hear every word of Chen Shijin's carefully articulated speech, despite his deductions being somewhat flawed. The jade token was undeniably an artifact of immense significance. Should it fall into Zhang Yong's hands, it could very well lead back to her master. She felt a mixture of shock and regret, cursing her naivety for falling into the trap set by such a cunning old eunuch. She strained to concentrate her internal energy to break free from her sealed acupoints. But the clumsy sealing technique she faced differed greatly from the central plane's methods. Each point, though not deeply sealed, was interconnected such that unblocking one would affect the entire body, rendering her attempts futile, especially in her current agitated state. Holding the jade token up to the moonlight, Ma Yongqing admired it, exclaiming, indeed, such exquisite jade is rare even in the palace. Tracing its origin should not pose a challenge. Master Du is truly remarkable, calculating the whereabouts of this woman without ever leaving his residence. Truly impressive. This strategy had been imparted to him directly by Zhang Yong. Upon their meeting, Zhang had suggested that Shao Yun was likely to flee the capital after killing Wei Bin, urging Ma Yongqing to keep a vigilant eye on the most probable locations of her appearance. Although Nanjing Shaoling was not Zhang Yong's primary target, he had nonetheless mentioned that Shao Yun might come here, insisting that Ma Yongqing must investigate. Ma Yongqing had only just arrived in Nanjing yesterday, harboring little hope. He had a clandestine meeting with Chen Shijin, where he learned that Shao Yun had not come, and he was already preparing to continue his journey southward. Unexpectedly, today he stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. As he examined the jade tablet, he suddenly heard Chen Shijin whisper, Master Ma, shouldn't we seal the acupoints of concubine Hui? The jade tablet bore intricate patterns that were difficult to discern in the moonlight. Ma Yongqing, engrossed in his examination, was momentarily perturbed by Chen Shijian's interruption and replied, "What is it?" Chen Shijian's face displayed a hint of unease as he spoke. "Master Ma, as you are aware, my martial skills are rather limited. Yet concubine Hui is no ordinary individual. She had just covertly assessed my pulse. Had it not been for my rudimentary calm fire technique, I might have been exposed. Although I have sealed her 4 acupoints with the Mani Pearl's power, I fear she may unravel the seal with her innate strength, which would indeed be disastrous." When Xing Jibin entered the palace and opened the gates of martial teachings, he had recruited numerous disciples. While Ma Yongcheng, bound by the teachings of Li Kuwan, was barred from the esoteric sect, he had nonetheless learned this rudimentary calm fire technique from Xing Jibin, understanding that it could regulate one's heart rate and pulse. A master of this technique could even slow their heartbeat to the point of appearing deceased, allowing them to be buried for days and still emerge unscathed. His earlier act of feigning death had utilized this very skill. Though Chen Shijian had not yet attained such prowess, deceiving Shaoan temporarily should not pose much difficulty. However, the fact that Shaoan had anticipated his moves left Ma Yongqing in silent admiration, contemplating, "Indeed, this woman is formidable. This matter must not falter." Initially, he held a low opinion of Shaoan, but after their earlier encounter, he recognized the extraordinary strength of the former empress, understanding why Wei Bin had fallen at her hands. Although Shaoan had succumbed to Chen Shijian's covert maneuver, one could not ascertain whether she would successfully break the acupoint seal. Should he allow this fish to slip through his fingers due to negligence, he would have much to answer for to his superiors. With this thought, Ma Yongqing nodded. "I shall proceed to reinforce her seal." Just as he was about to approach Shaoan, Chen Shijian interjected, "Master Ma, this jade tablet is of great importance, for the moment. Allow me to take charge of it." Seeing Chen Shijian fixated on the jade tablet in his hand, Ma Yongqing's thoughts shifted. He considered, this old eunuch is concerned I might forget his contribution. Despite his typically somber demeanor, having achieved a resounding victory by capturing Shao Yun and securing such a crucial item, his spirits were notably elevated. He thought that after years of lingering in the mausoleum, dreaming of returning to the palace, perhaps it was time to play the role of a benefactor. Thus, he handed the jade tablet to Chen Shijian, saying, "Chen Gonggong, please take good care of it." With that, he turned to approach Xiaoyan. The Great Hand Seal technique and the Central Plains acupoint sealing technique share some similarities, yet they are fundamentally distinct. The former relies on the practitioner's true strength to impact the opponent's acupoints, thus negating the need for precise identification as required by the latter. And it can also seal multiple acupoints simultaneously. However, if the opponent's power vastly exceeds that of the practitioner, even a sealed acupoint may quickly be undone. Ma Yongqing reached Xiaoyun's side and extended his palm, pressing it against her heart. Although he did not specialize in the art of the clumsy fire technique, his martial prowess was formidable, and he had already attained a profound understanding of this mental discipline, mastering its essence to a considerable extent, far surpassing Chen Shijian. At this moment, as his inner strength coalesced in his palm, he merely needed to press it against Xiaoyun's back, and the force would penetrate her acupoints, leaving her unable to break free, no matter how skilled she was. However, just as his palm made contact with her back, he sensed that Xiaoyun's vital energy flowed sluggishly. Realizing that this old man was not as inept as he had claimed, once struck by the acupoint sealing technique, her entire energy flow would cease to function smoothly, rendering her immobile. Ma Yongqing had already noticed that Xiaoyun showed no sign of breaking the acupoint seal, indicating that Chen Shijian's prior application of the technique was indeed formidable, beyond her capacity to withstand. Nonetheless, even if she could not break free, sealing her acupoints again would be advantageous, ensuring that she remained incapacitated for at least 2 to 3 hours. Just as he prepared to unleash his palm's power, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his waist. The agony came so unexpectedly that Ma Yongqing was caught off guard, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that it was Xiaoyun's long sword that had penetrated his side. Accustomed to ambushing others, he never anticipated that he would fall prey to a stealthy attack at such a critical moment. He instinctively swung his right palm in retaliation. Yet, despite the might of his strike and the fierce gust of wind it generated, he only swept through empty air, as the assailant had already retreated swiftly after delivering the blow. In the moonlight, he recognized the figure as Chen Shijian. Having accomplished his strike, Chen Shijian, though quick to evade, found himself nearly gasping for breath under the pressure of Ma Yongqing's palm wind. At that moment, he stood a distance of 5 to 6 feet away from Ma Yongqing, yet still dared not let his guard down, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. Although Ma Yongqing's martial skills were far superior, the blade had pierced his lower back, inflicting a grievous wound that rendered him immobile. Even if he still possessed the strength to kill, he could not pursue Chen Shijian, who disdainfully taunted, You utter a single word, and already your mouth spills blood. Qin Shijian then chuckled darkly, Master Ma, is it better to enjoy alone or to share joy with others? I say, it is better to relish in solitude. Having studied in the inner academy for several years, Qin Shijian was well versed in classical literature, while Ma Yongqing, despite his lofty status, lacked literary depth. Even if he did not fully grasp the reference to Mencius, he understood that Qin Shijian was implying a desire to monopolize the situation. Overwhelmed by regret, Ma Yongqing thought to himself, Ma Yongqing, you should have known that this old killer is not one to be underestimated. How could you be so careless? In truth, he was not so much careless as he was blinded by his own arrogance, believing that this elderly eunuch would always flatter him. Never considering that he would resort to such treachery, Qin Shijian's strike was indeed ruthless. The sword had pierced Ma Yongqing's left kidney. Throughout his life, Ma Yongqing had reveled in cruelty and violence. Yet now he found himself entirely immobilized, sweat streaming down his face from the pain. Even if he did not succumb immediately, there was no power in heaven or earth that could save him now. Qin Shijian, witnessing his agony, felt a surge of triumph and spoke sweetly, Master Ma, you have bravely chosen to perish alongside Lady Hui, and before the Duke, I shall certainly speak highly of you and secure a glorious posthumous title on your behalf. At this moment, Qin Shijian still spoke with feigned reverence, a facade of humility, while Ma Yongqing's heart grew cold with dread. Realizing that this old killer had long ago plotted this very outcome. This scheme had long been meticulously crafted by Qin Shijian. As he aged, his ambition only intensified. When Ma Yongqing visited him yesterday, revealing that Shao Yun might seek him out, he had already devised an entire plan. Aware that Ma Yongqing's involvement would render him merely a peripheral player in this affair, he feared that he might not even fulfill his desire to retire peacefully in the palace afterward. Thus, he seized this opportunity to eliminate Ma Yongqing and claim the glory for himself. Consequently, he instructed Ma Yongqing to avoid arousing Shao Yun's suspicion. If Shao Dazai were to request half of Master Yao's saltwater duck, it would signify Shao Yun's arrival, prompting Ma Yongqing to come immediately, ensuring that their actions would go unnoticed by her. At that moment, Ma Yongqing found this stratagem quite brilliant. Yet he soon realized that Qin Shijian's true intention was not merely to deal with Shao Yun, but rather to target him. Severely injured, he felt his strength ebbing away, while his resentment towards Qin Shijian grew ever stronger. Qin Shijian, fully aware of Ma Yongqing's hatred for him, refrained from approaching, standing a few feet away and observing. The only flaw in his plan was the necessity to silence Shao Yun, which would inevitably diminish his credit. Nonetheless, the potential rewards were substantial enough to warrant the risk. He could almost envision himself returning to the palace, enjoying a life of leisure, and nearly broke into a smile. Yet, his thoughts remained profoundly concealed, despite his boundless joy. His countenance betrayed nothing. Seeing Ma Yongqing lying motionless atop Shao Yun, he feared that Ma Yongqing had not yet succumbed, murmuring, Master Ma, you have enjoyed enough of life's fortunes. Leaving a morsel for Shijian would not be in vain. With that, he stepped forward to grasp the hilt of his sword, intending to deliver a final blow to Ma Yongqing. Being meticulous by nature, he understood that such a grand undertaking must leave no trace of flaw. He planned to use Shao Yun's weapon to slay Ma Yongqing, and then employ Ma Yongqing's dagger to finish off Shao Yun. Thus, even if Zhang Yong were to arrive, he would find no fault and would only assume that the two had perished in a fierce struggle, just as his hand neared the sword's hilt. Ma Yongqing suddenly stirred. A less observant individual might have acted recklessly, but Qin Shijian, keenly attuned to detail, feared that Ma Yongqing was feigning death in an attempt to lure him in for a fatal strike. As soon as he noticed Ma Yongqing's movement, Qin Shijian leapt back in alarm. Despite his advanced age and moderate martial prowess, his agility surpassed that of an ordinary person. He sprang away like a startled rabbit, covering several paces in an instant, thinking to himself, that was close. This fellow truly was pretending to be dead. Just as he regained his composure, he heard Shao Yun's voice, Master Qin, what a clever ploy of self-inflicted injury. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Shijian was momentarily paralyzed by fear, instinctively retreating another 3 feet. Now at a safe distance of nearly 10 feet, he looked up to see Shao Yun standing, albeit somewhat unsteady, while Ma Yongqing lay lifeless on the ground. Qin Shijian was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his wits, inwardly cursing that treacherous Ma Yongqing. Earlier, when he warned Ma Yongqing to be wary of Shao and potentially breaking free from her confinement, he knew full well that, given his own capabilities, it would take her at least 2 or 3 hours to escape. His true aim was merely to entice Ma Yongqing closer for his own cunning design. As a result, Ma Yongqing had indeed fallen victim to a treacherous plot, collapsing to the ground. However, Shao Yun managed to rise to her feet, evidently realizing that Ma Yongqing, aware of his impending demise, had utilized his palm energy to unlock the acupoint that had been sealed. Shao Yun harbored an intense hatred for Qin Shijian. Though the old eunuch's martial prowess was commendable, his theatricality was truly exceptional. She had been manipulated by him, to the point that even the jade pendant bestowed upon her by her master had been deceitfully taken. Had it not been for Qin Shijian's insatiable greed to claim all the credit for himself, she would have faced utter defeat, leaving no opportunity for recovery. And her master would have been implicated as well. However, fate had a different design. It was precisely Qin Shijian's selfishness that revealed a flaw in his otherwise flawless scheme. Although Ma Yongqing was unable to fully release her from the sealing technique before his death, he was determined to take down the old eunuch and reclaim the jade pendant, even at the cost of his own life. The sealing technique had primarily immobilized her legs, leaving them numb as if they were not her own, while her arms had regained about 70 to 80% of their strength. With Ma Yongqing's lifeless body still weighing upon her, she drew a long sword from him, kicked him aside, and stood up. Even though Ma Yongqing had released her acupoint before his demise, she bore an enduring loathing for him. Knowing how many of her fellow disciples had perished at the hands of this eunuch's torment, Qin Shijian observed her swift motion as she unsheathed her sword. Yet her form wavered slightly. He mused that Ma Yongqing, the scoundrel, had clearly diminished in strength before his death, unable to completely undo the sealing technique. Seizing this opportunity, he calculated that this woman was not his match. With a calm smile, he remarked, "Your Highness, you flatter me." While his right hand discreetly retrieved his Vajra pestle and he lunged forward. Aware of his waning vitality and diminished strength, he executed his plans with meticulous precision, ensuring that every move was deliberate and effective. As he observed that Shao Yun's wrist strength had regained a considerable portion, yet her leg power was likely still less than 20%, he recognized that an aggressive assault would yield a high probability of success. Thus, without further hesitation, he advanced, aiming the Vajra pestle at Shao Yun's heart. The Vajra pestle, known in Sanskrit as Vajra, could vary in branches from 1 to 9. Buddhist scriptures describe the Vajra as embodying the essence of Bodhi, capable of severing the duality of existence and aligning with the middle way. Originally a sacred tool of Buddhism, Qin Shijian, having trained under the Star Ji Bandit sect, focused solely on martial prowess, neglecting spiritual cultivation, his ambition growing more fervent with age. As he saw the pestle nearing Shao Yun's chest, he secretly reveled in his triumph, thinking that although this attack appeared unremarkable, Shao Yun's sword could not match the weight of the Vajra, and with her feet still immobilized, she would be unable to evade. Thus, he saw this move as her doom. With intentions of silencing her forever, he felt no compassion. Yet, just as the pestle was about to strike, Shao Yun suddenly darted aside with remarkable speed, a swiftness that even Qin Shijian in his youth could not have matched. He missed his mark, astonished, only to feel a sharp pain in his left shoulder. His left arm instantly lost its strength, and blood began to flow profusely. He let out a pained cry, realizing that he could no longer execute his move. With a roll to the right, he managed to avoid losing his arm to Shao Yun, though his injuries were considerable. The technique, Garuda Flame, proved futile and instead led to him being wounded by Shao Yun. Qin Shijian's heart was filled with both astonishment and dread as he pondered, could this woman be feigning weakness? Aware that Shao Yun's legs were still unsteady, he remained cautious. Fearing that it might be a ruse to lure him into a trap, he kept his gaze fixed on her feet, ready to adapt at the slightest indication of her movement. However, when Shao Yun executed a sideways leap, he was astonished to see that her legs showed no sign of exertion. She glided effortlessly through the air, catching him off guard. His martial skills had already paled in comparison to hers, and with one arm incapacitated, he found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Shao Yun did not pursue him aggressively. He looked up, and in the moonlight, he saw her standing across from him, her left hand gripping a slender rope, one end anchored to a large tree nearby. That was her rope dart. Aware of her own limitations, Shao Yun understood that if Qin Shijian chose to engage her in a prolonged skirmish, it would be a formidable challenge. As the sage once said, to possess strength yet feign weakness, to utilize what seems unusable. Though her legs were weak, the rope dart provided her with an opportunity to strike unexpectedly. Qin Shijian, cunning as he was, remained unaware of this hidden skill, and thus fell into her trap. While the rope dart allowed her to maintain her usual speed, it also restricted her ability to change direction at will. Although she inflicted a wound on Qin Shijian's left shoulder, he managed to evade further attacks, leaving her unable to capitalize on her advantage. Nevertheless, the battle was inevitable. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip and reeled the rope dart back in. The durable length of the rope was remarkably light, coiled neatly in her palm. Once the dart was retrieved, Shao Yun cast it again, this time embedding it into a protruding branch above Qin Shijian's head. With a sudden surge of breath, she propelled herself forward, swinging towards him. Qin Shijian's shoulder wound was deep, blood staining half of his body, despite his left arm being incapacitated. His agility still surpassed that of Shao Yun. Yet, in this dire situation, he had become a frightened bird, devoid of any will to resist. Fortunately, while his arm was injured, his legs remained unharmed. Without waiting for Shao Yun to close in, he pressed his left hand against his wound and dashed down the mountainside. Although he was older, he traversed the 5-mile path to the Shaolin daily, keeping his physique robust. In a moment of urgency, he truly moved with remarkable speed. He must not escape. Witnessing Chen Shijian's retreat, Shao Yun felt a pang of panic. The jade token remained with him, and if he were to flee, her efforts would be in vain. The effects of the clumsy fire sealing technique still lingered, and despite the assistance of the rope dart, one arm was insufficient. Seeing Chen Shijian dart down the mountain like an arrow, Shao Yun's anxiety surged. She sheathed her long sword and grasped the rope dart with her right hand. With both arms now engaged, her speed increased significantly. As a woman, her frame was naturally light, and years of martial training endowed her with strength comparable to that of an average man. With both hands pulling the rope dart, she leapt into the air, surpassing Chen Shijian's pace with a single bound, swiftly closing the distance between them. As soon as she caught sight of Chen Shijian, she reached for her sword, thinking that as long as he made a move to defend himself, she could intercept him. At that moment, Chen Shijian was rushing towards a stone horse, and although Shaoan had not yet drawn her sword, he leapt into the air. Despite his left arm being incapacitated, his legs remained unharmed. Not wanting to engage in a prolonged battle, he dashed toward the stone horse, using it as a springboard to propel himself into the air. While his agility could not compare to Shao Yun's under normal circumstances, he utilized the force of his leap to gain more height. Before she could draw her long sword, he had already landed ahead of her. Yet, despite evading her interception, Chen Shijian felt an increasing sense of panic. Although various martial arts schools possessed their unique techniques for sealing pressure points, their essence was fundamentally the same. The clumsy fire sealing technique also relied on force to obstruct the opponent's blood flow, but it lacked the finesse of true pressure point techniques. Typically, after a few hours, the effects would wear off. Shaoan had already released most of the seals, and with her continued jumping, it was akin to forcing her blood circulation through external means. Before long, her legs would regain their full mobility. Chen Shijian was acutely aware that, although he was uninjured, he was no match for Shaoan, especially since she had already wounded his arm. He was determined to shake her off. Chen Shijian's heart burned with urgency. If the surroundings had been open, evading Shao Yun would have been a trivial matter. However, this area was a sacred path, long forbidden to logging and grazing, flanked by towering trees, granting her ample leverage. As she pursued him, her limbs grew increasingly agile. Once the clumsy fire sealing technique was fully undone, it would not require anyone else. With her impeccable aim and her rope dart, he would have no chance of escape. Despite his desperate flight, Shao Yun remained steadfast in her pursuit. And even with all his might, the distance between them failed to widen. In the blink of an eye, they had raced past the four-quarter city and through the Golden Gate, approaching the dismounting station ahead. Beyond the dismounting station lay the official road at the foot of the mountain. Although there were trees lining the sides of the road, they were far fewer than those on the mountain, and there would be no low-hanging branches to aid her. Shao Yun understood that if Chen Shijian managed to escape past the dismounting station, it would be increasingly difficult to capture him. With no trees beside the station, she resolved to act decisively. As her rope dart snagged on a sturdy branch overhead, she forcefully yanked it. The rope dart, gifted to her by the Zhang Emperor from the imperial treasury, was woven from deer tendons mixed with silkworm silk, making it exceptionally resilient and elastic. With a vigorous tug, the rope retracted several feet into her sleeve, propelling her body forward with great force. With this momentum, Shaoan soared as if she had sprouted wings, effortlessly leaping over the dismounting station. Beyond the dismounting station lay a broad official road. On one side was the moat, and on the other was the hillside, devoid of significant trees to assist her. Shaoan, having placed all her hopes on this moment, was determined to intercept Chen Shijian before he could escape. Under normal circumstances, such a leap would have been nothing for her, but now, with her legs not yet fully healed, she feared she might falter upon landing. If one cannot establish a foothold, such a leap may indeed result in injury. Yet, Shao Yun cast aside all such apprehensions, her mind solely fixated on obstructing Chen Shijian's path. Even if this action were to shatter her leg bones, she would not hesitate. With a swift bound, her cloak billowing in the wind, she glided through the air like a hawk. Unbeknownst to Chen Shijian, who believed she was risking everything, he marveled at her cloak's extraordinary ability to allow her to soar through the open expanse. As Shao Yun dashed past the dismounting platform, Chen Shijian could not help but silently lament his circumstances. Although his legs were uninjured, he was an elderly man, and the frantic descent down the mountain had already drained his strength. At this moment, even if he wished to hasten his pace, it felt as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Witnessing Shao Yun surge ahead of him sent a wave of terror through him. He could scarcely think. And in a burst of instinct, he lunged towards the moat ahead. This moat lay to the west of the main road. In most towns, the moat would measure only a few zhang in width, but this segment of the moat in Nanjing was a tributary of the Qinhuai River, leading directly to Xuanwu Lake. This stretch was over 10 zhang wide, resembling a narrow lake. Shao Yun's decision was indeed audacious, and upon landing, her heart raced with trepidation. The momentum of her leap was swift, and she knew she had to surge forward to dissipate the force of her descent. Otherwise, her legs might not withstand the impact. Thus, she focused intently as her feet touched the ground. To her astonishment, a jolt coursed through her body, awakening her legs with newfound sensation. Elated, she realized that the shock had restored her circulation, breaking the seal placed upon her meridians. Without hesitation, she propelled herself forward, but the force of her leap was considerable. It took her several steps before she could steady herself, yet she found herself at the riverbank. Once balanced, she felt a twinge of pain in her legs. Just as she thought she had successfully halted Chen Shijian, she heard a splashing sound. Chen Shijian had leapt into the river. Shao Yun had not anticipated that he would attempt to escape by diving into the water. Seeing her gamble nearly come to naught, she disregarded her incomplete recovery and leaped into the river after him. Though a woman, her swimming skills were not lacking. She resolved that Chen Shijian, having nowhere to turn, must not escape. However, as she plunged into the water, a sudden splash erupted before her, and an intense pain shot through her right shoulder as a formidable Vajra pestle struck her down. This was none other than Chen Shijian. Aware that Shao Yun would pursue him relentlessly, even in the water, he chose to remain submerged, biding his time. As she inevitably followed him into the depths, he surged forth, aiming the pestle at her chest. This was, in fact, his last desperate gamble. Striking in the water would demand even more stamina than on land. Should he aim for her body, the cloak might protect her, rendering the pestle ineffective. Yet, her shoulder was unguarded, and as Shao Yun instinctively dodged, the pestle penetrated her right shoulder. Overwhelmed by agony, her left hand reflexively grasped the Vajra pestle. The Vajra, with its 4 sharp edges, sliced into Shao Yun's palm as she grasped it, causing blood to spurt forth. However, Chen Shijian could no longer hold onto the Vajra and was ready to abandon it and flee when Shao Yun's right hand struck down upon him. At that moment, they were perilously close, and her palm struck directly at Chen Shijian's right heart. His prior claims of his heart being on the right side were mere fabrications. Otherwise, that blow might have claimed his life on the spot. Although the force of a strike in water is but half that on land, and Shao Yun's right shoulder was injured, reducing her arm's strength to less than half. Even with a mere quarter of her power left, Chen Shijian's frail body could not withstand it. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. He realized that although he had wounded Shao Yun, his own injuries were far more severe. This ambush had proven to be a grave miscalculation. Just as despair began to envelop him, a gust of night wind swept across the river, carrying with it a few lines of song. Floating catkins cling to clothes, withered flowers follow the horse. A gentle chill and warmth and fragrant moments. It was a renowned excerpt from the Southern opera The Peeper Record, a play celebrated as the ancestor of Southern drama. Widely performed in the Jiangnan region, where every well could echo its melodies. The songstresses along the Qinhuai River were known to sing a few lines of it. However, this moat, being a tributary of the Qinhuai River and situated near the Shaoling tomb, was devoid of nearby homes, rendering it desolate and barren, and thus, no singing boats would come here. Yet, where there is song, there are people. Chen Shijian, fueled by an unknown vigor, turned and swam towards the source of the melody. He swam with surprising speed, but Shao Yun relentlessly pursued him. Though both were injured, Shao Yun's wounds were relatively lighter, and she had closed the distance from 10 feet to merely 4 or 5. Chen Shijian felt panic and urgency, the pain from his wounds intensifying. Suddenly, he caught sight of faint lights flickering on the water's surface ahead, and an overwhelming joy surged within him as he thought, at last, salvation is near. Shao Yun, having sustained a painful injury to her right shoulder from Chen Shijian's ambush, gritted her teeth and continued her pursuit. She too heard the song drifting from the boat. The next lines floated towards her. The landscape and the world, particularly stir the hearts of parting souls. As I gaze back at the high hall growing distant, I sigh at how love once seemed so light to part. Amidst the sorrowful lyrics, a young man sang harmoniously with the songstress. In the twilight, this rendition of Man Ting Fong was exceptionally melodious, surely sung by a young noble who preferred solitude to revelry, coming to this tranquil place to admire the night. If Chen Shijian were to escape onto that boat, there would be no further chance for recapture. Anxious, Shao Yun exerted herself to close the gap further. Chen Shijian, noticing her approach, was gripped by greater fear and cried out, "Help!" The boat was slowly gliding towards him, nearing now, revealing several lanterns at the bow and 5 or 6 figures standing aboard. At the center stood a young nobleman clad in a splendid brocade robe. Beside him, a stunning woman cradling a pipa, who had just been singing the duet of Man Ting Fong with him. In the darkness, the boat offered no view of the river, but Chen Shijian's sudden cry startled the young nobleman. A servant, resembling a steward, raised a lantern and leaned over the edge to shine it down, illuminating Chen Shijian, who was clinging desperately to the bow of the boat, soaked and bloodied. He had sustained a sword wound to his left shoulder, his injury severe, and blood had nearly drenched his clothes. Now, soaked by the river, he appeared even more wretched. The servant was taken aback, on the verge of questioning whether the figure before him was human or ghostly, when Chen Shijian interjected. "I am the custodian eunuch of the Shaoling tomb, and there are imperial criminals seeking to take my life." At that moment, Shaoyan had also reached the edge of the boat, and upon witnessing the servant drag Chen Shijian aboard, her heart raced with urgency, despite a wound on her right shoulder. The adrenaline coursing through her veins made her oblivious to the pain. Grasping the bow of the boat, she summoned an unexpected strength from within, leaping from the water, her left hand drawing a long sword from her back, charging toward the vessel, even if it meant sacrificing her life. She was determined to eliminate Chen Shijian and destroy the jade token. This singular thought consumed her mind. At that moment, Chen Shijian was being pulled aboard by the servant. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, breathless and collapsed at the bow of the boat. Suddenly, with a splash, Shaoyan surged forward, her sword aimed directly at his heart. Having fled from the mountains to this very spot, Chen Shijian was utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength to flee. Seeing the blade aimed at him, he could not help but cry out in fear. Just as Shaoyan's sword seemed poised to strike true, a white wax staff suddenly intervened, deflecting her sword aside with a resounding clash. The one who intervened was a young gentleman, appearing as a dandy, yet his movements were unexpectedly swift and decisive. The white wax staff, typically used for crafting poles and spears, was wielded by the young man with remarkable skill. With a deft maneuver, he parried Shaoyan's sword and then swiftly struck her right shoulder with a flourish. Noticing her pre-existing injury, he seized the opportunity. The move flowed with an elegance akin to a dance. Under normal circumstances, Shaoyan could have evaded it, but burdened by her injury and drenched from the water, she had lost her agility. The staff struck her shoulder with a sharp crack, reopening her wound, and an excruciating pain caused her to lose consciousness. "Master, I am sorry," was the last thought that flickered through Shaoyan's mind. Chapter 9. A marvelous hand. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before Shaoyan was roused from her slumber by distant, indistinct singing. A flurry of flowers drifts through the empty garden, carried by the wind to the curtains. The melody, though a bit unclear in articulation, was sweet and melodious. In her half-awake state, Shaoyan wondered, am I in the leopard chamber? Having grown up in the palace, it was only when summoned by the Emperor Zhang to serve him that she first encountered such theatrical performances. The emperor, fond of merriment and spectacle, would occasionally summon a troupe to the leopard chamber for entertainment. At times, he would even take Shaoyan, disguised, to the renowned Chajia building at the front gate to watch performances. Back then, she scarcely understood the dialogues but found the singing of the actresses enchanting, reminiscent of the tune she now heard. Yet, as the song progressed, it began to drift off key. The troops allowed into the leopard chamber were renowned for their talent. How could they sing so poorly? Momentarily taken aback, she attempted to open her eyes, but as if her eyelids were glued together, she struggled to part them. The moment she managed to crack them open, the brightness overwhelmed her, rendering everything before her a blur. This was the result of having been in darkness for so long. The sudden exposure to light was blinding. Shaoyan chose to close her eyes once more, steadying herself while listening to the song. The singer should be quite young, with a voice still tinged with childishness, unsure of where she might have heard this melody. Following this segment, the lyrics reference a beautiful figure questioning a startling spring dream. Fearing the east wind will shame the fallen blossoms. 3 or 4 petals fall to the ground below, leading one to lament the verses of the early morning breeze. As the girl sings, her voice struggles to reach the intended pitch, becoming increasingly out of tune, ultimately resorting to humming repetitively, attempting to regain the original melody, with the words 3 or 4 echoing throughout. At this moment, Shaoyan's consciousness had largely returned. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she was reclining on a couch. A light blanket draped over her. This room appeared to be a study, exquisitely decorated, with a grand candlestick adorned with several thick candles illuminating the space brightly. Beside the bed stood a table, where a young girl, no older than 12 or 13, sat. Her hair was styled in a double bun, and her feet dangled above the ground, swinging as she absent-mindedly hummed that unfinished little tune. Where is this place? Noticing that it was certainly not a prison, Shaoyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as she was about to struggle to sit up, she pressed her hand against the couch and was struck by a wave of pain, her entire body feeling as if it had been dislocated, prompting a soft groan to escape her lips. Upon hearing the sound, the girl abruptly ceased her singing, leaping from her stool to assist Shao Yun, propping her head up and placing 2 thick pillows behind her, saying, "Oh dear, miss, the effects of the medicine are still lingering. Please do not move. I will fetch you a bowl of ginseng soup." Shao Yun's memory of the previous night, when that young noble struck her right shoulder with a white wax rod, became increasingly vivid. This was her last recollection. She had thought for certain that she would meet her end, yet here she was, awakening in this place. Although the soreness and numbness had not entirely dissipated, it was much improved compared to when she first regained consciousness, and she could lift her hand. She reached to touch her right shoulder, finding it heavily bandaged. Although there was still some pain, it was considerably dulled, indicating that she had received meticulous treatment and medication. Reclining on the couch, she watched as the girl approached the table, tiptoeing to retrieve a large teacup, which she carefully brought to Shao Yun's lips, saying, "Miss, please drink this ginseng soup, and your injury will heal swiftly." As the cup was brought to her lips, Shao Yun inhaled a potent aroma of ginseng. During her time in the palace, the emperor had her taste ginseng soup beforehand to test for poison. She had consumed a fair amount and recognized the fragrance as that of high-quality aged mountain ginseng. Taking a sip, she felt her breath calm significantly, and her strength seemed to return. Her confusion deepened as she surveyed her surroundings and inquired, "Little sister, where am I?" The young maid, hearing Shao Yun refer to her as little sister, smiled gently and replied, "Miss, my name is Yin Fei. You may call me Yin Fei. I cannot accept being called little sister." Clearly, Yin Fei was a servant from a prominent household. Typically, maidservants were given names inspired by spring orchids or autumn chrysanthemums. Naming her Yin Fei seemed rather unconventional. Perceiving Shao Yun's perplexity, Yin Fei pointed to a piece of calligraphy on the wall and said, "This name was given to me by my master. They said it was derived from a poem. Do you know how to read? Please help me verify if my master has deceived me." Her words carried a hint of innocence, and from her tone, it was evident that her master treated her quite well, without any airs. Shao Yun found herself intrigued, pondering, could it be that her master saved me? Who is this master? Why did they rescue me? Lost in thought, Yin Fei, oblivious to her inner turmoil, merely remarked with a touch of disappointment, "Miss, is it possible that my name is not in this poem? I know my master must be teasing me." Shao Yun paused, her attention drawn to the wall. She noticed that the calligraphy was exceptionally neat, rendered in the elegant style of Yin, and it was a 7-character regulated verse. Where does the lofty one tread? Lost in the clouds? Suddenly meeting a chance right before my eyes. I occasionally gaze at the vegetable leaves floating downstream, knowing there are thatched cottages in the emerald mist. The trivial conversations of the night are all worth hearing. Yin Fei, the autumn rain wishes to return together. The characters were both orderly and graceful. Although Shao Yun's knowledge was not extensive enough to discern the quality of the poem, she immediately recognized the 2 characters. "Yin Fei," she said, "indeed, your name is within." Yin Fei, who had initially appeared somewhat downcast, instantly brightened at these words, exclaiming, "Really? My master truly did not deceive me. Then, the names Duo Jin, Sun Fang, and Yao Qin must also be derived from this poem. I never imagined my master possessed such profound scholarship." Shao Yun could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to herself that selecting 2 characters from a poem for a servant's name hardly required great learning. This young girl was truly naive. Yet Yin Fei was greatly exhilarated, saying, "Miss, please show me which lines contain Sun Fang's name." She gestured towards the walls, and Shao Yun followed her pointing finger, only to discover that the entire room was adorned with calligraphy. Judging by the script, almost all of it was meticulously penned in regular script. Not a single cursive or semi-cursive character was present. The name Sun Fang, she noted, originated from a 7-character quatrain. Years of dust cover the traveling clothes. I specifically seek the fragrance on the emerald heights. Beautiful waters and mountains are insufficient to behold. The horses have hastened to return under the bright moon. Most of these square banners lacked titles, yet one bore a suffix, indicating it was a composition by the drunken man of Mo Yun, inscribed at the Chui Wei Pavilion. Shao Yun remarked, "Indeed. Yin Fei, does your master style himself the drunken man of Mo Yun?" Yin Fei replied, "I am unaware of the names my master has chosen for himself. In any case, all these writings are penned by his own hand. I must admit, I find these characters less appealing than those containing my name. Those are all sharp and beautiful, while these seem incomplete." Though Shao Yun was not a highly learned individual, her 2 teachers were extraordinary figures, with Mr. Yang Ming being the foremost Confucian of his time. She had not mastered the art of calligraphy, but she could discern a degree of quality. The characters that adorned the walls were mostly neat and precise, resembling the work of a child tracing letters, save for one piece that displayed a slight cursive flair, making it a rarity among the wall's decorations. This drunken man of Mo Yun was likely the master Yan Fei referred to, yet even inebriated, his writing remained remarkably upright, suggesting he was a rather austere individual. Furthermore, she recognized the three characters of Wu Mu Wok as referring to the renowned Song Dynasty general Yu Fei. Yu Wu Mu, who resisted the Jin Dynasty, was greatly revered by the Han Wu Emperor for his efforts against the Yuan, and thus he was posthumously honored as the Duke of Song and the martial king of the Igwa. The poetry of Yu Fei is rather limited, and it is not particularly suitable for using as a name for a maid. I am quite perplexed as to how this person from Mount Mo Yun came to entertain such an idea. She remarked, Yan Fei, why does your master choose to name someone after the poetry of Yu Wu Mu? Yan Fei's eyes lit up as she replied, well, miss, your knowledge is truly remarkable. So, you are aware of Yu Wu Mu? My master has expressed his utmost admiration for Yu Wu Mu throughout his life. Hence the study is adorned with his verses. Is this room filled with the poetry of Yu Fei? Shao Yun was taken aback. Although she had learned a few characters earlier, it was only during her journey to the west that she acquired some knowledge from Mr. Zhu Jiu Yuan. Mr. Zhu had little fondness for poetry and prose. Thus he seldom taught Shao Yun how to read, and she subsequently read even less. Despite Yu Fei being an unparalleled general, his poetry is not extensive. Aside from the famous Man Jiang Hong, his other works are not widely circulated. Consequently, Shao Yun was unaware that Cui Wei Ting was authored by Yu Fei. However, upon hearing Yan Fei's master speak with such reverence for Yu Wu Mu, she felt a sense of resolution, pondering, it seems that after my injury last night, by some twist of fate, this person from Mount Mo Yun saved me. She surveyed the room. It was relatively spacious, with walls painted a pristine white, adorned with calligraphy from this individual of Mount Mo Yun. Due to the heat, the windows were wide open. Glancing outside, it was not overly dark, revealing a grand locust tree in full bloom, its blossoms vibrant and nearly reaching the window. It is likely that I owe my salvation to this person from Mount Mo Yun. Who exactly is this individual? Observing the impressive estate, it is evident that this person is no ordinary figure. Shao Yun could not help but furrow her brow slightly, inquiring, Yan Fei, what is your master's true name? Yan Fei blinked, surprised. Miss, you do not know my master's name? I am unaware of it myself. Shao Yun was taken aback. You do not know? Yan Fei responded, indeed. I simply refer to him as master and no other name, nor has anyone told me. Shao Yun secretly chuckled. Yet, Yan Fei's reasoning was sound. During her time in the palace, even after being bestowed the title of Consort Hui, she only knew that His Majesty's surname was Zhu, without knowing his given name. No one dared to directly utter His Majesty's name, nor would anyone inform her of it. Hence, she simply addressed him as such. She said, would you kindly take me to meet your master? Yan Fei scrutinized her and, with a blink, asked, Miss, are you feeling well enough? Shao Yun sat up on the couch, clenched her fist, and replied, I am fine now. Initially, she had suffered an injury from the Vajra pestle, followed by another blow that caused the wound to reopen, rendering her condition rather severe. However, with proper treatment and an application of some soothing ointment, she felt a refreshing coolness, and after consuming a bowl of premium ginseng soup, her strength had returned significantly. While she might not yet possess the vigor for high leaps or vigorous movements, she could walk without difficulty. Yan Fei, witnessing her quick recovery after previously being unconscious, felt a quiet admiration and remarked, my master mentioned 2 days ago that you were gravely injured and advised you to rest. He would come to visit you upon your awakening. Shao Yun was startled. 2 days? Yan Fei affirmed, indeed. 2 days ago, the master brought you back, and you remained in a deep slumber yesterday, astonishingly unconscious for 2 whole days. Shao Yun never anticipated that the injury on her shoulder could be so severe. Now that 2 days have passed, she is utterly perplexed about what transpired. The whereabouts of Qin Shijian and the news regarding that jade token remain completely elusive. These matters are of utmost importance. How can she possibly rest and recuperate with such thoughts weighing heavily on her mind? Shao Yun declared, I have pressing matters to inquire of my esteemed master. I cannot wait any longer. Where is he? Yan Fei replied, the master should be enjoying the cool breeze at the Dingyan platform in front of the Golden Wing Boat today. The Golden Wing Boat? Yan Fei nodded affirmatively. If you descend the stairs and walk westward along the path, you will reach Junzitang. To the west, there is a stone boat, which is the Golden Wing Boat, and the Dingyan platform is right beside it. My lady, it is quite late. Perhaps you should rest first. Before Yan Fei could finish her sentence, Shao Yun had already rolled off the bed. Yan Fei was taken aback by Shao Yun's sudden departure and hurriedly tried to stop her, saying, my lady. The master. Yet before she could convey what the master had said, Shao Yun had deftly slipped past her. Although Yan Fei was but a mere maidservant, even blocking the doorway left ample room for Shao Yun to slip through. Despite her shoulder injury, evading a defenseless maid was effortlessly simple for her. In the blink of an eye, Shao Yun had vanished from Yin Fei's sight, and when she turned around, Shao Yun had already reached the corridor and descended the stairs. Seeing Shao Yun move with such swiftness, Yin Fei cried out, "My lady, wait for me." She hurriedly followed, but despite her best efforts, she could not match Shao Yun's pace. By the time she reached the corridor, Shao Yun had already stepped outside. Upon exiting, she found herself surrounded by flourishing flora. The estate was remarkably expansive. The sky was dimming, and while the vicinity of the small building still held some candlelight, merely stepping a few paces beyond plunged her into darkness. Fortunately, amidst the foliage, a narrow path led westward. Shao Yun steadied her resolve and hastened along the path. It had already been 2 days, and an inexplicable anxiety gnawed at Shao Yun's heart. The jade token given to her by Mr. Yang Ming remained unretrieved, and the fate of Chun Shijian was unknown. If Zhang Yong were to discover the existence of the Wuda Yuxing and send his minions to that place, she feared there would be no chance of redemption. The mere thought of this filled her with trepidation, though she recognized that her actions were quite audacious. She felt an urgency to see the master and seek clarity. Logically, a garden, no matter how vast, could not occupy more than a few acres. Yet, the winding paths created an illusion of countless peaks and valleys, meticulously arranged, and as darkness enveloped the surroundings, Shao Yun found herself meandering. Feeling as though the path grew longer with each step, uncertain of how many turns she had taken, she suddenly found herself in a clearing, revealing a lotus pond. In a typical household, having a pond in the courtyard would be commonplace, yet this lotus pond was unusually expansive, covering over 10 acres. During the sweltering summer, the pond was adorned with lush lotus leaves, exuding a fragrant aroma. The lotus flower, often referred to as the gentleman of flowers, aptly named the pond Junzatang. On the western bank of the pond, there was a platform extending into the water. Beside the platform lay a stone boat, undoubtedly the golden winged boat. The platform was ablaze with light, with several individuals either seated or standing, and the occasional sound of a peeper resonated through the air. In the distance, 2 figures appeared to be moving back and forth on the platform, seemingly engaged in a performance. The Yuan dynasty's dramatic arts flourished, and everywhere one looked, there were theaters bustling with activity. Especially in the Jiangnan region, this practice has gained considerable popularity. So much so that some affluent families have taken to purchasing theatrical troupes to entertain guests during banquets. It is no surprise that a residence of such grandiosity would belong to a scion of a wealthy family, like the one from Moyun Mountain, who would naturally keep a troupe to amuse himself on warm summer nights. From across a lotus pond, Shaoan could not discern details clearly. She could only see a few figures seated at the edge of the platform, one of whom was likely the gentleman from Moyun Mountain. As she approached the lotus pond, she pondered how to initiate conversation without appearing intrusive. However, before she could reach the platform, her heart sank. From across the pond, it appeared that the 2 individuals on the platform were engaged in a performance resembling a martial arts show. Yet, as she drew closer, it became evident that they were not clad in stage costumes but rather in ordinary martial attire, wielding not the ornate weapons of a theatrical troupe, but rather 2 plain wax staffs. The 2 were indeed engaged in a genuine sparring match. Their skills were rather rudimentary. Even though Shaoan was not well versed in weaponry, she could discern that they were employing techniques of martial arts rather than theatrical movements. Behind these 2 combatants sat a trio, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman on the left was adorned in resplendent attire, exceptionally beautiful, cradling a pipa and playing a tune. To her right sat an elderly man, looking quite gaunt, while the central figure, dressed in wide sleeves, was unmistakably the dandy she had encountered on the boat. How could it be him? Shao Yun stood frozen, utterly astonished that the dandy was here as well. Just as uncertainty clouded her thoughts, a voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Who goes there?" Shaoan turned her head slightly and caught sight of 2 young men behind her, each gripping a wax staff, similarly attired. The staffs were held horizontally at chest level. Assuming the starting posture of the Zhongping gun technique, renowned as the king of spear techniques and the most prevalent form in military practice, these 2 young men, robust and vigorous, displayed an impressive stance as they shouted, thrusting their staffs toward Shao Yun's back in a crisscross motion. The Zhongping gun, being a military technique, encompasses numerous joint attack formations. This particular maneuver was known as the Golden Shears, a high-level skill designed to immobilize an opponent. Assuming Shaoan was a stranger, the 2 men intended to subdue her first. However, as they lunged swiftly, their vision blurred momentarily. Shaoan had already leaped into action, stepping on the staff of the man to her right with her left foot. Although the man was strong, the sudden addition of her weight rendered him unable to lift the staff, which was thrust awkwardly into the ground. His staff, originally positioned in front of him, was pressed down, causing it to collide with the staff of the man to the left, which also pierced downward. Almost simultaneously, both staffs struck the earth. The 2 men, confident in their physical strength and accustomed to pride, were taken aback when this unexpected female intruder effortlessly countered their golden shears technique with a single move. At this moment, had Shao Yun chosen to counterattack, they would have been utterly defenseless. Yet, she hesitated to act without provocation, preparing to speak when suddenly a fierce gust of wind rushed towards her from behind. As the two combatants on the stage sensed an anomaly, they immediately ceased their struggle and leapt down, thrusting their two white wax rods towards Shao Yun from either side, employing the same golden scissors maneuver. Their descent was swift and their force considerably greater. Aware that she could not rely on this tactic against them, Shao Yun, despite her severe shoulder injury rendering her right arm nearly useless, exhibited an extraordinary agility that left no room for doubt. With a deft flick of her left foot, she swiftly kicked the two wax rods that she had previously subdued. At that moment, the two men behind her were exerting all their strength to lift the rods she had pinned down. Suddenly, they felt a lightness in their grip, and the rods sprang forth, colliding with the wax rods wielded by the descending duo. The four combatants were of similar skill and strength, and with a resounding crack, the rods clashed, one of them snapping into two pieces, while Shao Yun nimbly evaded, escaping unscathed. The white wax rods were remarkably flexible, and breaking one was no small feat. The sound of the collision prompted the elder on stage to rise abruptly. Unfamiliar with Shao Yun's origins, he had only just observed her unexpected appearance among the spectators and was uncertain of her identity. Presuming that the young master, captivated by his own charm, had merely acquired another young starlet, he paid her little mind. However, he was taken aback as Shao Yun deftly locked the rods of the two disciples and subsequently executed a remarkable maneuver that not only neutralized their attack but also shattered one of their rods. The elder was astonished, pondering, where did such a formidable woman come from? Could she be an assassin? Just as he prepared to intervene, the youth suddenly rose and commanded, "Hold. Allow her to approach." When seated, the young man exuded an air of a dandy, yet upon standing, he appeared as steadfast and imposing as a mountain. The four assailants, feeling their previous failure acutely, were initially inclined to advance, but upon hearing his words, they paused, momentarily stunned, and retreated with evident reluctance. Particularly the two who had just showcased their prowess before the youth felt their pride wounded, having been bested by Shao Yun despite their collective assault. The young man, unfazed by the unfolding drama, observed Shao Yun ascend the platform and greeted her with a gentle smile. "Ah, so you have arrived. Is your injury healed?" His tone was remarkably familiar, as if conversing with an old friend. Shao Yun raised her gaze to him, her voice steady. "Who are you?" The elder behind the youth frowned and exclaimed, "You dare." However, before he could utter more, the youth gestured to silence him, stating, "I had intended for you to recover fully before coming here, but since you are here, let us make the best of it. If you have something to say, wait until you have bested me in combat, and I shall gladly listen." On one side of the platform stood a weapons rack. Though its contents were merely training instruments, some white wax rods and a few bamboo swords. The youth approached the rack, picked up a white wax rod, and selected a bamboo sword. Weighing it in his hand, he tossed it to Shao Yun, saying, "Use this." With her left hand, she deftly caught the bamboo sword, which was remarkably lightweight, feeling no strain even in her left grip. This was the same type of sword she had practiced with when Mr. Zhu Yun had taught her the art of fencing. With the sword in hand, Shao Yun was further astonished and glanced at the young man, inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" The young man tightened his belt, shed his outer robe, and replied with a smile, "If you have questions, you may as well come and retrieve them from my spear." Seeing his unwillingness to disclose anything, a sense of anger arose within Shao Yun. She pondered, "Do you truly believe that a bamboo sword cannot harm you?" Although the young man's skills were indeed formidable, he must be a privileged youth who had seen little of the world. The night he had suddenly struck her down on the boat was merely because she was utterly exhausted and preoccupied with thoughts of killing Chen Shijian, leaving her completely unguarded. Now, despite her shoulder injury not yet healed, her stamina had returned to about 70 or 80%. She had trained to wield a sword with both hands, and her left-hand technique was not significantly inferior to her right. With her agility combined with swordsmanship, she might be able to subdue this young man. Yet, what was his true intention? She felt increasingly perplexed. Could it be that he, like a cat toying with its prey, wished to play with her? However, he had not only healed his own shoulder, but had also permitted only the maid Yin Fei to watch over him, showing no other defenses. Such behavior did not resemble that of someone who considered themselves the quarry. Shao Yun lifted her gaze. The young man had removed his loose outer robe, revealing a short satin garment beneath. Though it was merely a short shirt, it shimmered subtly in the candlelight, displaying a wealth of quality that rivaled the finest fabrics from the imperial court. This young master, exuding an air of opulence, gripped a white wax staff, and his gaze became unexpectedly sharp, emanating a faint aura of menace. Even when facing a mere rabbit, a lion utilizes all its strength. Although he wielded only a practice weapon, Shao Yun understood that if she took one more step forward, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. This individual, emboldened by her shoulder's injury, was clearly underestimating her. Despite being a woman, Shao Yun possessed an indomitable spirit. She clenched her bamboo sword tightly and prepared to advance, only to be interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. The footsteps grew nearer, and the two individuals who had previously blocked Shao Yun suddenly called out sharply, "Who goes there?" From the darkness, a breathless young girl exclaimed, "It's me, Master. It's Yin Fei." It turned out that Shao Yun had abruptly left the study, prompting Yin Fei to anxiously pursue her, although Yin Fei had not bound her feet. As an ordinary girl, she was no match for Shao Yun's speed. By the time she reached this place, she was flushed and panting heavily. Upon witnessing Shao Yun about to engage with her master, she became even more flustered and cried out, "Master, this young lady insisted on meeting you, and I couldn't stop her." As soon as she finished speaking, the alluring woman cradling a peep stifled a laugh, finding Yin Fei's eagerness to distance herself from the situation quite amusing. The young man, who had been on high alert, also smiled and said, "Yin Fei, you may return to the study. This does not concern you." Seeing her master unperturbed, Yin Fei's breathing finally eased. Though she wished to prevent her master from clashing with Shao Yun, she hesitated to voice her thoughts upon observing Shao Yun, hurriedly turning to leave while mulling over, "Who is this girl? It's no wonder I couldn't catch up to her. She is capable of confronting my master." Once the smoke dissipated, the young man remarked, "It has been 2 watches past. While this fine night still lingers, might I request a glimpse of your prowess in slaying Lord Wei?" The earlier interruption from the smoke had unwittingly diminished the murderous aura surrounding him. Upon hearing his words, Shao Yun felt a chill run through her heart. "He knows of my assassination of Wei Bin." Shao Yun nearly gasped in alarm. "This implies that he is already aware of my true identity." She raised her bamboo sword to eye level, her mind racing with contemplation. Who exactly is this young man? Before Shao Yun could ponder further, the young man sidestepped, his left foot advancing by half a step, and he thrust the white wax staff directly at her heart. This maneuver mirrored the Qin Wang Mo Chi from the 6 Harmonies spear techniques. However, he wielded the spear solely with his left hand, his right hand hanging motionlessly at his side, and his left grip was notably further forward than usual. This grip is characteristic of dual spear techniques, which require both hands to harmonize, thereby amplifying their potency. Yet, by employing only one hand, he effectively reduced the dual technique to a mere fraction, rendering even the most refined spear skills only half as effective. Shao Yun, unable to discern the intricacies of this move, dared not underestimate it. She positioned her bamboo sword vertically, remaining still until the spear was but a foot from her. Suddenly, she stepped forward with her right foot, her left foot sweeping behind to the right, her body pivoting gracefully as she evaded the spear's tip, closing the distance to the young man. The spear is a long weapon, while the sword is short. To counter the long with the short, one must shorten the distance. Shao Yun's footwork surpassed her swordsmanship, and although her right arm lacked strength, she knew she could still wield her sword with 70 to 80% of her usual ability, but her power would be halved at best. Under such circumstances, protracted combat was not an option. A swift resolution was imperative. From the moment the young man struck, she recognized his extraordinary skill. That night on the boat, he had seized the chance to attack, yet now, observing the Qin Wang Mo Chi, he exhibited a seasoned and fluid technique, formidable indeed. Even in a draw, Shao Yun felt it would not be easy to prevail against him, prompting her to bide her time until his technique showed signs of fatigue before making her move. Now, having evaded the spear's tip, the young man would need to retract the staff before launching another assault. However, in a duel between masters, a fleeting opportunity can vanish in an instant. Should he genuinely withdraw and then restrike, if Shao Yun were wielding a real sword, she could easily pierce him with 3 or 4 transparent wounds, even with her bamboo sword. A strike to his wrist would inevitably cause him to relinquish his grip on the staff. The young man's spear was remarkably swift, yet Shao Yun's maneuver proved exceptionally ingenious, turning his thunderous thrust into a burden. In the past, he had faced Wei Bin in a contest, only to be rendered immobile within 2 or 3 exchanges. At that time, his spear skills were underdeveloped, and defeat was commonplace. Nonetheless, his pride was deeply wounded, and he vowed to confront Wei Bin again to avenge his earlier humiliation. Upon hearing the news of Wei Bin's assassination at Shao Yun's hands, he harbored ambitions of matching her prowess. He believed his spear skills had reached maturity, and given the chance, he could contend with the finest in the realm. Yet, now, with his first strike faltering, he found himself engulfed in both surprise and trepidation. Fortunately, he was taught by a renowned master and hailed from a family of warriors. Though his physique did not possess the agility of Shao Yun, it was nonetheless far beyond that of an ordinary person. As he observed Shao Yun advancing towards him, Retreat was no longer an option. Instead, he stepped forward with his right foot, placing his left foot alongside it, and pivoted his body. This maneuver was nearly identical to Shao Yun's, as both surged forward simultaneously, seemingly exchanging positions as if they were separated by a white wax rod. When Shao Yun deftly moved to the left of the stage, he found himself on the right, his left hand grasping the original head of the wax rod. Unlike a conventional spear, which would require a complete turn to continue the assault, the wax rod had no distinct ends. Grasping one end, he transformed his technique into a form reminiscent of the pear blossom style, with the rod's tip flickering as if multiple heads emerged. While his grip on the wax rod lacked substantial force, this technique combined both defensive and offensive elements, preventing Shao Yun from seizing the moment to press her attack. This youth was indeed formidable. Although Shao Yun recognized that he was not an easy opponent, his spear skills exceeded her expectations. Even though she did not wield a spear herself, her previous training with Mr. Zhu had touched upon the Six Harmonies spear technique. This technique was originally developed by Yang Miaozhen, the leader of the Red Jacket Army during the Southern Song Dynasty. Despite being a woman, Yang's martial prowess surpassed that of her husband, Li Quan, and she claimed to have mastered the pear blossom spear for 20 years, remaining unmatched in the world. This style of pear blossom spear was later refined within the military, evolving into what is now known as the Six Harmonies spear. Mr. Zhu had once mentioned that a master could manifest 7 spearheads using the pear blossom style. The youth had managed to produce 3 or 4, indicating his exceptional skill. However, while the technique was exquisite, he was forced to adapt in haste and relied solely on his left hand for power, rendering his strength inadequate. Before the wax rod could reach its target, Shao Yun swiftly altered her own technique, slicing through the 3 or 4 spearheads with her bamboo sword. With a soft crack, the bamboo sword struck the wax rod, causing the spearheads to vanish into thin air. At this moment, had Shao Yun chosen to press her advantage, the youth's agility was already inferior to hers. He would be unable to adapt again and risk being forced off the stage. Had he executed the pear blossom style with both hands, her left-hand bamboo sword would likely not have so easily countered his move. Yet, the youth persistently wielded the spear with his left hand, evidently unwilling to exploit the advantage of his injured right arm, regardless of the circumstances. This spirit of chivalry left a profound impression on Shao Yun, prompting her to take a step back and say, "Young sir, wielding the spear with only your left hand renders you no match for me. It would be best to use both hands." The youth's face flushed with color. He had boasted considerably about his skills, and while this exchange had yielded no clear victor, he understood that Shao Yun had shown him mercy. The elderly spectator nearby, having observed the unfolding duel, remarked, "Indeed, young sir," he had been admiring the youth's methodical approach, noting his impressive stance, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had shifted dramatically, with Shao Yun advancing towards him. Although the youth barely evaded the strike from her sword, once the pear blossom style was countered, he became vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping block. Should Shao Yun's bamboo sword strike his wrist, he would surely face defeat. He was merely a few steps away. If he rushed forward, he could certainly assist the young man in blocking Shao Yun. However, this would undoubtedly result in the young man's embarrassment. He understood that although his master was youthful, his competitive spirit was exceedingly strong. If he intervened, it would only lead to a fruitless endeavor, and any frustration would inevitably be directed towards him afterward. Conversely, if he chose not to intervene and Shao Yun's sword struck with ill intent, potentially injuring the young man's wrist, he would bear the blame for failing to protect his master. Thus, despite his inclination to step forward, he found himself retreating half a step, his face flushed with anxiety. Just as he was about to lose hope, he noticed that Shao Yun was indeed retreating rather than advancing, which brought him a sense of relief. He quickly interjected, realizing that preventing the young man from fighting was futile. At the very least, he needed to grasp his weapon firmly. With both hands on the gun, even if he were to lose, he would not be easily defeated. Little did he know that the young man, upon hearing the elder's voice, interrupted him sharply, commanding, "Silence. Now, let us see if you can withstand my unmatched 3-no-leak spear technique." A breeze swept through the night, carrying the fragrance of lotus. Shao Yun felt a refreshing clarity of mind. The young man, who had maintained a regal demeanor, now sounded somewhat flustered, indicating his dissatisfaction after having lost a round. Although the young man's pride was wounded, Shao Yun found herself harboring a modicum of admiration for him. She recalled her own stubbornness when she first trained with Master Yao Ming, refusing to accept defeat. Could it be that this young man was truly an underling of the 8 tigers? The thought seemed increasingly implausible. Despite the faint aura of menace surrounding him, she sensed no genuine hostility. Perhaps all he desired was to surpass her? She raised her bamboo sword before her, solemnly declaring, "I shall gladly receive your esteemed teachings, young master." The name of the 3-no-leak spear technique was unfamiliar to Shao Yun. In the realm of weaponry, the fundamentals revolved around 6 methods: thrusting, parrying, pressing, covering, flicking, and stabbing, ever constant in their variations. As long as one maintained composure, even against a myriad of unpredictable opponents, employing steadfastness could yield victory. Observing her calm demeanor, the young man felt a surge of admiration. No wonder even eunuch Zhang found her formidable. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Initially, his motivation to challenge Shao Yun stemmed from his own pride, seeking to prove his superiority. Defeating Shao Yun would mean that even Wei Bin, who had once rendered him immobile, was no match for him. Yet, after this exchange, he realized that his usual techniques with his left hand could not overcome Shao Yun. Although he could overpower her with sheer strength using both hands, he would rather perish than sacrifice his pride. The 3-no-leak spear technique was a legacy from his master, and he was determined to employ it against Shao Yun. As she assumed her starting stance, he adjusted his grip on the white wax staff, shifting it towards the front 3 and back 7 positions, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and proclaimed loudly, "Rui, play for me a tune of Manjiang Hong." Typically, one would grip the weapon at the front 7 and back 3 positions. However, with his grip position as it was, a significant portion of the staff lay behind him. This was Shao Yun's first encounter with such a grip technique, and as she marveled at it, the elegantly dressed woman plucked the strings of the pipa, producing a resonant melody. The strains of Manjiang Hong. The melody was both firm and gentle. The piece previously performed by the woman was exquisitely delicate, yet now resonated with the clangor of battle, evoking a spirit reminiscent of golden spears and iron steeds. At the instant the pipa's notes filled the air, the young man surged forward, his weapon drawn once more. This time, the act of drawing his gun was markedly different from before. Although the night breeze had grown cooler, the lingering heat of summer remained. However, as the youth unleashed his shot, the atmosphere around him seemed to chill dramatically. The elder, witnessing the youth's decisive action, felt a surge of panic and thought, "This is disastrous." The concept of the 3-no-leaks refers to the principles of precepts, concentration, and wisdom. Buddhist scriptures assert that without precepts, there can be no concentration. Without concentration, there can be no wisdom. These 3 principles are interdependent, each essential to the others. By cultivating these 3, one can sever delusions and attain the untainted fruits of enlightenment. However, to master this technique, a solid foundation must first be established. At the tender age of 16, this youth was only beginning his practice. Although his talent was commendable, for a young gentleman to develop such skills was indeed rare. Yet he had only achieved about 60% of the required proficiency, making the use of this technique somewhat precarious. Observing that Shao Yun's prowess was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary marksmanship, he believed that only with this unique technique could he have a chance of victory. Reckless by nature, the young man, driven by impulse, disregarded all caution. Yet, while this technique possessed great might, it also bore greater peril. With his insufficient mastery, should he miscalculate, he could endanger not only Shao Yun but potentially himself as well, a risk too grave to bear. At that moment, the youth had already unleashed his attack, and the situation had spiraled beyond control, making any attempt to intervene futile. His movements, now markedly different from before, were akin to a graceful dragon, matching Shao Yun's speed despite his prior shortcomings. The platform was not overly large, allowing both combatants ample room to maneuver as they engaged in their intricate dance. The elegantly attired woman had only played 4 or 5 notes of full river red when the two had already circled each other several times, their forms nearly indistinguishable to onlookers. Suddenly, a fierce shout erupted from the youth as he leapt into the air, soaring nearly 4 feet high, and aimed his white wax staff downward towards Shao Yun. This maneuver was the pinnacle of the 3-no-leaks technique, known as banjo samadhi. The term banjo is derived from Sanskrit, with the Majigwan stating, "Like a clear-eyed person observing stars on a serene night, perceiving the multitude of Buddhas in all directions, capturing the essence of banjo." Although the youth had yet to fully master this technique, often struggling with synchronization during practice, his fierce engagement with Shao Yun, complemented by the enchanting pipa accompaniment, imbued his move with unexpected vigor and precision. The white wax staff, devoid of a spearhead, now shimmered with the brilliance of myriad hidden stars. Had he wielded a genuine spear equipped with a steel tip, the power of this strike would have enveloped the entire platform, leaving even the tiniest insect with no escape. Upon witnessing the youth execute this move, the elder's face drained of color. The true essence of the banjo samadhi was not merely in the weapon's might. The 3-no-leaks technique was fundamentally about attaining zen through the spear. To indulge in mere bravado would betray the very purpose of this martial art. The young man's fervor had reached its peak, extinguishing any semblance of the Zen philosophy of calmness and restraint. His sole focus became the pursuit of victory through sheer speed and force, leaving no room for retreat. This maneuver, if successful, could injure the opponent, if it fails, it would undoubtedly result in self-harm. The elder, while aware of the perilous nature of this technique, was nonetheless astonished that the young man could execute a move that had previously eluded mastery to such an impressive degree. Even he found himself incapable of intervening, his heart racing to the brink of his throat. With a resounding clap, the white wax staff and the bamboo sword collided. The two figures appeared momentarily frozen. Yet the bamboo sword soared upward, landing with a splash in the pond. Upon witnessing the soaring bamboo sword, the elder felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest, thinking to himself that the young nobleman indeed possessed superior skill. Just as he prepared to offer his praise, the sound of the pipa suddenly ceased, and the young man declared, "I concede defeat." This statement was laden with profound disappointment. When he executed the technique known as bamboo boat samadhi, he felt the white wax staff vibrate as if it were alive. He had not anticipated the tremendous power of this move. His left hand struggled to maintain control, and by the time the staff extended halfway, it was already hollow. At that moment, Shao Yun's bamboo sword struck in, leaving him with no opportunity to defend himself. Shao Yun, too, realized that what appeared to be an overwhelmingly powerful move was, in fact, a fade. Her bamboo sword was aimed directly at the young man's face, and though it was merely a bamboo weapon, a strike to the eyes could very well blind him. Upon realizing this, she exerted all her strength to halt her sword's momentum. Simultaneously, the young man recognized his perilous situation. He abruptly seized the rear end of the white wax staff, and with all his might, he thrust upward. His strength inherently exceeded that of Shao Yun, and with both hands engaged, the bamboo sword was effortlessly sent flying. Seeing him admit defeat, Shao Yun felt a sense of relief. Pondering that he was not of a petty disposition, she spoke solemnly, "Might the gentleman answer my question?" At that moment, the bamboo sword resurfaced, and the young man approached the edge of the platform. He stirred the white wax staff in the water, and it seemed to possess an extremely adhesive quality. Drawing the bamboo sword back to him, grasping the bamboo sword, he flicked off the excess water and sighed, "Of course, I would never renege on my word." Retrieving the bamboo sword with deftness, he exhibited a grace that surpassed his earlier efforts. After shaking off the pond water, he placed the white wax staff and the bamboo sword on the weapon rack and turned to the elegantly adorned woman, saying, "Rui, I sincerely apologize for the spectacle you witnessed tonight." Rui covered her mouth with a hand and laughed. "It is the gentleman who jested. It is entirely my fault for failing to perform Man Zhang Hong adequately." The young man responded, "Very well, then next time you must truly delight me with a performance." This proud young man exhibited a rare gentleness towards Rui. He then turned to the elder and said, "Mr. Mu, please escort Miss Rui back to her quarters to rest. I shall return shortly." The elder, taken aback that the young man intended to dismiss himself as well, glanced at Shao Yun and quietly inquired, "Is it not a concern, sir?" The young man cast a brief smile at Shao Yun and replied, "What peril could possibly lie in the company of a friend? Mr. Mu need not worry. You all may return to rest." In the early years of the Western Qing Dynasty, the renowned General Yang, who was tasked with the campaign against Wu, where he faced the famed General Lu Kang. The two individuals were evenly matched, sharing a mutual respect. Upon hearing of Lu Kang's illness, Yang, who ordered someone to cross the river and deliver medicine. Lu Kang's subordinates expressed their suspicion, believing a gift of medicine from an enemy could not be well-intentioned. However, Lu Kang countered, suggesting that although Yang, who was an adversary, he was nonetheless a gentleman of integrity and not one to harbor malice. This anecdote was familiar to Mr. Mu, who merely nodded in agreement, vaguely responding before bowing to the youth and leading Rui down from the platform. The four men, who had been wielding white wax rods, followed them. Once they had descended, the youth approached the stone boat and lifted the curtain, smiling as he said, "In the Golden Wing boat, we await esteemed guests. Why not join us?" Though he had just lost a round, his demeanor now radiated warmth. Shao Yun secretly chuckled, realizing that the youth must have found himself at a disadvantage in martial prowess, thus resorting to literary flair to demonstrate his superiority in intellect. Her curiosity grew. Despite knowing her identity, the youth bore no animosity towards her, leaving her to ponder his true nature. The stone boat was exquisitely crafted, with the entrance draped in a curtain made of grass beads. Although grass beads held little value, those strung into the curtain were uniform in size and color, reflecting considerable effort despite their worthlessness. As Shao Yun parted the curtain and entered, she found the youth lighting the candles on the candelabrum. Upon noticing her, he gestured toward a chair, saying, "Your Highness, please take a seat." Though she had suspected he was aware of her identity, hearing him state it so plainly stirred her emotions. While observing the delicate craftsmanship of the stone boat from the platform, she was taken aback by the spacious interior, capable of accommodating a dozen guests. During the day, the stone boat remained pleasantly cool under the sun, and at night, it provided a comfortable respite from the chill. The decor was elegantly refined, with several finely crafted wooden chairs arranged in a row. Before the foremost chair stood a delicately carved wooden table, its surface inlaid with ivory, smooth to the touch. On this table rested a brilliantly polished copper mirror, in which leaned a slender-necked porcelain vase. The mirror likely contained crushed ice, exuding a refreshing coolness, and droplets of water adorned its surface. Shao Yun had encountered such copper mirrors during her time in the palace. They were relics from a bygone dynasty. In the sweltering summer, ice blocks stored during winter were placed in the mirror to chill fruits and fine wines. While winter ice was of no value, it became quite precious in summer, reserved for the wealthy. The youth retrieved the long-necked porcelain bottle from the mirror, filling 2 cups to the brim and sliding one towards Shao Yun with a smile. "Your Highness, I presume you have never tasted this grape wine during your time in the palace?" he remarked, lifting his cup and drinking deeply. Shao Yun glanced down at her cup. While she had indeed sampled grape wine before, the liquid before her was a striking golden hue, unlike any she had encountered. Despite witnessing the youth drink his cup, she hesitated, holding her cup and inquiring, "May I ask, who exactly are you, sir?" The young man was delicately inhaling the aroma of the wine from the empty porcelain cup when he heard Shao Yun's inquiry. He set the cup down and remarked, "Did Mr. Yongming not mention anything to you when he bestowed upon you that jade token?" His words struck like a thunderclap. Instinctively, Shao Yun reached for her sword at her back, only to realize she was unarmed. However, this motion caught the young man's attention. He smiled faintly and rose to open a cabinet behind him, from which he retrieved a long paper box. He placed the box on the table, lifted the lid, and said, "Your Highness, please take a look." Inside the box lay Shao Yun's long sword and throwing darts, alongside the jade token inscribed with the character for teaching. Upon seeing the jade token, Shao Yun felt a weight lift from her heart as she picked it up to examine it. It had been in Qin Shijian's possession the previous night, stained with blood after his injury, yet now it was impeccably clean. Even the cord appeared untainted. The young man's effortless return of the throwing darts and sword indicated his lack of hostility. She held the jade token close to her chest. Realizing its significance brought her immense relief. Yet, doubts lingered in her mind. Raising her gaze, she asked, "Forgive my ignorance. May I inquire your esteemed name, young master?" The young man, pouring another glass of wine, looked up earnestly and replied, "In response to your Highness, I am Su Pengjiu." Shao Yun was taken aback, reflecting. So he is called Pengjiu, a name synonymous with the esteemed Yu Wumu. No wonder he holds him in such high regard. But who exactly is he? She casually remarked. "Ah, so it is Master Su. I have long heard of you." Su Pengjiu, expecting her to be astonished, was instead met with indifference. Her acknowledgement seemed merely a formality. This left him feeling rather awkward, and he chuckled nervously. "Your Highness has not heard of me?" Shao Yun thought to herself, "You are younger than I. How could you possibly be renowned?" Yet, noticing his demeanor, a thought struck her, and she paused before slowly asking, "Master Su, how do you refer to the Duke of Wei?" Su Pengjiu's awkward smile dissipated as he replied with a grin, "Your Highness, I am indeed Su Pengjiu, the protector of Nanjing and commander of the Central Military Governor's Office, Prince Taibao, Duke of Wei." This impressive array of titles meant little to her. During her time beside Emperor Jingde, she had encountered numerous high-ranking officials. However, upon hearing the title of Duke of Wei, she was taken aback and murmured, "So you are indeed a descendant of the king of Zhongshan. It is no wonder you are so valiant." The Duke of Wei's lineage traced back to Suda, the founding king of Zhongshan. Suda had 2 sons. His eldest daughter married Emperor Zhu Di, while his eldest son, Su Huizu, inherited the title of Duke of Wei, enjoying unparalleled favor. Yet, Su Huizu remained loyal to Emperor Zhang Wen, suffering several defeats at the hands of the rebel forces during the Jing'an campaign. Meanwhile, his brother, Su Xingqiu, secretly relayed messages to Zhu Di, ultimately leading to his execution by Zhang Wen when he sensed treachery. When Zhu Di stormed into Nanjing, Su Huizu steadfastly refused to surrender. The Su family possessed the Dan Shu Tai Quan, a decree bestowed by the Hongwu Emperor, which protected him from execution. Zhu Di merely stripped him of his titles and conferred the title of Duke of Dinghua upon Su Xingqiu's son, who would reside in Beijing. After Su Huizu's demise, the title of Duke of Wei was not revoked, continuing to be inherited by his descendants, thus establishing the Su family as the dual dukes of Ding and Wei from the south to the north. Among the successive dukes of Ding, many were notorious for their abuse of power, while the dukes of Wei were often men of great wisdom. Su Pengjiu, a 7th-generation descendant of Su Huizu, inherited the title in the 13th year of the Zhengde reign. However, upon receiving the title at a tender age, he had already spent nearly a decade as Duke of Wei, yet he still remained a youth. Despite his self-proclaimed valor and exceptional marksmanship, he was perceived by others merely as a dandy who had inherited his position through familial privilege. Shaoan praised his martial prowess, which, considering his noble upbringing, could indeed be deemed commendable, leaving her somewhat in admiration. Such words were sweeter to Su Pengju than any flattery, prompting him to chuckle and reply, "Your Highness, you flatter me." His heart swelled with both surprise and joy, feeling a kinship with her. He drained his cup and continued, "Your Highness must be most concerned about that old eunuch, am I right? He has passed on to the land of bliss and shall not utter another word." "You need not worry." Shao Yun was taken aback. Though Su Pengju was young and handsome, his casual mention of such a grim topic revealed a surprisingly ruthless nature. She gazed up at him and softly asked, "Su Gongzi, may I inquire why you are assisting me so generously?" Su Pengju replied, "Your Highness, when Mr. Yongming entrusted you with this jade token, he intended for you to seek aid from the Wuda Yuhang in times of trouble, did he not?" Shao Yun was increasingly astonished by his astuteness. Although the jade token had once been in Chen Shijian's possession, he had been unaware of the Wuda Yuhang's significance at that time. How was it that Su Pengju knew so much? Furthermore, his explicit acknowledgement of Mr. Yongming as his benefactor left her in a state of uncertainty. Sensing her bewilderment, Su Pengju added, "Though most outsiders are oblivious, the Wuda Yuhang is indeed established by my family. Had it not been for that old eunuch's indiscretion last night, I would not have learned of your true identity. I beg your pardon for my rash actions." Understanding dawned upon Shao Yun. Mr. Yongming had directed her to seek refuge with the Duke of Wei when she was at her wit's end, and it was no wonder he spoke of offering her protection. As the Dukes of Wei had always been the commanders of Nanjing's defenses and the most influential figures in the city, it was no surprise that even Zhang Yong could not locate her. After Chen Shijian had fled onto Su Pengju's vessel, believing he had narrowly escaped death, he presented the jade token to Su Pengju in hopes of gaining favor, unaware that he was confronting the rightful owner. Shao Yun expressed her gratitude, saying, "I must thank you, Su Gongzi, for your mercy. May I ask how you address Mr. Yongming?" Su Pengju took a few steps with his hands clasped behind his back before responding, "Mr. Yongming is a close confidant of my family's master. My master possesses another jade token identical to the one you hold, which he has told me was acquired during his command of the 3 towns and his expeditions to the northern steppes, where he vanquished the Tatar royal court. Originally, it was a flawless piece of sheep-fat white jade paperweight, but alas, it was shattered into 3 segments amidst the chaos of war. My master then engaged a master jade craftsman from Suzhou to transform it into 3 identical jade plaques, which were bestowed upon 2 esteemed friends. The only distinction among these plaques lies in the inscriptions on their sunlit sides. My Master S bears the character for nature, Mr. Yongming's displays the character for teaching, and the third one is inscribed with the character for Tao. When my master recounted this tale to me, he instructed me that if those 2 gentlemen were to regard the jade plaques as tokens, they must treat them as if their revered master were present. Upon seeing that your plaque bears the character for teaching, I realized it was indeed a gift from Mr. Yongming. How amusing that last night the old eunuch, thinking himself clever, spoke to me of how, as a favored consort, you might uncover a powerful patron. How laughable. The 3 phrases, the destiny of nature, the nature of the Tao, and the cultivation of the Tao, are the opening lines of the doctrine of the Ming. In times past, Su Pengju's teacher and 2 friends engaged in profound nocturnal discussions, finding great resonance yet differing perspectives, prompting them to commission the jade craftsman to create these 3 plaques as a commemoration of their enlightening exchange. Although Shao Yun was unaware of the origin of these 3 characters, nature, Tao, and teaching, she did recognize the depth of camaraderie between Mr. Yongming and Su Pengju's teacher. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord," while internally reflecting, "So the master has secured such a formidable ally here. No wonder he felt secure in allowing me to come to Nanjing." Su Pengju chuckled and then spoke earnestly, "As long as you're in my household, even if calamity were to strike, I shall bear the responsibility. You may rest easy and recover." He added that once the lady had healed, he wished to seek her counsel on martial arts. Despite his youth, Su Pengju had an inclination for indulgence and pleasures, and at first glance, he might appear merely a frivolous scion. Yet, he harbored a deep passion for martial arts and felt a poignant desire to engage in a contest, believing that failing to achieve parity with Shao Yun in a duel would be a significant regret in life. Shao Yun inquired, "Su Gongzi, may I be so bold as to ask who your martial arts master is?" Her curiosity regarding the young nobleman's lineage was piqued. Su Pengju replied, "My teacher is Mr. Yang Suiyan. Did Mr. Yongming not mention him to you?" Shao Yun was taken aback, murmuring, "It is Mr. Yang." Yang Yiqing, styled Suiyan, was among the 2 most distinguished figures known for their dual prowess in both literature and martial arts during that era, the other being Mr. Yongming. In contrast to Mr. Yongming, who was appointed to lead troops temporarily during a rebellion, Yang Yiqing had served as the Grand Commander of the 3 Borders thrice, earning the title of a veteran of 4 reigns and a general of the 3 Borders, excelling in both civil and military affairs and gaining renown even before Mr. Yongming. Shao Yun first heard of Yang Yiqing from the lips of the Zhengde emperor in the previous dynasty. At that time, she had just been honored as consort Hui. Once, while the Zhengde emperor was reviewing a memorial in which Yang Yiqing advised against his reckless indulgence and pleasures, he erupted in fury, casting the memorial aside, muttering bitterly, "I must silence this southern barbarian." Yet, he soon instructed Shao Yun to retrieve the memorial, murmuring, "The southern barbarian shall not do me harm." This marked Shao Yun's first encounter with the name of Yang Yiqing. It was precisely because of Yang Yiqing's forthright nature that he frequently offended the emperor, particularly in his confrontations with Lu Jin, never yielding an inch. Thus, he experienced numerous rises and falls within the court. However, the Zhengde emperor recognized Yang Yiqing's exceptional talents in both literature and martial arts, as well as his unwavering loyalty, which led to his continued elevation in status. Yang Yiqing was 18 years senior to Mr. Yang Ming, belonging to an earlier generation. Although Shao Yun had heard Mr. Yang Ming speak of Yang Yiqing with great respect, she had not anticipated the depth of their camaraderie. Su Pingju smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, Mr. Yang Ming has imparted wisdom to me. Thus the princess and I may be considered as fellow disciples. There is no need for concern." Over the years, whether in Europa or back in the Ming Dynasty, Shao Yun had seldom known a moment of peace, and it was only now that she truly felt a sense of relief. She lifted her cup, taking a sip of the wine, and smiled gently. "I apologize for the disturbance, Su Gongzi." The wine was fragrant and sweet, although Shao Yun typically refrained from drinking. This particular wine was refreshing and soothing, warming her body pleasantly. Seeing her finally indulge in the wine, Su Pingju chuckled. "In this world, there is no one quite like Su Pingju, haha." Shao Yun sheathed her sword and concealed her darts, bowing slightly to Su Pingju. "Thank you, Gongzi. I shall take my leave now." Su Pingju replied, "Indeed. It is quite late. I implore you to rest, Your Highness. The city is under strict surveillance, and you must refrain from venturing out. Once you have recovered, I shall escort you out of the city." A flicker of concern crossed Shao Yun's mind as she inquired, "Gongzi, is the surveillance in the city particularly stringent?" "Naturally. Yesterday, Lord Gu visited regarding the matter of that old eunuch. He is quite astute, having deduced your involvement, and has requested that I issue a strict order to investigate any outsiders within the city. I cannot afford to be dismissive in this matter, as the patrols have been exceedingly vigilant. He has many informants, and should he remain in Nanjing, it could pose some complications. However, Lord Gu will be heading south in a few days. Once he departs, it will no longer be a concern." Shao Yun paused, asking, "Lord Gu, is he Gu Daong?" "Precisely. Does Gu Daong frequently journey south?" "Indeed, he travels south from time to time, reportedly to negotiate with the Florentine merchants. As the imperial attendant of Nanjing, Gu Daong was not one to be trifled with. Yet, with Su Pingju's assistance and a well-laid plan, eliminating Gu Daong should not prove too difficult. The strategy she had devised with Mr. Yang Ming was to dismantle the 8 tigers one by one. Hearing Su Pingju mention Gu Daong's imminent departure, she feared that this opportunity might be squandered. "Gongzi, there is a matter." Before she could finish, Su Pingju interjected, "There is another matter of which I must inform you. While you recuperate in my residence, I shall bear the responsibility alone. However, regarding your grievances with the 8 tigers, I must remain a mere observer and cannot offer my assistance." Shao Yun was taken aback, gazing at Su Pingju. Given his willingness to silence Qin Shijian for her sake and his hospitality in providing her refuge, along with Mr. Yang Ming's trust, she had assumed this young Duke of Wei would undoubtedly be on her side, never imagining he would outright refuse her. Hesitating, she found herself at a loss for words as Su Pingju urged, "Please, Your Highness." At this juncture, Shao Yun found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. She bowed once more, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Gongzi," before turning to leave the stone boat. The stars and moon illuminated the sky, and the occasional croak of frogs from the lotus pond added to the tranquility. She gazed upward at the heavens, remaining silent. In this moment, she never could have fathomed that she would find herself in a position of unexpected survival. With Qin Shijian silenced, the news would surely not leak. Although a few individuals within the Wei State's Duke's residence were aware of her situation, these individuals were merely trusted confidants of Su Pingju, and thus unlikely to pose a threat. Su Pingju's assertion that even in the event of a calamitous disaster, nothing would transpire was not mere bravado. While he may not yet rival the esteemed Zhang Gonggong in the court in the southern region of Zhili, Su Pingju wielded greater influence. However, Shao Yun recalled that Mr. Yang Ming had advised against seeking Su Pingju's assistance unless absolutely necessary. This was not solely due to a lack of trust in Su Pingju, but rather because of his youth and privileged upbringing, which lent him a somewhat frivolous demeanor. More importantly, it was likely that Mr. Yang Ming understood that Su Pingju would not assist her in confronting the 8 tigers. Had it not been for Qin Shijin's indiscretion in revealing the matter of the 5 virtues and jade conduct, Su Pingju might not have silenced him. Regardless, the only course of action now was to take things one step at a time. Su Pingju's willingness to shelter her was already a kindness, and once her wounds had healed, she would consult with Mr. Yang Ming regarding their next steps. Upon returning to the study, she found Yinfei still peering out at the door. As soon as she spotted Shao Yun, Yinfei hurried over, exhaling deeply and inquiring, "Miss, you didn't have a quarrel with the master, did you?" Shao Yun replied, "Yinfei, why aren't you asleep? The master mentioned he would spar with you once your injuries were healed, and I fear he may be too rough, especially since your wounds have not fully mended yet." Although Yinfei's words were somewhat naive, her genuine concern was palpable, which touched Shao Yun's heart. She smiled and said, "Of course not. Yinfei, go to bed. I too wish to rest." Chapter 11. Yearning severed during her days at the Duke of Wei's residence. Yinfei had attended to her with utmost care, providing her with various fine medicines, and her shoulder injury had notably improved. Ever since that fateful night, Su Pingju had visited Shao Yun daily, each time bringing unique delicacies, some of which she had never even heard of, yet he spoke of them with such conviction. These fruits were delivered by swift horses from distant lands, and as he recounted the arduous process of transportation, he did so with an air of nonchalance, as if it were the most natural occurrence. What kind of visage did this young duke possess? He had silenced Qin Shijin and eliminated the most pressing concern that had troubled Shao Yun, which certainly alleviated her worries. Yet, his determination to remain uninvolved in the conflict between Shao Yun and the 8 tigers rendered him increasingly enigmatic. Though he frequently visited, he refrained from mentioning these matters, engaging instead in light-hearted conversation. Su Pingju expressed great interest in Shao Yun's travels through Europe, often inquiring about the customs of the West. When she spoke of the myriad wonders of the sea and the peculiarities of Italy, Su Pingju was greatly captivated, lamenting that if given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly venture there himself. As the Duke of Wei, despite holding a nominal position, he was unable to leave his post freely. Even entering the capital was no trivial matter, let alone traveling to Italy, thus he could only indulge in Shao Yun's tales of foreign lands. One day, as Yinfei applied fresh ointment to Shao Yun's wounds, wiping away the remnants of blood, she remarked, "Sister, your injury has begun to scab over." Yinfei, tasked with attending to Shao Yun, had grown accustomed to her presence over these days. Although she remained unaware of Shao Yun's true identity, their interactions had become much less formal. Shao Yun glanced at her shoulder, noticing that the wound had already scabbed over. This injury had been inflicted by Qin Shijin with a Vajra staff, and it was quite severe. Previously, she could hardly exert any strength in her right arm, but now it had recovered to about 70 to 80%. She stretched her right arm and said, "Indeed, Yinfei, I am grateful to you." Yinfei, taken aback, remarked, "Sister, you truly are remarkable. Master Aki from the kitchen accidentally severed a finger while chopping vegetables last month, and there was blood everywhere. It hasn't healed completely even now, yet you have nearly recovered in just a few days." Shao Yun replied, "Losing a finger is different from this kind of injury." Yinfei insisted, "What difference does it make? When I changed your dressing before, it was quite alarming. The wound was as large as a child's mouth." As she spoke, she gestured with her fingers, but realizing her exaggeration, she adjusted her fingers closer together and said, "It was this big. Sister, you have healed so well in just 2 days. It truly is impressive." Although Yinfei was merely a young maid and not very old, she was evidently quite chatty. It would be difficult for her to remain silent. Listening to her incessant chatter, Shao Yun couldn't help but smile inwardly. Yet a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to ask, "Yinfei, what does your master usually do?" Yinfei curled her lip and replied, "As for the master, he is enamored with that vixen, Rui." "Sister, have you met Rui? She isn't particularly beautiful. She merely knows how to embellish herself. I really don't understand what the appeal is. The master spent 3,000 taels of silver to acquire her." In Yinfei's eyes, Su Pingju was nothing more than a dandy, indulging in pleasures of wine and women. Yet his easygoing nature made him approachable, especially towards the maids, which led Yinfei to feel little fear of him. Shao Yun realized that she wouldn't glean much from Yinfei's words, but it was somewhat amusing to see a girl so young already envious of Rui. It reminded her of the palace days when jealousy and rivalry were commonplace, when she was conferred the title of Hui Fei by Emperor Zhengde. Many of the palace maids who had previously been courteous to her could hardly conceal their jealousy. Reflecting on those past events, Shao Yun felt a complex mix of emotions. When she was first bestowed the title, she was at an age of budding feelings, filled with surprise and joy. Yet, after becoming a consort, despite the title, she was merely a servant to the emperor. During that time, what the emperor required of her was to gather information and probe into hidden matters, serving as a playful companion to the emperor, who still retained a hint of mischief. Only on rare occasions could she catch a glimpse of tenderness in the emperor's gaze towards her. Shao Yun smiled bitterly, uncertain why these memories had resurfaced. Though not distant in time, they now felt as if they belonged to another world. At that moment, she suddenly heard Su Pingju's voice from outside, calling, "Yanfei. You little imp, do you dare to gossip behind my back?" His tone was teasing, not to be taken seriously, yet Yanfei's expression changed instantly. She stood to the side, trembling, and replied, "Master, Yanfei would not dare." Su Pingju entered, carrying a small bamboo basket in his hand. He handed the bamboo basket to Yanfei and said, "Take this, peel the fresh walnuts, extract the meat, finally crush them, and prepare a pot of rich walnut paste. Allow it to cool and place it in the ice chamber for preservation. Serve it tonight." Su Pingju, having grown up in the comforts of a noble household, was accustomed to the finest delicacies and was not easily satisfied. Making walnut paste from fresh walnuts was no simple task. Especially with the added requirement of chilling it in the ice chamber, it demanded considerable time and effort. Yanfei, feeling a twinge of guilt after having spoken ill behind her master's back, was relieved when Su Pingju remained silent, as if granted a reprieve, and she took the basket and exited. Once Yanfei had descended the stairs, Su Pingju inquired, "Your Highness, how is your injury?" Shao Yun noticed the unusual expression on his face and, with intent to dismiss Yanfei, felt a stir of curiosity. Typically, when Su Pingju visited, their conversations were trivial. But today was evidently different. She asked, "Su Gongzi, is there something amiss?" "My tutor has just sent me a letter." Su Pingju's mentor, Yang Yiqing, was currently serving his third term as the Grand Coordinator of the Three Borders. Despite his advancing years, his vigor and spirit remained undiminished, and he was often compared to the renowned Guizi. Shao Yun asked, "What did Master Yang say?" "Nothing of great consequence," he replied. "He merely mentioned that after our previous defeats, the enemy no longer dares to invade, and Turpan has submitted and begun paying tribute. The borders are gradually becoming secure." While these tidings were not unfavorable, Su Pingju's countenance remained grave. Shao Yun sensed there was more to the story, and she listened attentively without interruption. Su Pingju continued, "There is a matter I wish to seek your guidance on." Observing his serious demeanor, devoid of any frivolity, Shao Yun encouraged, "Please, speak freely." Minister Zhang has remarked that the Ming Dynasty is akin to a wounded tiger, beset by both internal strife and external threats. Only through potent remedies can we rejuvenate the nation and restore the grandeur of an era when all states paid homage. What does your Highness think? Shao Yun was taken aback by the gravity of his inquiry and pondered for a moment. As a woman, only slightly older than Su Pingju, and with a lesser breadth of knowledge, her understanding was shaped by a few exceptional scholars, who, unlike Su Pingju, had traveled the West and witnessed a world beyond the confines of Nanjing. She gazed out the window and softly remarked, "During my journey westward, I traversed vast oceans and passed through over 30 nations. Some of these nations have flourished while others have declined. Yet, those that now thrive were once on the brink of extinction, and those that now falter were once formidable powers. The reasons for these shifts are varied. But one must remember that a river does not freeze in a single day, a tree does not grow to great heights in a single year. A nation is not the endeavor of one person, nor can it be revived by a few swift remedies. Only through diligent governance, enlightenment of the populace, and a natural progression over decades can true progress be achieved." Shao Yun's words echoed the teachings of Master Yangming. In truth, years ago, Master Yangming and Minister Zhang had engaged in a similar profound discussion, both aspiring for the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty, yet diverging significantly on the means to achieve it. During casual discussions with Master Yangming about the influences on a nation's rise and fall, he had articulated these very sentiments. Now, hearing Su Pingju's question, she felt compelled to share her thoughts. Noticing Su Pingju's expression of contemplation, devoid of joy or anger, she was left wondering what occupied his mind. Just as she was about to inquire, Su Pingju raised his head and asked, "Did your Highness learn this from Master Yangming?" Upon hearing his pointed observation, Shao Yun nodded and replied, "Indeed." Though she merely echoed the thoughts of others, she inquired, "What do you think, my lord?" Su Pingju pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "I have also consulted my master regarding this matter. He once remarked that one must not defy the will of heaven. Hence we should not act against its decree. However, the intentions of heaven are inscrutable to any mortal." A subtle heaviness settled in Shao Yun's heart as she considered that if Yang Yiqing held such views, it implied he did not wholly dismiss Zhang Yong's words. "And what of your own thoughts, my lord?" she asked. "There are precedents in all things, and each field of study demands its own expertise, that is all," he replied. Shao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Her scholarly pursuits had been limited, and she was unaware that Su Pingju's words were a reference to Han Yuzhan teachers. Not grasping the literary nuances he presented, The essence of Su's statement was that a disciple need not be inferior to the master, nor must the master be superior to the disciple. As an heir to a noble title, Su Pingju, being in the throes of youth, inevitably possessed a touch of arrogance. He held Yang Yiqing in high esteem, but found himself unable to fully agree with his mentor's perspective. This particular matter arose when Zhang Yong had brought Wei Bin to Nanjing to visit Yang Yiqing, who was imparting his martial teachings. During their casual conversation, Su Pingju had been present and listened intently. Zhang Yong opined that the state affairs were deteriorating, akin to a person suffering from a terminal illness, requiring drastic measures to cure the malaise. Conversely, Yang Yiqing believed in adhering to the will of heaven, suggesting that it was worthwhile to attempt a remedy, albeit with concerns about the potency of the prescribed cure. At that time, Su Pingju was even younger than he was now and found it difficult to comprehend. Yet he sensed that if Zhang Yong were ever to seize power, he could become the tyrant spoken of in history. He mused that when a person is gravely ill, the priority should be to strengthen their constitution before resorting to harsh remedies. However, in the presence of his elders, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, uncertain of their validity. This internal conflict weighed heavily on him, akin to a bone lodged in his throat, leaving him restless. Noticing that Shao Yun was sent by Master Yangming, he felt inclined to inquire further. Master Yangming was a prominent scholar of the era, his intellect surpassing even that of Yang Yiqing. Upon hearing Shao Yun's words, which resonated with his own sentiments, he felt a surge of delight, thinking, so Master Yangming shares my perspective. Observing the hint of surprise in Shao Yun's eyes, he smiled gently and continued, by the way, my lady, you previously requested my assistance in dealing with Gu Deong, to which I did not acquiesce due to certain unspoken complexities. In truth, Shao Yun had not even had the chance to voice her concerns before Su Pingju had declined. Though he appeared to harbor some disdain for Gu Deong, his motives for defending him remained unclear, which had instilled a degree of wariness in Shao Yun towards Su Pingju. As he broached the subject, she felt a stir of unease and performed a respectful bow, saying, please enlighten me, my lord. The jade pendant bestowed upon you by Master Yangming was originally one of 3 pieces, he revealed. Shao Yun nodded, recalling, you mentioned before that one of them bears the character for Dao. The one who possesses that Dao pendant is none other than the current commander of the 12th Regiment, Zhang Yong. He disclosed. A sudden chill swept over her, as if a bone-chilling wind had blown through, causing her to shiver despite the sweltering heat. Master, Yang Yiqing, and Zhang Yong. Who would have thought they were once inseparable friends? Such a reality is utterly inconceivable to Shao Yun. Yet, in hindsight, the way Master Yang referred to the 8 tigers with playful monikers, but consistently addressed Zhang Yong as Zhang Gongong, subtly hinted at deeper nuances. Shao Yun recalls having once inquired of Master Yang why he seemed to harbor a certain reverence for Zhang Yong. At the time, Master Yang deftly sidestepped the question, providing no direct answer. Reflecting upon it, even Master Yang must have grappled with the complexities of that bygone friendship, when old friends metamorphose into the most formidable adversaries. Such a transformation is challenging to accept, even for someone as resolute in their aspirations to become a sage as Master Yang. It is perhaps for this reason that he advised against seeking assistance from Su Pingju unless absolutely necessary, fearing that Su, being a favored disciple of Yang Yiqing, might lean towards one of the 2 esteemed uncles in this intricate dilemma. Fortunately, Su ultimately sided with Shao Yun, leading him to convey this crucial information. Shao Yun murmured, so that's how it is. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, Su Pingju asked, you do not harbor any resentment towards me, do you? Shao Yun shook her head, replying, in life, one often encounters unavoidable predicaments. It is unreasonable to press others into difficult positions. A flicker of relief crossed Su Pingju's features at her words. However, upon discovering that the jade token in Shao Yun's possession was entrusted by Master Yang, he found himself in a quandary. Shao Yun was a wanted fugitive pursued relentlessly by Zhang Yong. While both Master Yang and Zhang Yong were close friends of his own master, Yang Yiqing. Compounding this dilemma was the fact that Gu Deong, an officer under Zhang Yong, was associated with the Nanjing court, making his decision all the more convoluted. To surrender Shao Yun would betray Master Yang, yet aiding her would be a disservice to Zhang Gongong. After much deliberation, he remained indecisive until receiving a letter from his master today, compelling him to confide in Shao Yun. Having shared this secret, Shao Yun bore him no ill will, and he felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Su Pingju exhaled deeply, saying, Your Highness, my Master's letter also mentioned another matter. What is it? Shao Yun inquired. Not long ago, Zhang Gongong paid a visit to my master. During their meeting, he specifically mentioned past events and expressed interest in the jade token my master possesses. Shao Yun's heart stirred, prompting her to ask, Zhang Gongong wished to see Master Yang's jade token? Su Pingju nodded. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. However, my master is currently overseeing affairs in the 3 borders. and Zhang Yong's arduous journey to discuss such matters raises suspicions. A sense of foreboding enveloped Shao Yun, as if a dark cloud had cast a shadow over her thoughts. She spoke gravely. Could the earlier information have been leaked? Su Pingju furrowed his brow. That old eunuch was silenced on the spot. I later dispatched someone to investigate, and they reported that Gu Daong had discovered a body near the Shaoling Sacred Palace, though the identity remains unverified. Were there others present at Shaoling that day? Shao Yun replied. The body belonged to Ma Yongqing. Upon hearing the name, Su Pingju's expression involuntarily flickered. He was not afraid of Ma Yongqing, though he wielded immense power. He could not intimidate him, the Duke of Wei. To die under the guise of Ma Yongqing at the Shaoling tomb is indeed a matter of considerable significance that defies explanation. It is no wonder that Gu Daong chose to conceal this information. He inquired, Your Highness, did you kill Ma Yongqing? Shao Yun shook her head and replied, No. It was Qin Shijian who took action. Su Pingju was taken aback and quickly deduced, indeed, that old eunuch must have desired to claim all the credit for himself. Hence the need to silence Ma Yongqing. Shao Yun, surprised by his swift conclusion, thought to herself, although Su Gongzi exhibits a touch of the dandy, his keen insight is commendable. He is truly worthy of being a distinguished disciple of Master Yang Xuan. She affirmed, You are not mistaken, it is precisely as you say. Su Pingju furrowed his brow and remarked, Gu Daong should be unaware of this internal matter. It is no wonder that Zhang Yong is so invested. When he received a letter from his mentor, he had not paid it much heed. Only upon hearing Shao Yun mention that another person who perished at the Shaoling that night was Ma Yongqing did Su Pingju grasp the deeper implications, regardless of the circumstances. Shao Yun should not have been an adversary of Ma and Shun, yet now both lay lifeless, and Shao Yun's whereabouts remained unknown, leaving even Zhang Yong with an enigmatic sentiment. Shao Yun pondered aloud, There is one thing I truly cannot comprehend. How did Zhang Yong come to know about that jade tablet? Su Pingju replied, On that day, when the old eunuch presented the jade tablet, drenched in blood, several individuals bore witness to it. However, they were all my trusted family members, who have not ventured outside in recent days, so there is no chance of any blunder. Moreover, had the news leaked from my end, Zhang Yong would have likely come directly to my residence to demand answers, rather than probing my mentor indirectly. It could merely be a case of reminiscing about old times. In this letter, Yang Yiqing seemed indifferent to the matter. He merely expressed some nostalgia upon recalling old friends and thus wrote to his disciple about it. However, upon reading it, Su Pingju felt restless. He has always prided himself on being the reincarnation of Wu Mu, shrewd and never at a loss. This incident, which silenced Qin Shijian, contradicted his intention to remain uninvolved. Fortunately, he believed he had executed his plans with precision, ensuring no leaks. Upon reading that his teacher mentioned Zhang Yong had inquired about the jade tablet, his heart sank. The distribution of the jade tablet occurred many years prior, and even his mentor rarely spoke of it. Zhang Yong's inquiry came shortly after the events involving Shao Yun, which appeared far too coincidental. He was confident that no information had escaped him. Yet hearing Shao Yun state that only Ma Yongqing and Qin Shijian were present at the time, both of whom were now dead, further diminished any possibility of a leak. Despite his confidence in possessing the wisdom of Yu Wumu, he could not fathom the underlying reasons for this occurrence. It seemed plausible that Zhang Yong had suddenly felt nostalgic for an old acquaintance, prompting him to seek out Yang Yiqing. Perhaps his suspicions were merely the product of an anxious mind. Su Pingju asserted that this was merely a coincidence. And although Shao Yun could not conceive of any potential leaks, she remained unconvinced that it was merely happenstance. She was acutely aware of Zhang Yong's capabilities to prevent others from uncovering the truth of the Daiyu plan. He could orchestrate Wei Bin's night entry into the imperial city and set ablaze the long-abandoned Western barbarians' pavilion in the leopard room. With such meticulousness, could he truly have traveled all the way to the frontier simply to reminisce with Yang Yiqing? No, that does not seem right. Though the situation may seem perplexing, one must remain vigilant. It is only natural that Zhang Yong would suspect Yang Yiqing first upon learning of the jade token. However, once he confirms Yang Yiqing's innocence, his next target would undoubtedly be Master Yangming. The more she contemplated this, the more her heart raced, prompting her to rise abruptly. Su Pingju was taken aback and, before he could inquire, Shao Yun declared, Young Master Su, I must leave Nanjing at once. Seeing the cold sweat glistening on her forehead, Su Pingju was equally startled and asked, Is it so urgent? Your injury, it matters not. I must depart immediately. Can you arrange for me to leave the city? Su Pingju pondered for a moment, replying, Master Gu is still within the city and is actively searching for your whereabouts. It may not be so easy to exit at this time. Are you truly set on this course? Shao Yun took a deep breath. Despite Su Pingju's meticulous nature, he remained an inexperienced youth, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, Shao Yun understood that Zhang Yong, The formidable leader of the 8 Tigers would not act without purpose. Once he deduced that Yang Yiqing was not the individual he sought, he would have hastened to meet Master Yangming. If Zhang Yong were to reach him first, even Master Yangming's astute intellect could not foresee Zhang Yong's suspicions, placing him in grave danger. Thus, it was imperative to locate Master Yangming swiftly and return the jade token to him to alleviate this pressing crisis. Any delay now could prove disastrous. "Young master, when was this letter from Mr. Yang written?" she inquired. Yang Yiqing, overseeing the 3 borders, was currently inspecting the northwest, a journey of several thousand miles from Nanjing. Even with expedited delivery, this letter would take at least half a month to arrive. In that time, Zhang Yong would likely have reached Master Yangming, who was quelling unrest in Guangxi. Su Pengjiu, amused by her urgency, replied, "Even if Zhang Gonggong has developed suspicions about Master Yangming, he could not possibly reach Tianzhou so swiftly. My master penned this letter merely the day before yesterday." "The day before yesterday?" "Indeed. My master and I correspond through a special messenger. I possess a pair of Heidongking, extraordinary birds acquired from Jianzhou. My master mentioned that using these birds for communication surpasses conventional means, making them invaluable for military purposes, thus he intended to train them for the 3 borders. Though small, they can traverse vast distances in a single day and night. Hence, it only took 3 days for the message to reach me." "When did Zhang Yong meet Master Yang?" Shao pressed. "My master did not specify, only indicating it was a recent occurrence. It must have been only a few days ago." Finally, Shao exhaled in relief. It seemed Zhang Yong's meeting with Yang Yiqing had occurred no more than 5 or 6 days prior. In such a short span, it would be impossible for him to traverse from the northwest to Guangxi. Perhaps there was still hope. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she insisted, "Young Master Su, we cannot afford any further delays. Please escort me out of the city immediately. I shall hasten to Tianzhou." Nanjing lay over 3,000 miles from Tianzhou, and even with the swiftest horses and no delays, it would take more than a month to arrive. Su Pengjiu contemplated for a moment before conceding, "Very well. However, to evade Master Gu's scrutiny, I must ask you to endure some discomfort." Within the hour, a contingent was assembled at the Duke of Wei's residence, prepared to set forth toward the western city. The Duke's journey, though not yet to the point of laying a dusty road or flooding the streets with clean water, certainly bore a considerable presence. Over 30 individuals arrived in a grand procession at the Gathering Treasure Gate in southern Nanjing. This gate, one of the 13 gates of Nanjing, is steeped in legend. It is said that during the founding of the Ming Dynasty in Nanjing, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan, Shenwan-san, endeavored to please the Hanwu Emperor by donating to the construction of the city. The emperor, intrigued by Shen's immense fortune, inquired how he amassed such wealth. It was rumored that Shen possessed a magical pot of treasures, ensuring a never-ending supply of gold and silver. Fearing Shen's power, the emperor secretly dispatched agents to construct the southern gate by day and dismantle it by night, claiming that a malevolent spirit resided there that required suppression with a treasured artifact. Thus, he borrowed the pot from Shen under the pretense of returning it by dawn. However, the emperor buried the pot outside the southern gate and decreed that the city of Nanjing would never toll the bell at dawn again, leading to the ruin of Shen's family and the enduring designation of the southern gate as the Gathering Treasure Gate. Such tales are often dismissed as mere folklore, lacking credibility. The Gathering Treasure Gate, situated due south of Nanjing, is remarkably sturdy, featuring 3 layers of defensive walls capable of housing thousands of soldiers. As this procession reached the gate, a gate official approached to block their passage. The leader of the group was Mr. Mu, the steward of the Duke's residence. Mounted on his horse, Mr. Mu, upon seeing the official, exclaimed, "Are you blind? The Duke is journeying to the Great Baonan Temple today to pay his respects. How dare you obstruct us?" Upon realizing it was Duke Wei, the official shrank back in fear, apologetically stating, Yes. I must strictly enforce the orders of the Duke's authority regarding those exiting the city, hence my actions. Since it is the Duke's outing, I shall promptly inform Duke Gu." Although he spoke courteously, the implication remained that he intended to halt their passage. Just as Mr. Mu prepared to express his ire, Su Pengjiu rode forward and inquired, "Is Duke Gu here?" At that moment, Duke Gu Daong, having received news, hurried over. He immediately recognized Su Pengjiu and rushed to him, saying, "Lord Su, are you planning to leave the city today?" Duke Gu Daong, though holding a relatively low rank, was the chief eunuch of Nanjing and wielded authority over military deployments. Upon seeing him approach, Su Pengjiu respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Indeed. I appreciate your diligent oversight during these days, Duke Gu. I am heading to the Great Baonan Temple to honor my late mother. Might it be possible to facilitate my passage?" Duke Gu Daong assessed the entourage behind Su Pengjiu and, with a sycophantic smile, replied, "How could I dare to impede such a filial act? Your devotion to the late matriarch is truly commendable. However, Duke Zhang has issued orders that no exceptions may be made. Might I request that you permit a brief inspection of your carriages? Su Pengju's party consisted of over 20 individuals, most of whom were mounted, while a few managed 3 or 4 large carts, each capable of accommodating 20 to 30 people with ease. Concealing an individual within such ample space would indeed be effortless. Duke Gu Daong was aware that Su Pengju was not to be trifled with, given the mysterious death of Qin Shijin in the city moat. It was clear that Shao Yun had infiltrated the city. Although Su Pengju was unlikely connected to her, Duke Gu understood the necessity of caution. Even with Su Pengju, he felt compelled to conduct a search. Yet, being of lesser rank than Su, he refrained from overstepping and invoked the authority of Zhang Yong. He is also aware that Su Pengju's mentor, Yang Yiqing, shares a deep friendship with Zhang Yong. When Zhang Yong first arrived in Nanjing, he stayed for a few days at the residence of the Duke of Wei, where Wei Bin instructed him on Su Pengju's martial arts. Acknowledging the bond, Su Pengju, with a clear conscience, would likely consent to any mention of Zhang Yong. Otherwise, he would be even more vigilant. Su Pengju smiled faintly and replied, naturally. A prince who commits a crime is subject to the same laws as a commoner. There can be no one above the law. Please, Master Gu, proceed. But do not disturb the arrangements. Among the items is a carriage filled with paper horses intended for my late mother's offerings. The term paper horses is somewhat misleading, as it does not exclusively refer to horses. During sacrificial rites, the paper figures, be they human or equine, as well as paper vehicles and houses, are collectively referred to as paper horses. These items are typically incinerated in their entirety, and only affluent families tend to craft them with such exquisite detail. In contrast, ordinary households merely print rudimentary figures on coarse paper, which, regardless of quality, are also designated as paper horses when set ablaze. The Duke of Wei's estate, being the foremost in Nanjing, naturally employed the utmost craftsmanship. Gu Daong opened the door and examined the contents closely, discovering that the third carriage was brimming with numerous paper horses, including 7 or 8 finely crafted maidservants, each with meticulously detailed features. Although not lacking in worldly experience, he found himself somewhat awestruck, reflecting on the extravagant spending of these wealthy scions. Despite his portly appearance, Gu Daong possessed surprisingly meticulous thoughts and was well-versed in the art of mechanisms. He understood that if a person were concealed among these paper figures, they could remain undetected. Hence, he scrutinized the bottoms of the figures. If someone were hidden within, it would be evident from the imprint on the paper. After a thorough inspection, he noted that while this carriage was the fullest, it was also the lightest, with the paper figures appearing notably delicate, and the paper-made furniture could not conceal anyone. The other 2 carriages were filled solely with vegetarian ingredients. Although the Great Bowen Temple offers vegetarian meals, the monks there are not particularly discerning in their culinary desires. Thus the flavors of the vegetarian dishes are not exceptional. Su Pengju, having brought these ingredients, intended to prepare the vegetarian feast himself at the temple. After careful examination, finding no anomalies, he closed the door and addressed Su Pengju. My apologies for the intrusion, esteemed sir. I wish you a safe journey and eternal blessings for the late matriarch. Among the 8 tigers, most were high-ranking eunuchs, often rather arrogant, with Wei Bin and Ma Yongqing being particularly taciturn and sinister. Only Gu Daong excelled in flattery, though Su Pengju was nearly of an age to be his grandson. Gu Daong spoke with such obsequiousness that it resembled the respect one would show to an elder. Just as he was expressing his admiration, he suddenly felt a slight sting at the back of his neck, attributing it to an insect bite. However, upon inspection, he found nothing. Turning around, he noticed Su Pengju's guards, each wearing wide-brimmed hats and dressed in loose riding attire, forming an impenetrable wall. Not overly concerned, he turned back to Su Pengju, saying, I truly regret delaying your journey, esteemed sir. I beg your forgiveness. As he continued his stream of flattery, he remained oblivious to one of Su Pengju's guards, a small bearded man with his hat pulled low, glaring at him with eyes full of loathing. This individual was none other than Shao Yun. In Su Pengju's scheme, the 3 large carts were merely a fade to create an illusion. Though still in his youth, having inherited his title at a tender age, he faced considerable resentment from several uncles who were scheming to usurp the Su family's wealth. Much of the property granted to the Su family by Su De of Zhongshan had been unlawfully seized by his uncles. Were it not for the royal decree of the Wei Duke's residence, they would not have dared to act so boldly. Otherwise, before Su Pengju reached maturity, even the Duke's estate would no longer belong to him. Therefore, despite his youth, Su Pengju possessed a profound understanding of political machinations that surpassed mere martial prowess. He calculated that Gu Daong was a man of considerable cunning, although he would not dare to openly search the Duke's residence. It was certain that someone was monitoring him discreetly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, If he were to send Shao Yun away alone while the surroundings were sparse, it might lead to complications. Weighing his options, he decided instead to rally over 20 individuals and set forth with great fanfare, dressing Shao Yun in the attire of a guard, complete with a pair of false mustaches to obscure her identity. Once Gu Daiyong's spies detected unusual activity at the Duke's residence, they would undoubtedly rush to the city gates to intercept and inspect. If they carried nothing of interest, Gu Daiyong's attention would naturally be diverted to the guards. By creating the diversion of 3 large carts, Su Pengju cleverly shifted Gu Daiyong's focus onto the vehicles. This stratagem, a clever adaptation of the military tactics taught to him by Yang Yiqing, indeed ensnared Gu Daiyong. Shao Yun's long sword lay beneath the saddle, with Gu Daiyong not far away. Should she draw her sword and leap down, she would find him unguarded, his back turned, and a single thrust would surely pierce his heart. Yet, she resolutely resisted this temptation, feeling a deep anguish as she beheld Gu Daiyong so close yet remained unable to act against him. Gu Daiyong had flattered for quite some time before finally concluding, smiling as he said, "My lord, upon reaching the Great Baonan Temple, shall we not take a respite for the night?" The Great Baonan Temple was not far from the south of the city, near the Gathering Treasure Gate. Originally, it could have been a round trip in a day, but seeing Su Pengju laden with so many supplies, it was evident he intended to stay overnight. As a duke, Su Pengju could not afford to behave with the casualness of a commoner, particularly not to leave his post lightly. Gu Daiyong, as the Nanjing imperial attendant, harbored intentions of monitoring Su Pengju as well. Although the temple lay outside the city, it still counted as part of Nanjing, and staying there for a night could not be deemed as abandoning his post. However, straying too far would certainly be unacceptable. Su Pengju replied, "Indeed. If Duke Gu has the leisure, why not accompany me to the temple for a brief respite?" Gu Daiyong, upon receiving the invitation to join Su Pengju at the Great Baonan Temple, could not help but smile wryly to himself. As members of the 8 Tigers, they were bound by their duties and could not simply visit a temple to offer incense. Nevertheless, as this young dandy extended a polite invitation, he had no choice but to reciprocate courteously, commanding the gatekeeper to open the city gates for Su Pengju and his entourage. The Great Baonan Temple, originally named Jianshu Temple, was established during the 3 Kingdoms period by Eastern Wu, making it the 2nd oldest temple in the Central Plains, following the Beima Temple in Luoyang. In the 10th year of the Yongle reign, the founding emperor reconstructed the temple on its original site to commemorate the Han Wu emperor and his empress, a project that took 19 years to complete, resulting in an unparalleled grandeur. The temple's glazed pagoda is celebrated as the finest in the realm, constructed entirely from glazed tiles and soaring over 20 zhang in height. The pagoda is adorned with eternal lamps, and by night, it illuminates in a brilliant spectacle. Though it was still daytime, and the lights were not visible, the sunlight reflecting off the pagoda created a dazzling radiance. Upon arriving at the Grand Baoyuan Temple, the abbot, upon hearing that Duke Wei had unexpectedly come to pay his respects, hurried to greet him and prepared a clean chamber in the back courtyard for Su Pengju and his entourage to rest. Naturally, during the Duke's visit, all idle individuals were promptly dismissed. Thus, although the temple welcomed visitors throughout the seasons, once Su Pengju settled into the back courtyard, no outsiders remained. Dismounting, Su Pengju dismissed those around him and turned to Shao Yun, saying, "Your Highness, it seems that after today, we cannot predict when we shall meet again. Do not forget the competition we spoke of." Shao Yun, amused yet somewhat melancholic that he still recalled their contest, felt a surge of gratitude towards Su Pengju for his assistance in navigating their recent peril. She replied, "Young master, we shall indeed meet again. Next time, I shall seek your guidance on the 3 no-leak spear." Although Su Pengju had gained the upper hand in their last encounter, knocking down Shao Yun's bamboo sword with the 3 no-leak spear, he had employed both hands while she wielded her sword with one, making the victory somewhat hollow. Su Pengju glanced at Shao Yun's shoulder and inquired, "How is your highness's injury now? Are you able to engage in combat?" Noticing his eager demeanor, Shao Yun sensed that he was keen to spar as soon as he believed her injury had healed. She responded, "Thank you, young master. Although I still cannot fight, I should recover in 5 or 6 days." Su Pengju let out a slight sigh, clearly disappointed by her inability to engage. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "My lord." It was Mr. Mu, the steward of the Duke's household. Su Pengju replied, "Come in." Upon entering, Mr. Mu carried a package in his hands. Su Pengju asked, "Mr. Mu, have the matters been settled?" Mr. Mu presented the package, saying, "Indeed. Here are the garments and credentials of Tao Jinting." Su Pengju took the package and opened it, revealing a set of blue cloth garments and a stamped travel pass for riding. He handed the package to Shao Yun, saying, "Your Highness, this courier Tao Jinting's stature resembles yours quite closely. You may adopt his name to facilitate your journey." During the Ming Dynasty, the postal service comprised 3 types: the transportation office for goods, the urgent relay for official documents, and the water horse post for regular mail. At each post station, one could use the travel pass for sustenance and rest, as well as to change horses. The journey from Nanjing to Tianzhou spanned over 3,000 miles. Even with relentless travel day and night, it would take at least a month, as both man and beast would tire. However, with the ability to rest at post stations, one could potentially reach their destination in about 15 or 16 days. Furthermore, possessing the identity of a courier would allow for swift travel without drawing attention. Shao Yun, deeply appreciative of his thoughtful planning, took the package to change into the new garments in a private chamber. The clothing fit her remarkably well, as her physique indeed resembled that of Tao Jinting. Emerging from the room, she found Su Pengju standing at the door, hands clasped behind him, gazing outside. She bowed respectfully and expressed, "Thank you, young Master Su." Hearing her voice, Su Pengju turned, smiling. "In that attire, Your Highness, no one shall perceive any flaw. As Tao Jinting donned your attire, he would accompany me back tomorrow. The cunning Gu Gonggong is as elusive as a wraith. This time, he shall not uncover any flaw." Shao Yun inquired, "Does Gu Daong harbor suspicions regarding the young master?" "It may not be mere suspicion, yet this man is meticulous to a fault, exceedingly difficult to contend with. Upon our departure from the city, he feigned amiability while secretly counting my retinue. If I were to return with one less person, he would undoubtedly send someone to pursue you." He paused, then added, "Your Highness, among the 8 tigers, apart from Zhang Gonggong, Gu Gonggong is perhaps the most formidable." A faint tremor coursed through Shao Yun's heart. Gu Daong possessed a shrewd and deceptively benign visage, although she recognized that he was not an easy adversary. She had not anticipated the extent of his cunning. If Su Pengju spoke true, then Gu Daong was indeed the most formidable of the 8 tigers, next only to Zhang Yong. Yet, upon first encountering Su Pengju, she could scarcely have dreamed that he would endeavor so fervently to assist her. Contemplating this, her heart swelled with emotion. Su Pengju's mentor, Yang Yiqing, shared a profound bond with Zhang Yong. Thus, even if they were not outright enemies, Shao Yun had never considered him a friend. However, this time, despite Su Pengju's reluctance to confront Gu Daong, he exerted himself to aid her. "I wish to ask you something." "Young master," she said. "Please, Your Highness, go ahead. Mr. Yang and Zhang Gonggong are close associates. If the young master assists me like this, would your esteemed teacher reproach you upon learning of it?" Su Pengju smiled gently. "Mr. Yang shares a bond with my mentor akin to that of brothers. Besides," he lifted his gaze to meet Shao Yun's, a spark of brightness flickering in his eyes. "My mentor is my mentor, and I am my own person." Shao Yun felt a stirring within her and whispered, "Thank you, Su Gongzi. I shall take my leave now." As Su Pengju watched her depart, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his eyes. This young nobleman, raised in luxury, indulged in all earthly pleasures, would not hesitate to lavish wealth akin to Shi Chang's in pursuit of a rare gem. Yet, despite being a dandy, wearied by the superficial charms of society, when he beheld the spirited Shao Yun, she was like a refreshing stream that cleansed his vision. Moreover, her ability to counter his 6 harmonies spear technique and the 3 no-leak spear made him admire her further, evoking a sense of kinship and even a twinge of inferiority that prevented him from being forward with her. Ultimately, he chose to align himself with Yang Ming over Zhang Yong, fundamentally because of Shao Yun. When Shao Yun's figure finally vanished beyond the gates of the Grand Compassion Temple's courtyard, Su Pengju lowered his head and murmured, "As if sharing a secret with the wind, with wine, I dispel my sorrows. Amidst blossoms, I release my valiant spirit." Su Pengju had always cherished Jiang Baishi's poem Chui Lu Yin, often reciting it, and finding in it a spirited elegance and substance. Yet, at this moment, as he reflected, a subtle melancholy crept into his heart. He ultimately understood that although this woman had once been so close, an insurmountable distance now lay between them.